Welcome to America's Day at the Races on FS2. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We're going to bring you the entire card from Aqueduct today, Belmont at the Big A. And we have the 78th edition of the Crown Jewel, the Pacing Triple Crown. Standardbreds Kentucky Derby with the Little Brown Jug. Coverage coming up later tonight, 6:40 Eastern start time for that Crown Jewel ahead from the Delaware County Fair. We'll be checking with Jessica Otten in just a little bit. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Good to be with you as we kick off another week here at Belmont at the Big A.
Yeah, a gorgeous day today, and you and I just got finished spending a little time talking about the card, and it's a really, really fun card today. Wide open race throughout the day. $86,000 in that pick six carryover, and I'd like to have a contest with people. They have a mythical bankroll of $5,000 to put together a ticket. See how easy you think it is to hit it. I'll bet you for $5,000 if we took 10 people, for at most 2 would hit it.
Starts in race 4, 86,000 carryovers. You mentioned incredibly difficult, but not just difficult, really intriguing races
I
as
agree.
well. Just a lot of fun today.
Yep.
It's going to be a terrific card. Our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day is going to kick things off right off the bat with a New York-bred maiden special weight 6.5 furlong sprint where you have a horse in Mischief Joke who has started 5 times already. It's run very well just about every single time out, but 4 seconds now in 5 starts, including a little drifting in the stretch last time we saw him at Saratoga.
Maybe he'll finally find a field where he'll look up top of the stretch and be 4 lengths in front and there's nobody to catch him, but this is the kind of horse I feel like you're supposed to find an alternative, and you and I found the best alternative in the first-time starter from the same barn, Mama's Dream.
Yeah, Ryan Ortiz Jr. will be aboard there with more on how this group looks as we get set to kick off this Thursday card. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale. Hi, Maggie.
Hey, Greg, and that would make 3 of us when it comes to number 6, Mama's Dream. He's a big, physically mature-looking individual, and what a family he comes from. Son of Freud makes him a fool to Freud of Mama, who actually began her career on the turf, but then would go on to win 2 New York-bred stakes thereafter on the main track. And he's a lot bigger than the rest of the family, which I kind of like. Now, maybe it means he'll need a little bit further than this 6 furlongs. And he is wearing blinkers first time out, but not a significant cup. And Mike Maker isn't necessarily one of those trainers where that concerns me when you see horses debuting in them. He's been professional. He's been very fit. And I think he could have a say as he continues to take money and drop down as they go in the gate, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Welcome back as well. 3-5 favorite, Mischief Joke. 4 seconds in 5 starts. There he is, Joel Rosario for Mike Maker.
The money came flooding into the 6. Was 7-2, went 7-2, 3-1, 5-2, 2-1.
Is today the day for Mischief Joke? We're about to find out. Let's set it upstairs to kick off this Thursday card. John Imbrial, the call.
And we are set for the Thursday opener. And they're off. A bobbling beginning for number 1, Fratellino. Perliano is out first with Mischief Joke right behind in second. Then comes Mama's Dream and Officer Derek right together and gaining on the outside from 3rd and 4th. Fratellino is the trailer. Mischief Joke, the odds-on favorite, now emerges with a neck in front of both Officer Derek and Perliano, who's down at the rail. Mama's Dream is in 4th, and farther back, Fratellino, opening quarter mile in 23 seconds. Officer Derek now up to challenge Mischief Joke for the lead. So it's Mischief Joke on the inside and Officer Derek on the outside. 2 of them are right together. Mischief Joke once again takes the lead, in front now by 3/4 of a length. Officer Derek runs in second, break of 4. Back to Perliano, then Mama's Dream, and Fratellino is at the back. Mischief Joke, the leader, through a half mile in 46 and 2/5 seconds, and Mischief Joke has opened up here. In front now by 4. Perliano is down at the rail. Officer Derek is on the outside. It is Mischief Joke with the lead inside the 8th pole. Perliano in second, and then Officer Derek. They come on for the finish, and it is Mischief Joke who breaks his maiden at 3-5. Perliano was second. Officer Derek finished 3rd.
Mischief Joke graduates after 4 seconds in 5 starts. Today was the day against this group with Joel Rosario.
It's tough to hang when there's nobody close to you to hang against, and he kind of Dealt with the 7 a little bit early. That one wasn't able to keep up and found himself just too far in front against a field that was badly overmatched. They bet a little bit on the firster that we all liked. We were wrong. Mama's Dream, not a dream, more like a nightmare.
Tough go. Yeah, first time out for the stablemate of the winner here. 3-5, an easy time of things for this son, a practical joke for Mike Maker, Paradise Farms. And an odds-on start to this card. Do we make things a little too difficult?
No, I don't have any problem with the idea of betting against horses like this at odds-on that seem to hang. The problem was that the alternatives were not significant there. The one stumbled pretty badly to start, actually, the first turn, did a little bit of running in the stretch, but the pickings were slim. We tried the firster. The firster can't run.
4-3, 7-1. 3-5 over 5-1 with 11-1 and 19-1 in those third and fourth slots. Prices coming up from the opener. We'll get into the pick 4 in a moment. Don't forget, we have that $86,000 pick 6 carryover. That starts in race number 4, which Andy and I will kick off in just a little bit. Beautiful day here in South Ozone Park as you take a look at what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. So races 2 through 9 still to come. That pick 6 carryover starts in the 4th. Tough to say which race is featured. There's so many good races on this card today.
Yeah, no, I mean, we spent a lot of time talking about the 5th race, that maiden race, 6 furlongs to turf. It's a fascinating race.
And that little Brown Jug, 78th edition Crown Jewel, the pacing Triple Crown. Still to come later this evening, the elimination races. Races 19, 20, and 21. That 21st race, 3 of the most highly rated sophomores all going to line up against each other. You can play all the action by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. You get that $200 deposit match sign up bonus offer. We're going to take a timeout. Prices from the opener when we come back, and we'll visit with Jessica Otten at the Delaware County Fair as we get set for the big one, 78th edition of the Little Brown Jug to come up later this evening. We'll be back right after this.
Eclipse Champion Blade, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. And in the sales ring, Blaine continues to prove his value.
Now 50, 550, 550,000.
I'm at a very 85, 85 to the back, 485,000. Thank you.
310,000 upstairs.
His stakes-producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse Champion Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blade, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal thoroughbred ownership experience.
You'll have a lot of fun and excitement, and you'll meet some great people. All the folks I've met so far at Adelphi have just been super. And I've picked up some new friendships along the way.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Well, the opener here at a beautiful and sunny Aqueduct, Belmont at the Big A to be exact. New York-bred maiden special 8 went to Mischief Joke, heavily favored and guided to victory here by Joel Rosario. And Joel, a horse that kind of battled on the front end. He'd shown that a propensity to hang a bit, but he was pretty good against this field today.
Yeah, it's exactly like you say. It looked like, you know, watching his race, it looked like always the last part. You know, he always kind of just hang a little bit. But I mean, it's just like, I think the group today helped.
It's always the company you keep, right? But also, Joel, we see you went down to Kentucky Downs, had a great meet down there, finishing second. You always do well down there. Talk a little bit about riding that type of course and kind of the turns, the undulations.
Yeah, just a little different turf for some others, you know, just like you go and just up and down, up and so on. Yeah, I mean, look like a lot of horses that like it, you know, they like it going downhill, and it's like some other, they, you know, they probably just play around a little bit, but I mean, just it's nice to be there, and thanks to other people who really gave me the opportunity.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you Sunday, though. Again, not here. Oklahoma Derby with Red Route 1. Talk a little bit about this horse. He always seems on the precipice of being good, but he also gives you a lot of work to do.
That's about right. I mean, he's a, you know, he's the kind of horse, he has his own idea, you know, his own, but, you know, he tried really hard all the time, and, you know, hopefully that's the right spot where he is. So, you know, so up, see what happens.
All right, well, good luck out there. Good luck here the rest of the week, and congrats with this opener.
Thank you.
All right, Joel Rosario kicking off the day in style. Mischief Joke, the heavy favorite, gets the job done as we'll see. It's a beautiful day at the Big A, Greg.
Yes, it is, and an odds-on start with a 3-5 favorite to begin things here. Joel Rosario for the Mike Maker Barn, Paradise Farms, $3.30. Perliano, Officer Derek significantly further back there in second and third. And our card underway here at Belmont at the Big A. Pick 4 begins in the next race. We're going to talk Little Brown Jug, though, as we get set for the Crown Jewel, the pacing Triple Crown, with the 3 eliminations to come later on this evening from that Delaware County Fair. The concept for the Little Brown Jug, it began in 1937. It was developed by Delaware, Ohio attorney Joe Neville. Neville enlisted the aid of his close friend, Henry Thompson, and they sought to shift the sport's emphasis on trotters to pacers. Their plan came to fruition January of 1944. 2 years later, the Little Brown Jug was born. The first edition of the Little Brown Jug was contested at the Delaware County Fairgrounds north of Columbus, Ohio in 1946. Known in the sport as the Jug, each year the Pacing Classic attracts harness racing's brightest stars, and fans pack the stands in America's heartland to witness one of the most coveted contests in the sport over the storied half-mile oval.
I served my first tray of pop in the grandstand when I was 13. And so I haven't left since.
10 years after its inception, the Little Brown Jug sealed its place in history when it became the penultimate jewel of the Triple Crown for pacers. The list of winners includes some of the greatest horses to ever participate in harness racing, such as Brett Hanover, Niatross, Fan Hanover, Nihilator, and Beach Towel.
Beach Towel! Showing his heels to the field!
There is nothing on the planet like the Delaware backstretch. The Ferris wheel spins and fans consume cotton candy, elephant ears, steak burgers, and ice cream while they get up close and personal with North American harness racing's most prolific performers in the Little Brown Jug Horse Barn. The Jug occupies a special place in harness racing, which for more than 2 centuries has been prevalent at county fairs. But the event is also exceptional for the community and the thousands who travel from all corners of the continent to attend. With 40 to 50,000 fans on the grounds, people lock lawn chairs in place to preserve a seat as early as Memorial Day for the 3rd Thursday in September.
Delaware is very prideful of the race, and they love it. They enjoy it. They take Thursday off. The schools are closed. The banks are closed. The whole community gets in. There's volunteers that are helping us throughout. organizations that are helping us. And I mean, we have an awful lot of employees and volunteers, and a lot of that comes right here from Delaware.
For the first time in the Little Brown Jug's history, the event provides a $1 million purse, which only heightens the excitement and bolsters the legacy of the race in the annals of history. A little bit of history behind this big one here, this crown jewel, this pacing Triple Crown, live at the Delaware County Fair with more Jessica Otten.
Thanks so much. It's a beautiful day here in Delaware, Ohio. I'm sure you could just hear the crowd cheering as those trotters went by us in a division of the Breeders' Championship. This is the day everybody looks forward to in harness racing. Whether you are racing a horse or just simply a fan here, it is the day that you mark on your calendar every year, the third Thursday in September. In the city of Delaware, the banks are closed, the schools are closed. As you heard Tom Wright say, this is the place to be. We have 3 eliminations on tap later on this afternoon. We'll get into that. This is the first $1 million jug that we will be able to see. There's a couple of supplements. We'll talk to the connections later on. This is only the second year you could supplement your 3-year-old colt pacer to the Little Brown Jug, so that is interesting as well. A few of the Ohio connections have really taken on that advantage this year to supplement a few horses. There are 4 drivers making their Little Brown Jug debut, 7 trainers making their Little Brown Jug debut. The track is great. The atmosphere is great. There's plenty of people lined up on the fence. I come here year round. They line up and chain up chairs on the fence all year long. They're about 7 or 8 deep on the rail. It's going to be a great day of racing. I'm so happy to bring it to you guys live. We got plenty of action to cover. I hope you guys are ready.
Yeah, we're looking forward to a terrific weather as well. And, of course, that atmosphere, it is unparalleled in the sport. We look forward to it. 40,000 plus expected for the Little Brown Jug, that 78th edition. We'll have live coverage all afternoon long. We'll get back to Jessica a little bit later on in the program. As we return to Belmont at the Big A, we start to pick 4 off with a 1-turn mile allowance optional claiming field. And a difficult group to decipher here. Best actor, though, 4-year-old, for Brad Cox, 3rd start off the bench. And Flavien Prat will be aboard.
Yeah, I mean, you and I both like this horse, and I think we're hoping that Flavien Prat's aggressive and he can be the controlling speed in this race. I'm a little surprised the horse is 6-5, though.
Best actor, the favorite. This man, though, he's going to be on board a major contender coming up. What a start to the meet Manny Franco has had. See if he can keep things going. He'll be on Kinetic Sky coming up for the Dutrow Barn, returning in just 6 days. We'll be back.
Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners in 2021 with 5 and 2022 with 6. In 2023, Curlin is the leading sire of Grade 1 winners with 5.
Big race. Nest, Clariere is too far back. A 16th to run, and Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended.
This is what winning looks like.
A huge performance all the way.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings right from your phone with Naira Bats. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bats.
I just happened to be up on the 3rd floor of the grandstand at Saratoga, so I saw a horse load up in the gate and just decided to clock it. Went like 11 and 22 and 33 and 44 and change. It was one of the fastest gate works I've ever seen.
Nashville, first time out, much the best.
Spice Down was a super fast horse, certainly no surprise when he has an offspring like Nashville.
Never asked for a thing, track record.
Nashville for the best sprint time of the Fairgrounds meet.
Like my old boss Wayne Lucas always said, you can't coach speed.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Silver State's somewhat of a throwback stallion. He was very durable. He won 6 times in a row across multiple tracks, Churchill, Oaklawn, Belmont, and he won the Grade 1 Met Mile, which is a very nice stallion making race. Beat Horse of the Year Nick's Go, which he was the only horse to defeat Nick's Go the year they were running.
In the Hillendale Met Mile, and it is Silver State to make it 6 in a row.
And his first falls have hit the ground, and we love what we've seen. He's throwing amazing consistency. There's plenty of substance and leg. We're really happy with what we have on the ground. And I don't think I've ever had more people tell me about a first-year horse than I have this year with people with Silver State foals. He's an imposing horse. Everyone that comes to see him that first year, it was amazing. They would come and see him, and they'd walk right into Bernie's office and sign a contract, or even ask if they could buy a share. The response to him has been phenomenal. He bred the most mares of any stallion that's ever been at Claiborne his freshman year. Very encouraging for the future, and hopefully we can get lucky.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our Thursday coverage. Belmont at the Big A, the Little Brown Jug from the Delaware County Fair, and the eliminations to come. Our program presented by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. This second race to start the Pick 4. 1-turn mile, allowance optional claiming field, and this is one of many contenders near Kinetic Sky for the Rick Dutrow barn, returning in just 6 days' time, when New York traffic came off a long layoff to beat a good group back on September 15th.
And Kinetic Sky ran okay. He sort of came again to get second. Now he got second, and I think a 5-horse photo for second, and he just got second over the 4 Sheriff Bianco. Kinetic Sky is more likely to appreciate the extra distance. That race was 6.5 furlongs just 6 days ago. Today's a mile. Sheriff Bianco probably a little better going shorter.
Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
And we'll check in with the horse who is favored right now. Making his NYRA debut is number 3, Best Actor for Brad Cox. And he's very athletic looking, well conditioned here, very fit for Brad. And I like everything I'm seeing from him as he is coming back at this 1-turn mile distance. So all things considered, looking good as the favorite. But let's check in with the horse that's coming off of a short rest. There's 2 in here, as the guys were just mentioning, but I do prefer number 5, Kinetic Sky, as he just looks more energetic. He's carrying weight. He ticks every box for a horse that's coming off of a short rest. Now, you're dealing with 2 trainers who are incredibly astute with this type of move in Rick Dutrow and Linda Rice. But at the end of the day, as Andy pointed out, the distance probably preferable for Kinetic Sky. And furthermore, he just looks as though he's bounced out of that race in better condition than Sheriff Bianco. As we'll also check in with the outside runner. That's number 6 in here, Uncle Moonlight for Phil Antonacci, first off the claim. And Michelle Nevin did a tremendous job with this guy. But last time he was beaten by the favorite in Accretive. But Uncle Moonlight probably, he got the run of the race. I don't know if he's going to get to do that today. There does feel like there's some other speed possibly in here, but at least he's on the outside. And furthermore, he's second off of the bench, and he just looks a little bit more defined, just a little fitter, more well-muscled. He's in dappled head to toe. He looks fantastic, and he's just a little bit more into the bridle too, which I like to see. Sometimes a change of scenery will help a horse out and just kind of breathe new life into them. I'm a little interested in this long shot on the outside, Greg.
Uncle Moonlight, thank you, Maggie. First off, the claim moving from Michelle Nevin to Phil Antonacci. Horse who is a 3-time winner at this mile distance, double-digit odds at 11-1 right now. That is the biggest price on the board.
Yeah, but Maggie's right. He did have the run of the race. Yeah, Accretive was breathing down his neck, but he didn't make him go that fast a pace. And the problem is there just are faster horses in this race. And Uncle Moonlight's a horse that's been able to do well when he's been able to have things his own way. He's not outrunning Best Actor unless that one fails to get out of the gate.
Here is our current favorite, 7-5 Best Actor, 4-year-old who is coming out of a stakes race at Ellis back on August 13th. We're going back to June 30th, though, when he ran second behind Chasing Time.
Yeah, I just picked this one because he finished closer to show the replay. Last time out was he got involved in a speed duel where the other speed finished 6th. And it was not a track that was kind to speed last time like it was many days at Ellis Park. It's a little concerning that he hasn't got the job done in his 2 starts here, but I think it's a positive sign that Brad Cox would ship him here. And Flavien Prat, he's a rider that's aware of the value of speed, and I just think he's going to give him the right aggressive ride. And if he can get in front and control this race, I think it'll be tough to catch. I just didn't think he'd be quite this short.
Yeah, there's some tough runners in this group. There's the man who will ride him, Flavien Prat, one of the absolute best in the business. He'll be aboard this one right here, this 4-year-old son of Flatter in the silks of Gary and Mary West. 3rd start off the bench and 3rd start of his 4-year-old campaign. He'll be back on Lasix today after it was a beaten favorite in a stake behind Stage Raider, who came back and got a win.
Well, Stage Raider is the half to Justify, who has run some fast races at time. He's now with Cherie DeVoe, and he ran a huge race and he beat Best Actor. I don't know. The horse that we haven't really touched on is the number 2 Baby Yoda. I mean, the public, I picked him 3rd. You completely tossed him, and the public is sort of leaning closer to you. He's the 3rd choice here, verging on the 4th choice. It's just a real question of whether or not he can still run anymore.
2 summers ago, it was kind of his arrival on the scene. Right? That was 2 summers ago, and he ran that
like longer,
off-the-screen performance that made you think he was going to be the next star in the sport. It never really materialized, but he has run some very big races. Here's Bold Endeavor. He gets the rail, 7-year-old coming off a huge effort.
Yeah, but he was very much with the racetrack today, and you had pointed this out. If you look at the horse who finished 3rd, just beating a little over a length, he's the favorite the next race in a softer spot. This is a tough spot. He's probably the weaker half of the entry.
Baby Yoda went by Best Actor, the favorite.
Yeah, put him on the front end and hope for the best. Today is a really important race for him.
Sheriff Bianco, do you question him at the distance?
I think that he's a mile is pushing it. He ran an okay 2nd 2 back, but he had everything his own way that day, and he should have sealed the deal.
6-day return for Kinetic Sky with Manny Franco.
Yeah, I think he's more preferable at the distance. His race 2 back was good. I don't love him, but he's the other horse for me.
Manny Franco entering as a leading rider at the meet with his hot start. And then Uncle Moonlight with Kendrick Carmouche 10-1 outside.
I think he ends up in more of a stalking position, which probably isn't his preferred running style. But to be fair, he has won rating before.
So let's look at Sheriff Bianco. 6-1 here for Linda Rice. Jose Ortiz will be aboard. 4-time winner here at this track, and a compromised beginning last time out.
Yeah, he broke slow last time that prevented him from getting the kind of position he probably needed, and it was a slow-paced race, and I think he ran very well to finish 3rd in there. He wasn't going to beat New York Traffic, nor was Kinetic Sky, but he probably ran the 2nd best race of anybody in here. I don't love stretching back the mile. I know he ran a good figure 2 back going a mile. And listen, the mile 16th race in the commentator was a good figure as well. So maybe my argument is a little bit flawed. But he had the run of the race in the Evans shipment. Inside speed was an advantage that day. Not extreme, but an advantage nonetheless. And he still got run down being able to set a moderate pace. And that was a race where the favorite American Revolution was a total no-show. He ran fine in here. He's not impossible. And the reality is he's 6-1. If you like Sheriff Bianco, you're getting a very generous price.
Never imagined him being 6-1, and I never imagined Best Actor being, well, he was even money just a moment ago, and now he's 6-5.
Yeah, they're just keep hammering away on him, and we liked him too. But did you think he'd be this short, Greg?
No.
Yeah, I really didn't. But listen, he was made the morning line favorite 2-1. But he is a little bit shorter than that. And this is a tough price to take. I would actually bet Kinetic Sky at 3-1 over him at 6-5.
Meanwhile, Bold Endeavor, we do view that group as a little bit easier than what he's tackling in this spot. But it's 7-year-old who just ran back to a figure that's probably the best he's run in a couple of years and has been working strong as well off that performance.
Yeah, I don't trust. I can't get David Jacobson right from one start to the next, and he has occasionally run those numbers, not usually in succession, and this is a much, much tougher field. And he was also very much with the track that day. Pipeline was on the rail. Pipeline was the heavy favorite. He fell apart on a dead rail. He also may just have some issues coming out of that race as well. So I think the fact there were a lot of sort of outside factors that led to his good performance. But once again, he's 9-1 if you like him. I don't like him, but it's a big price if you want to bet on him.
He's won 3 of his last 5 starts. His last race, again, the best he's produced in a couple of years. How does he look? Maggie Wolfendale.
Well, Greg, he actually looks better than what he did going back to that winning performance, which was off of a layoff. And upon doing the winning interview with David Jacobson after that win up at the spa, he had said that this horse, when shipping from California to New York, actually got very sick and was in the hospital for quite a while and was able to recover. And I kind of dismissed him because he kind of got hot and washy, and usually that's an indication of a horse needing a race. Now, obviously, it was much warmer that day than it is here, which is just a beautiful fall day here at Aqueduct. So he's not hot. He hasn't turned a hair whatsoever. He looks better in his coat and flesh. Now, maybe that's a negative. I don't know. But I do agree with Andy that he certainly got the right kind of trip last time with regards to how the track was playing. But just at face value, looking at him, he looks better, and he's moved forward with that race under his belt, at least physically, from what I've seen from him. Now, this is kind of one of those odd races where you look at horses in the paddock and then you reassess once you watch them out on the racetrack, and there really was nobody that was downgraded with watching warm-ups. Everybody moving very, very well, including number 2, Baby Yoda, who's coming off of a non-effort. Granted, at Charlestown in the Russell Road, it felt like a race too, where it had more of an inside flow to it. But then again, sometimes what happens at Charlestown stays at Charlestown with the 2-turn 7/8. He's such a tough horse to judge. Now, he's moving very well, which sometimes he doesn't look as though he's moving quite, that great. Sometimes he doesn't look good in his coat. Today, that's the same thing. He's just not a horse I'm ever particularly drawn to physically, but I will say that I don't mind the mile. Getting back to the mile, I mean, this is where he had that huge performance last fall with the 99 buyer and blowing out a field. Probably a weaker field than this, but again, I think he's a little bit interesting given the added ground. Just wish he looked a bit better, Greg.
Getting back, thank you, Megan, on Fast Track for the first time since May of this year, Baby Yoda, 5-1. 7-time winner, over $500,000.
And I mean, you could argue, I don't really think there was much moisture in the Charlestown track last time, the wet fast track. I think it was more a situation of having a lousy post, and people should know the 7-furlong races at Charlestown around 2 turns. So he probably just sort of lost all chances to start, breaking last at 10. Now, that doesn't mean he got left, but he probably didn't break that well. And he just sort of fell the race, and my guess is the junior eased him up late in there. I don't think it's really a 30-length loss. His race at Cerdo wasn't that bad. It just wasn't that great an effort, and Sheriff Bianco obviously ran better than him. But 5-1's a pretty generous price on him, to be fair, because we know he has the ability to win this race.
Can he get back to some of his better performances? I mean, he's not even going to need his best to beat this group with some of the performances that he's produced.
It depends how the others run. I mean, if the 3 is able to catch a flyer on the front end, he may run a race that's too tough for these, but he's not, for me, he's not bettable at 7-5. Again, this guy, I think, is a fair price at 3-1. I think that's a very fair price.
You think this guy here is alone in front?
Best actor? If he's not alone in front, he's not winning, in my opinion. I think if you liked him like I do, your assumption is that you would get the necessary aggressive ride from Flavien Prat and would be too fast for these horses early.
And
that was my thinking.
And that's a man who, knows how to take advantage.
Right.
A lot of times, even when you don't think he's going to be in front, he'll surprise you, Flavien Prat, and go to the front. That's a lot of times why he's so successful.
Yeah, he doesn't rate speed horses. And I imagine he's looking at this horse and thinking, I want to be in front. If somebody's going with him, they may be going too fast. It might not be good for him, but it definitely won't be good for them. But if you don't like him, there's decent prices all around.
I had picked him. I thought he has something to prove, though. It's 7-5, doesn't he?
I agree. I thought he'd be closer 2-1 to 5-2. I thought they'd bet more on the 5, though 5-2 is probably the right price on him.
Sheriff Bianco, the 4.
They're not going for Baby Yoda at all. That's a key.
Kinetic Sky, the 5, both coming back in that 6-day return where New York traffic ran huge off over a year's layoff. But the favorite, the 4-year-old, best actor for Brad Cox, Flavien Prat. Can he control on the front end? We're about to find out as we kick off our Thursday early pick 4. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
Sheriff Bianco stepping in. And now we're waiting for Kinetic Sky and Uncle Moonlight. Kinetic Sky is in, and Uncle Moonlight will complete the 6-horse field going a flat mile. They're all in. And they're off. Uncle Moonlight from the outside. Best Actor is now moving up. Sheriff Bianco is right there. Then it's Kinetic Sky who's racing in 4th. Baby Yoda was off a bit awkwardly and is at the back of the pack along with Bold Endeavor. And it is the favorite, Best Actor, who has the lead here by a half length. Sheriff Bianco is in between horses. Uncle Moonlight is on the outside. A close-up third. Then it's Kinetic Sky with Baby Yoda, and Bold Endeavor is 6th and last. The opening quarter went in 23 2. Best Actor shows the way here, 3/4 of a length. Uncle Moonlight and Sheriff Bianco continue to race as a team, 2nd and 3rd, a little more than a length, to Kinetic Sky in 4th. It is Best Actor who leads with less than a half mile to the finish. Leads here by a length. Uncle Moonlight in 2nd, opening half in 46 2. Sheriff Bianco down towards the rail, runs in 3rd. Baby Yoda is in 4th, about 4 lengths off the lead. Then Kinetic Sky and farther back, Bold Endeavor. Best Actor still the one to catch. In front, coming for the head of the stretch. On the outside is Uncle Moonlight. And then Sheriff Bianco with Baby Yoda. They head for home, 3/4, 110 3. It is Best Actor who leads here by 2.5 lengths. Sheriff Bianco has taken 2nd. Uncle Moonlight is back in 3rd. And Baby Yoda on the outside. Best Actor trying to take them wire to wire here in this mile event. And Best Actor is about to complete a chalky daily double. Best Actor the winner. Then Sheriff Bianco and Uncle Moonlight.
Best Actor took control fairly early and able to wire this field. Now 4 wins from 8 starts.
I would say he won like a 7-5 shot should, Greg.
Yeah.
And you saw how aggressive Flavien Prat was coming out of the gate at the start. He really motivated him to be forward, and he was able to control that pace. But they weren't exactly walking out there. In a final time of 134.8, they were moving out there. Nobody really gained any ground, but you get the feeling, I mean, the 5 was bad, Kinetic Sky. He ran last. No effort at all from the 1A Bold Endeavor. And a mild bid by Baby Yoda, but basically the speeds ran around the track. Is it something, do you want to follow how speed does going forward, or maybe just the best horses were forward?
3, 4, 6, 2, but it was all about this one right here. Best Actor, much the best. 134 and 4, by the way.
That's moving. I mean, listen, I think at this point, they're all looking at the Cigar Mile, right?
Yeah.
I think that's a race you have to be looking for towards the end of the year here, which is an important race, the first weekend in December. And, you know, where does he go into a race? I guess he could go to a race like the newly named 49er that used to be the Kelso at a mile in the dirt. That's, I think, the last week of October here. Probably 6 weeks before that. 5 weeks.
Impressive. Best Actor, too good for this group. Brad Cox, Scary Mary West, Flavien Prat with your favorite in a chalky beginning to this Thursday card through the first couple of races. Odds on, now 7-5 favorite in the first 2 legs. Race away from the pick 6 carryover when we come back.
Introducing a Stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Belmont at the Big A. It's been a little bit of a chalky start, to say the least, but Best Actor was much the best here and guided to victory for Brad Cox and Gary and Mary West by Flavian Pratt, who's joined me now. And Flavian, I know we're only 2 races in, but it does feel as though the track is quite quick out there.
Yeah, I mean, it felt great, at least in this race. But yeah, it might be a bit faster than it is usually, but it felt great to him.
Yeah, exactly. It felt great to him. He was so comfortable, even though he was surrounded by some other horses early.
Yes, but he broke okay, and I kind of sent him out there, and I was hoping to make the lead, and that was the case once we passed the chute, and so after that he was traveling well, and get the job done from there.
I want to ask you about a horse coming up later in the 7th, Francesco Clemente, a horse coming in from Europe, and I know the comments say dwelt. I think they classify dwelt a little bit differently than we do, but he just gets away slowly. When you're dealing with a horse first time in the States, what do you do? What do you do in the warm-ups? What do you do in the gate to kind of hopefully get them out of the gate cleanly?
Well, unfortunately, there's not much I can do. I mean, you can obviously give him a good warm-up and get him ready for the break, but the first jump, it's it's all about him and being ready for when the gates open. So not much I can do about it. But I draw outside, so even if he breaks a bit sluggish, I might have a chance to get myself where I want to.
Oh, that sounds like a game plan. Well, best of luck with him. Congratulations here.
Thank you very much.
All right, Flavian Pratt guiding Best Actor to the winner's circle today, Greg.
Yeah, this horse talented. It looks like he is certainly on the come here in his 4-year-old campaign. 3rd start of his 4-year-old season. Looked very good here, and again, quick final time.
Yeah, I mean, the track's obviously playing the quicker side, but that was a fast race, and he beat some horses that run pretty solid numbers quite easily in there. So I think it's a good performance. Now, I would have to think they're looking at a race like the one-turn 49ers, a prep for the Cigar Mile in a perfect world.
We have another pick 4 beginning in this race. Mile and an 1/8 will stretch out on the main track. 25,000 starter allowance. And looking at roses coming in from Delaware for Guadalupe Preciado. Around Ortiz Jr. rides. Not the favor right now.
Yeah, judging by the multi-race bets, the 7 Mystic Knight will be favored over Looking at Roses. They'll be close. And the current favorite Classic Mark figures to be 3rd choice, but he looks like the controlling speed again.
Yeah, there's not much pace at all in this spot. We're going to look ahead to the weekend and a race scheduled for the grass. We'll see if the weather holds up. 90% chance of rain at this point for Saturday.
It's not looking good, but the good news is the racing office and the horsemen did a great job in both our turf stakes of putting in some solid dirt MTOs. So there's an argument that these races are just as good, if not more competitive, on the dirt.
Well, if it does stay on the grass, Fluffy Socks, major contender for Chad Brown. Manny Franco will get the call. Just missed in the Boston Spa against Evie Jets.
I didn't like this effort. I know she lost by a head, but she's supposed to win. There was a super fast pace. Irad gave her a perfect ride. She was able to get out and get clear. Consumer Spending was behind her in those red and white silks. She would have won the race if she had gotten a clear run. Joel Rosario opted to stay towards the inside, which cost him the win. It happens. But Fluffy Socks, look at her. She has dead aim here. Now, we all like the horse that beat her, Evie Jets. She's a cool horse, but she's kind of supposed to have run her down, and I don't know. I didn't love that effort by her. I think it's all a moot point. I guess she'd been tough in here because Gina Romantica, who is favored in the morning line if it was on the turf, she has not gotten her form from 2022 back.
8-5, 2nd choice behind her stablemate Gina Romantica. Now, if it does come off, Movie Moxie for Linda Rice. Comes off a win at Belmont back on June 24th. We haven't seen her since 6-year-old mare. She just ran.
We've seen her in the entries.
Yeah,
she was scratched 3 times in Saratoga. The question, there's 2 questions, right? Will Gerrymander finally get it done? Because she's running fast figures every time, but she keeps losing. And she's lost some legitimate horses. And can Movie Moxie run back to this race? Because if she runs back to this race, she's going to probably win here. But it's a big if, isn't it?
It is. That race a little bit came out of nowhere, didn't it?
It did. I mean, I liked her. She was on a dead rail. You know, people may think that she didn't like a wet track because she didn't run well in a sealed track the night before that. I think that's a fallacy. She's run well in sealed tracks before. She was on a dead rail 2 races back, which is why I liked her in that race. She happened to get it done. It is still a bit of an outlier. But the thing is, gerrymandering, she just doesn't win. And since her mother Goose, she hasn't been able to get it done. So she's hard to trust, even though she's probably the horse to beat on the dirt.
Venti Valentine liked her so much on the road to the Kentucky Oaks, and then just did not pan out for her. She comes in off a win, State Bred Stakes race at Saratoga.
Yeah, she finally got it done. This was an odd race. Another runner of this race, Sunset Louise, is coming back as well, and she just was basically eased here. You see her down the rail stopping, and this race just kind of fell apart late. It sort of dropped into Venti Valentine's lap. She didn't run that quick a race, but the flat mile around one turn does suit her. It is where some of her best races have come, and maybe she's going to get her act together, but she's so hard to trust, isn't she?
Best race she ever ran was that Busher at Aqueduct when she was, what, 7-length winner that day?
What about Valpool, who ran well in the off-the-turf sloppy sealed track Memories of Silver? She's likely to get, if she runs, it's likely to be a sloppy sealed track again, right? I mean, I don't know if she's quite good enough, 3-year-old, but not impossible. She's been in some tough spots.
3-year-old filly tackling older company in that spot. That is coming up over the weekend. We'll wait and see the weather forecast day of. Fingers crossed.
It's not good. Bring your raincoat.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Big one still to come in the Standard Bred World Kentucky Derby of that Standard Bred Racing. 78th edition of the Little Brown Jug. We'll take it home. We'll have much more coverage from the Delaware County Fair when we come back.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. Fast horse, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
His name is Cyberknife!
Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. He could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Any success that we've enjoyed is directly attributable to the men and women who first bring horses to us to sell. It's not a chicken and the egg situation in the thoroughbred industry or in the auction industry. You got to have good product. If we're able to attract quality horses to our sale with quality men and women selling them, we're going to have good sales.
We provide a platform for the auction of thoroughbred horses. Our mission is to do that with the highest level of integrity and service. We are the oldest thoroughbred auction company in North America. The stops at Fayetteville are circled on a calendar and are not to be missed. The product that our customers are able to provide is sought after throughout the world.
Well, I believe the future of Fayetteville is extremely bright. Everything that we do is going to be to achieve success tomorrow by doing things right today. It's a commitment to get up and do the right thing every day in a consistent and a professional fashion, and that's a great recipe for success long term.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
It's by the missile on the outside, gets to the front, closing ground, Nighthawk on the outside, by the missile, battles on for second and third, by the missile!
That was last year's edition of the Little Brown Jug, and By the Missile taking the crown jewel with that big performance. 3 eliminations to come later on this afternoon, and then just past 6:40 Eastern Time, 78th edition of the Little Brown Jug. We're going to bring in Jessica Otten to explain how this works in this elimination structure to get to our main event. Jessica, what do you have for us?
You know, there were 18 colts entered into the eliminations of the Little Brown Jug. Ronnie Burke will send out 3 of those, so they will be in each different elimination. Of course, this is the first $1 million Little Brown Jug. 2 horses supplemented, one being Greg McNair's colt, a Huntsville colt that just won the Sire Stake final up at Yonkers Raceway. Another one being Burnout, who finished very well in his Ohio championship that we saw on Super Night at Scioto Downs. So they had to write a hefty check to get into this race. It all matters on post position. The drivers will tell you that you can have a very good elimination and finish up with plenty of pace, but you want to be towards the inside of the gate. So the top 3 horses will be entered into the final, and the winner from each elimination will draw 1, 2, 3. Second place will draw 4, 5, 6, and the final 3 will draw 7, 8, and 9. 9 will be a trailer. So each one of those eliminations, they'll come back for the final, and it will be I believe it's going to be a very good shootout of a race. It's My Show has won $1 million race already. Of course, that was a Pepsi North America Cup up at Woodbine Mohawk Park. But after that, I think it's a pretty wide open event. The #1 ranked horse in North America, Confederate, wasn't eligible. They opted not to supplement. He's not here. So I think it's going to be quite a shootout of a race, Greg.
Yeah, that third elimination looks stacked. Is there any advantage to what elimination your horse runs in?
An interesting fact about standardbred racing is that you train your horses 2 trips in the morning during the week, so they are pretty used to going those 2 trips. I don't want to say that there's an advantage of winning or racing in the first elimination and coming back in the heat, or the third elimination and coming back in the heat. I think it's all how your horse comes out of that first, comes out of the elimination and goes into the final. I think it's so important that those horses get cooled out enough but still stay warm enough to come into the final. How they finish up the race, where they finish, and like I had mentioned, I think post position comes down to a lot of it as well.
All right, Jessica, thank you. We're looking forward to it. That's a 21st race, that third and final elimination. 3 of the top-rated sophomores all in action against each other in Cannibal, It's My Show, and Stockade Sealster, the Millionaire. So we look forward to all that coverage still to come as we get back to Belmont here, this third race. Belmont at the Big A, mile and an 1/8 starter allowance, and now that money coming in on Looking at Roses.
Yeah, you like Looking at Roses a lot in here as he's the co-second choice, but he's going to be closer to the odds, I think, of Mystic Knight. And the advantage that he has on Mystic Knight, let's say you just decide that, let's say you decide they were of equal talent, just for argument's sake. But he's going to be more forwardly placed than Mystic Knight. And you'd have to think that's going to benefit him a great deal because Classic Mark looks like the controlling speed. Now, I don't think he's good enough to beat these horses. I don't like bet on horses that were claimed from Linda Rice. The stats horses claimed off of Linda Rice in dirt races are horrendous. So I think they Look at Roses as a more forward position. I still pick Mystic Knight, but I understand why you like Looking at Roses. And I think one of those 2 is a likely winner.
Well, there is Looking at Roses, 3-1 right now. Maggie, can he transfer that form from out of town here to New York?
That's the question, right? But we have seen Guadalupe Preciado come here and run horses with some success, with limited numbers, albeit. But when they do show up, I feel like those lantern bugs are crawling all over me now. When they do show up, they tend to be in good nick. They tend to be well turned out. Horses that carry great flesh and well turned out in their coat. And Looking at Roses is just another one of them. Of a group, he probably does look best here in the paddock, just relatively speaking, against many of his foes in here. And I thought last time he kind of got away, not poorly, but just not quick enough, and it allowed him to kind of get shuffled back, which did not put him in the greatest of positions, but still ran on well enough. So if he's able to break now going the mile and an 1/8, he, like Andy said, will be in a more tactical spot early on. Now let's talk a little bit about Cut the Cord here. Last time he looked great, but I question the kind of 1.5 turns. I feel as though he is truly more of that 2-turn horse, so he gets it here today around this Big A oval. He is washed out, and he is pumped up. Not that he wasn't necessarily eager and keen going back to those Saratoga races, but he's a little over the top, and it just makes me question, is he a horse that is better running out of his own stall? Does shipping around get him a little bit on tilt? It could mean absolutely nothing that he's washed out, but it is a difference from today going back to that last effort, which was a win, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Here's our post-parade. We start with Portos Javier Castellano for Wayne Potts.
Yeah, he'd run well at 1.25 miles up in Saratoga, which give him a chance in here. And getting off of 2 sloppy sealed tracks, not impossible.
Dates Freedom with Joey Martinez at 37-1.
Yeah, he's going to have to get a lot faster to be competitive here.
Higher Quality, a 5-time winner from 12 starts for Napal Chatterpaul.
And his last race is fast enough to be contentious. I don't trust him, but I can see him.
Romero Mirage doing a nice job. His horse doing circles there.
Yeah,
Classic marked likely pace setter.
Looks like the pace setter. I just think this is a tough spot, and I don't want to bet horses claim from Linda Rice. They win 1 out of 8 times with a very low ROI.
Here is the 7-year-old looking at roses coming in from out of town.
My biggest concern with him is his best form is out of town. If he duplicates his out of town form, he's going to be very tough to beat.
And you see Mirage hopping off Higher Quality, the 3 there momentarily. The 6 cut the cord with Kendrick Carmouche.
He won easily last time in a very soft spot with a very good trip.
And 5-2 favorite Mystic Knight on the outside, New Barn.
I think he's the best horse if he can run back to good numbers. And the Cantermossy Barn's been doing very well, and their numbers are strong off the claim. $1.97 ROI off the claim of the dirt in the last 5 years. The 174 claims, 20%, and I think he makes a lot of sense in here.
Still acting up, and he has to hop off again here, Romero Mirage. This horse is not happy right now. Higher Quality, as you see the outrider close by. So we'll see if they can sort things out with this 5-year-old coming in from Pimlico last time out. So here is Mystic Knight, 5-2 favorite. We're going to take a look at him in action back on August 3rd. 2 starts back at Saratoga when he ran 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, he got a pretty good trip in this race, and this was a day you didn't want to be inside, and he stayed in the 2 and 3 path the whole way around the track, and I thought he ran a very respectable race. He's in those pink silks. The Flying P had him then. Flying P been struggling a bit. Now, his claim from Robertino Diodoro can be tough to claim from, but he's also coming out of the accretive Uncle Moonlight race. Tough race, and Uncle Moonlight didn't run that badly in our last race. That was very tough. He is a horse that likes the 1.8 mile distance. I don't love the far outside post. It's up to Manny to find a way to get position, and he may be a bit compromised, but I think on his good race, he's the best horse in the race. I picked him. I just didn't trust the 5 coming in from out of town. If I was sure the 5 could duplicate that out of town form, I would have picked him, but I'm not sure he will.
There he is, Arad Ortiz Jr. on the 7-year-old. This was at Parks back on July 19th, and a win 2 starts back.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's in good form. You look up those races at Parks, those figures hold up under scrutiny. He's running against good horses. The horse he beat this day was the one who beat him last time out, and as you pointed out to me, he broke slowly, broke badly last time, which really cost him the race. He probably would have won that race if that hadn't happened. He'd be coming in off a couple of wins. He's been consistent. Guadalupe Preciado does not ship here very often. At the NYRA tracks over the last 5 years, he's 1 for 13 with just 1 hitting the board and a 25-cent ROI. That worries me a little bit.
Horse he outlasted there, of course, you mentioned would come back and win next time out when he had that poor break. He's won 7 of his last 11 starts.
Look at the money that just came in on the 7. He just went from 2-1 to 6-5, and the 5 jumped from 3-1 to 4-1.
Made a really nice appearance on the track, I thought. Mystic Knight, 6-5 favorite. Manny Franco meets leading rider. New Barn. This horse has been popular in the claim box, from Riley Mott to Steve Asmussen to Luis Ramirez to Diodoro, some of the top claiming trainers in the sport. And now to the Cantermossy Barn.
And listen, we're big fans of them. They do good work, and their horses have been running very well lately. So I'm not going to be surprised when he runs to his odds. But 6-5 once again seems a little on the short side, doesn't it?
It really does. Not the same Mystic Knight, who has had a couple of wins at this 1.8 mile distance in the past. He was really good when he had done that early last year, and then a couple of years ago back in March of 2021. Portos, we're going to look back at the 1. Castellano will be aboard from that inside post. Another horse who's won a couple of times at 1.8 miles, 9-2 on Portos.
And he ran well the 1.25 mile race in Saratoga 3 races back, and then he caught 2 sloppy tracks, or muddy sealed track and a sloppy sealed track. Lost to horse Seraphos in his last start, going 1.5 miles. Seraphos was more of a distance turf horse for Graham Motion, but he had some dirt form as well. Those were subpar efforts. If you like him, the hope is getting back to a fast track. He can get back to his faster races.
Let's get back to Maggie.
See, I've always thought that Portos actually enjoys a track with moisture in it, but we'll see how he does. I just want to mention with Higher Quality, you saw the rodeo that he was putting on coming out from the walkway here at the Big A. that's normal for him. He actually dropped Javier Castellano the last time he ran in New York at the Gap and ran loose briefly, and he ran a really good second behind Truculent, who has been in ultra consistent form over this summer. So Romero Mirage had to cowboy up, and they have kept this horse moving, which you have to do. It's when you stop him, when you make kind of that change or an exchange between a groom and pony is when he says nope. So they're getting him to the gate. As Classic Mark, he could turn out to be the horse that possibly is loose on the lead, as Joel Rosario will ride him first off the claim for Gustavo Rodriguez. Now, I don't love, taking the horses from Linda Rice, and considering she was just on such a tear, she's been on such a tear for the entire last year. He has put on a little bit of weight, which I like to see. Still a long coat, but it's rich and hydrated. And I just thought that dynamically, he could be in the right type of position to be effective in this spot here. So I think he is kind of interesting, though off the Linda Rice claim does concern me. As Mystic Knight, you mentioned it, Greg. Beautiful warm-up, really moving well. Has put some weight back on, which is kind of typical. The Cantomasis, their horses do tend to carry a lot of weight and conditioning. Love to see that. And he's just a very, very logical horse that, as you guys were mentioning, he feels like the trustworthy one of this group.
Public agrees. Thank you, Maggie. 3-2 on this 6-year-old.
But I do think it's fair, and I picked him, but it's fair to be concerned about the race dynamics. It doesn't figure, there's never fast paces here, so there's not going to be a lot of pace, and he could be a bit pace compromised. And the 5, and that's the benefit the number 5 Looking at Roses has, is that he's going to be forward in here, so he's not going to be compromised. So I think that's a concern, and that's my biggest concern, even though I picked him.
And again, Maggie going with the 4, that's Classic Mark. He is the one who should be controlling up front. He was the favorite, though, in a soft condition claiming race last time out.
He's run solid figures. I'm just not betting on horses claimed from Linda Rice. They're 13% with almost 300 starts. Horses claimed from Linda Rice in their next starts in the dirt with an ROI hovering around $1. It's below $1 overall, and that really worries me, that claiming from her has proven to be a very difficult thing to do successfully.
That guy right there, Joel Rosario, on the horse who should be, we think, in front. He usually has horse left in the stretch.
He doesn't rate speed horses in these kind of races. He's very good at setting speed horse to lead in long-distance races and being aggressive. And I picked him 4th. I won't be shocked if he wins, but not a horse that I'm looking to bet. But once again, he's 5-1 if you like him. So I wouldn't want to talk somebody off this horse. He's just not my cup of tea in here.
Surprising amount of money on Mystic Knight.
No, I'm not surprised, because he's got some
8-5?
good form. Well, he's running some tough spots. He's coming out of a claim for 62.5. Classic Bar was claimed for 25,000. The 5 comes from out of town. The horse that's taking money that we're not talking about is Portos. Isn't he kind of the one that's taking a little money down there at 4-1? He's another horse. He has no speed either, by the way. He has a better post in the 7, but he's also pace compromised. It's been a long time since Wayne Potts has won a race in New York, I'll tell you that.
Javier Castellano from that inside post with this 6-year-old. And as Maggie pointed out, with a 3 higher quality, that's kind of his MO, being a little nutty in the post parade. He has been in the best form, really, of his life. The 9-1 shot, the 3's won 3 of his last 5 starts.
He has, but look where he's been running. He was claimed for 10,000 4 starts ago. And those are all the reasons, part of the reasons I think that the bottom horse is the favorite here. As he went to 9-5 and is now 8-5. And I picked him, but I'm certainly not going to be surprised when he doesn't win.
We have another pick 4 that begins here in this race. Mile and an 1/8 in this 25,000 starter allowance. Mystic Knight from the outside post, the 8-5 favorite with the meet's leading rider, Manny Franco. Just moved to a new barn, claimed again. Let's go upstairs for the call. John Imbrial, take it away.
Mystic Knight completes the 7-horse field, and they're going a mile and an 1/8. And they're off Number 4, Classic Mark, very slow from the starting gate and is now being rushed up and is moved to the extreme outside. Cut the Cord is the early leader, and Classic Mark gains on the outside. Classic Mark's going up to challenge for the lead. Classic Mark is going on to take the lead. And then it is Cut the Cord who's running in second. Dates Freedom is down at the rail. And then comes a Mystic Knight in between horses, Looking at Roses, a break of almost a half dozen lengths. Back to Portos and Higher Quality. The opening quarter mile was run in 24 seconds. So it is Classic Mark who leads the field up the backstretch. Classic Mark in front by a length. Dates Freedom down at the rail, Cut the Cord on the outside. They are heads apart, second and third. Then Mystic Knight in the red blinkers sitting in fourth. Alongside is Looking at Roses, half mile 48 and 1. A break of 3.5 lengths to Portos, and the trailer is Higher Quality. Classic Mark leads here now by 2 lengths. Cut the Cord second by a head. Mystic Knight moves up on the outside. Dates Freedom is dropped out of it. And then comes Looking at Roses in a fourth. Portos is now up to fifth. Classic Mark continues to lead. The lead is a length and a quarter, with Mystic Knight running in second and Looking at Roses making a big move now on the extreme outside. Here comes Looking at Roses. Here comes Mystic Knight. Both of them up to challenge Classic Mark for the lead. They come off the turn and into the stretch. Mystic Knight in between horses. Classic Mark continues to battle on down at the rail. Looking at Roses is now the leader. Looking at Roses has taken the lead. Cut the Cord is putting in a late run, but it is Looking at Roses in front. Then Mystic Knight. Cut the Cord on the outside continues to gain. They come on for the finish, and now it's going to be tight. It looked like Looking at Roses held on. Photo finish with Cut the Cord.
Looking at Roses comes in from out of town and picks up the 12th win of the 7-year-old's career under Irad Ortiz Jr.
A funny race because Irad was content to be very patient with Looking at Roses, who actually moved after the number 7. His man, he did a good job with Mystic Knight getting him forward. I don't knock him for the ride. He just really wasn't good enough in here, but Looking at Roses was good in here. They left Cut the Cord for dead around the turn, right? They all just swallowed him up. He had been sitting second. They swallowed him up, and he came back on again and narrowly got beaten in this race, an oddly run race. And obviously the complexion changed when the 4 Classic Mark, whether you liked him or not, when he got left and had to rush up to make the lead like that, whatever chance he had was gone. So, yeah, he didn't run particularly well, but the start completely eliminated his chances.
How about this horse? 7 years old, and he's just in the form of his life right now. 12th career victory.
And this was a subtly very nice ride by Irad Ortiz. He sensed to be a little more patient, saved a little more ground, and I'm not knocking Manny. Mystic Knight just wasn't good enough to get it done. But this was a very nice ride by Irad, a very sort of a patented patient ride by him that got it done. Good race by Cut the Cord.
Yeah, made it. Give a little thrill late in here at 9-1. 5, 6, 7, 1. Looking at Roses. Coming in from Delaware, Parks, Monmouth before that, wins here on this New York circuit, transferring that form. He has been in the best form of his career now at 7 years old, and he's still going strong. Does not go off your favorite in this race, 5-2. Second choice on the board. Mystic Knight, pretty heavy favorite. Well, the prices for you when we come back. And we'll talk final 3-year-old grade 1 of the year next.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad.
Down to the wire, Verstappen.
War Bomber in front, War Bomber. War Bomber's won the King Edward.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
tuning into the program here. It's America's Day at the Races, and we are brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. The third race, mile and an eighth, and going to the Pennsylvania Invader. Looking at roses and guided to victory by Irad Ortiz for Guadalupe Preciado. And Irad, we were kind of talking about it, and Andy was mentioning how actually, in hindsight, good of a ride it was, because you kind of waited and followed Manny around there. Do you think that was kind of the key to the race?
I mean, he helps. I know Manny's horse have a good shot. Was right behind Kendrick. Maya's horse, I like him a lot going to the distance. So it looked like off the beat going to half a mile. So I take a chance. I was just half a lane behind Manny. By my time, now I tip him a little. Went out a pad and follow Manny. And when I asked him to go, my horse was laying on the other horse, so I have to work my way to try to stay away from him. And then my horse responded really well on the stretch, but Kendrick was flying on the end, but we got the job done.
I know. You beat Manny, followed him, beat him, and then you held Kendrick off. So very good ride as far as the timing is concerned. But I also want to ask you about this weekend. Big weekend down at Parks in Pennsylvania. And you'll ride Dreamlike. All right. He looked, you go back to his Wood Memorial when he finished third as a maiden, beaten ahead, and his maiden breaking win. What happened last time?
I mean, he went nice when he broke his maiden at Saratoga, and it's a short maid. He runs so hard, I don't know. He can bounce after that race. I mean, probably, I don't know what happened, but it could happen. I don't really know what is happening, but in the race, he wasn't the same horse that I rode, I mean, when he broke his maiden, he take me all the way. He was with me, listened to me. The last time he was off the beat the whole time. I kind of like stay busy on him, and that's not helping me. That was not him, so he don't give me anything on the end. I just take care of him, and now we come back to the Pennsylvania Derby, so let's see.
And blinkers off. Do you find that sometimes, you blinkers go on, you change it, they're in the bridle, but sometimes they fall asleep after a while once they have blinkers on, so taking them off is a new element of surprise.
Maybe. I mean, that's Mr. Pleasure call. He knows what he's doing. I trust him. He did it with Vino Rosso years ago, and it worked out perfect for us. So I just want to ride him and follow the instructions.
Well, wishing you the best of luck. Wide open Pennsylvania Derby. Looking forward to it.
Thank you.
All right, looking at roses, though. He comes in from, that track, Parks, as Irad Ortiz gets the win. And feels like everybody's out of town this weekend, Greg.
Yeah, with a lot of money up for grabs at Parks. That's the case, as you see how close it was late.
We'll be here, Greg. I don't think we're accepting mounts, but we'll be here.
Yeah, retired several years ago. Looking at Rosa, $7.40 for the win. Cool story with a 7-year-old who just really has gotten good.
Yep.
The last few starts, cut the cord, Mystic Knight second, and third Portos rounds out the top 4 in that race. So, yeah, a lot of big names out of town because of these next 2 races. We're going to talk about Pennsylvania Derby, Grade 1, $1 million person Saudi crown for Brad Cox. Just missed in that Jim Dandy against Forte. Back in action.
Appears there's one person that doesn't think he'll be favored, and that's the morning line maker, and there's millions who think he will be. Among them, us, I would say. And they're going to have to come and catch him. He's fast. And Florent Giroux, I think what he does best is not get in the way of speed horses, and I think he's going to let this guy roll. Now, there's other horses that can be forward in here. I don't think they're as fast as he is, and I'm a big fan. We'll see how far he really wants to go. To the sloppy track help him in here a little bit? I think he's a pretty good horse, and I think he's the one to beat.
He is quick. He's still relatively pretty lightly raced as well. This was against a 2-year-old champ, Angel of Empire, as well as stablemate, who was third in the Kentucky Derby, just the 4th start of his career.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you want to look at a weird, want to ask yourself, well, Forte came back and didn't run well in the Travers, but Forte may be better on a wet track, as it turns out. I think Saudi Crown is going to take a ton of beating in this race. It is an interesting race. I just don't know who I would take against him. I know it's not Reincarnate.
Who, yes, listed as the morning line favorite in that race with that outside post for Bob Baffert. Meanwhile, Magic Tap Steve Asmussen, Tyler Gaffleone coming off that win at Saratoga, 96 buyer in the neck victory over Film Star.
He was good, and listen, he beat Film Star, has won 2 straight races since there, and you know, run fast figures in doing so. So it's a very legitimate effort by him, and he showed that he can stalk. Now he's going to have to stalk a very good horse in Saudi Crown, and then be able to beat him. I don't know that he's up to doing it, but Steve Asmussen gets these horses to start improving late in their 3-year-old years and the 4-year-old years. I will be the one to say it can't happen.
3 races in a row. You throw out that sprint in the debut. He's been extremely good with 3 straight races, 90 buyer speed figures or higher.
No, he's gotten good, this horse. But so is Saudi Crown.
Yeah, he has.
Saudi Crown's one of the best 3-year-olds in the country, in my opinion.
He is, and Brad Cox did not want to push him to try and get him a 1.25 miles in the Travers off that performance because he was so lightly raced, and that how taxing probably that race was.
Yeah, I think that it makes sense. And when you do those kind of things, you make the right moves to your horses, it often pays off. And Brad Cox is pretty good at winning big races. I think Saudi Crown will be the favorite, should be the favorite, and he'll be tough to beat.
Championship on the line in the Cotillion?
Well, I understand that it's an unfortunate manner, obviously, that got Pretty Mischievous the win last time. But nonetheless, she does have 3 wins and 2 major wins as well in the Acorn and the Test. Who can get the championship? I guess if randomized, if she loses here and randomized won the Beldame and somehow won the Breeders' Cup Distaff, she could make an argument. Who else is there that can even make an argument at this point?
Yeah.
And it's going to be a tough race. The Distaff's going to be a very tough race for a 3-year-old to win.
She just keeps, you know, that Kentucky Oaks, the Acorn, very close margins as well against, you know, some horses that weren't figured. Dorth Vader, Gambling Girl, who came up and ran huge efforts against her.
I guess you have to ask yourself whether or not, I thought she ran great at Kentucky Oaks. She did all the dirty work. She was much the best that day. A terrific effort. Her Acorn was a good effort. Well, I did not like her Test. I do not think she ran particularly well in victory in that race. And if you think maybe she'll be better going longer, and she has run very well going longer, then she is the horse to beat. But I'm going to try to beat her with a colt. I thought a colt's effort in the Monmouth Oaks was extraordinarily good. And I'm curious to see what Defining Purpose does. Will she back up that good race in the Alabama, or is that Alabama not going to be a race that's going to live up to the billing as races go forward for a number of horses? And I'll tell you what else. I'm scared of Ceiling Crusher. Doug O'Neill speed horse from California. Yeah. They got to catch her up front, and she's good. It's a good race.
$1 million purse on the line in this one as well. Grade 1 for 3-year-old fillies. Final opportunity to run for this kind of level, this kind of money against exclusive your own age group, and then you're thinking Breeders' Cup Distaff, obviously.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're going to have to. I mean, Pretty Mischievous is in a weird spot, right? And what's interesting is I don't think they're going to be inclined to want to cut her back to 7 furlongs after the Test. Now, with Gunite running in the dirt mile, the Parks Dirt Mile, it feels to me that means they want to go to the mile with him, and I think they want to go to the Breeders' Cup Mile with him because the same connections own Echo Zulu. And it makes me think that Steve Asmussen is thinking he's going to run Echo Zulu in the Breeders' Cup Sprint against the boys at 6 furlongs. In that case, it makes the Distaff, the Sprint, right, a little bit more manageable. Though, frankly, if Goodnight Olive runs the same race she ran losing to Echo Zulu in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint this year, and Echo Zulu's not in there, she's going to be a 2-time winner of that race because she ran huge that day.
So you're saying you want Cody's wish if you're Goodnight?
Don't you think it's odd that Gunite is running in there? Unless Steve thinks maybe going a 2-turn mile is a good way to turn him back to the Breeders' Cup Sprint. I'm just wondering why he would be doing it, because it is the same connections as well. And it just feels like he must be thinking Echo Zulu in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. I could be wrong. As far as I'm concerned, Echo Zulu could run in the turf and she might win the way she's running. I'm kidding.
Yeah, that was incredible.
But I believe that Echo Zulu is the single most talented horse we've seen run all year. She's not going to be as talented going longer distances, but in what she does, I believe she's the best horse we've seen in this country this year.
Could be. Looking forward to see what happens coming up this weekend. Grade 1s for 3-year-old fillies and the 3-year-old colts. It really looks like those 3-year-olds going to make a major impact in the Classic this year when we get to the year-end championships. 4th race up next. We're going to be on the grass, mile on the turf here at Belmont at the Big A in this allowance optional claiming field. Poor Amata for Chad Brown. Right now, the current favorite as we get set for that pick 6 carryover. It starts coming up in this race, 86,000 plus on the line.
Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners in 2021 with 5 and 2022 with 6. In 2023, Curlin is the leading sire of Grade 1 winners with 5.
Big race. Nest, Clariere is too far back. A 16th to run, and Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended.
This is what winning looks like.
A huge performance all the way.
Curlin, the classic sire.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as War Smoke delivers at Finger Lakes.
War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry.
Barrage runs down the field at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
And Born Dancer goes wire to wire, outlasting all comers.
It's going to get close. Be of Courage coming inside Born Dancer. Photo finish.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at NYRABets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. The offer, there it is, $200 deposit match, new customer bonus when you punch in match 200 at sign up. Again at NYRABets.com.
Yeah.
Mile on the turf.
And it kicks off at pick 6.
Coming up, the carryover begins here, 86,000 plus. Already an additional 200,000 bet in as we look at Call Me Harry.
Yeah, Call Me Harry off the claim for Dutrow. Last time out, the number 4 was off the claim for Rick Dutrow, and we saw how that worked out. But he's got his work cut out for him because with the presence of the number 6 in this race, Win From Within, there's guaranteed to be some pace. And Matty Oliver doesn't hold back speed horses. Call Me Harry will be chasing him. Tough spot.
Even money favorite, this one right here, Kuramata, Flavian Pratt for trainer Chad Brown. Let's go to Maggie.
And we'll check in with Kuramata, as you were mentioning, Greg, and he's turning back a bit from the 1 1/8 to the mile. And if you kind of go back and watch at least that last effort, he was just a bit headstrong, and he kind of got to the front at one point, and then once he came off the bridle, he was done. And I think it was just because he was expending too much energy being against the bit, being against his rider early on. Well, he's really reunited with Flavian Pratt, who I think is good with horses that have that propensity to be a little bit too keen. And furthermore, I just think he looks better. I didn't particularly love the way he looked. For whatever reason, back on August 24th, he just looked a little too light. Second off the bench. Now he's third off of that near year layoff, and he looks great here. And I really think the mile suits him well. He's built more for the flat mile on the turf. As we'll go on and take a look at number 5, Main Event, a horse that is also third off of the layoff. And he kind of has gotten a little warm in those last 2 efforts. And I just always think that's an indication of a horse who needs a race. And 2, physically, he is built more like a horse that wants distance. He's long and scopy, and just has that a beautiful frame, very classic-looking thoroughbred. So the blinkers come off, and as I often say, sometimes it's that element of surprise with horses, but also there's the fact that there's a lot of other speed in here, and he's probably the slowest of the fast ones, if you see what I mean. he looks sensational. There's no denying that this is probably the best turned out horse in this paddock, third off the bench especially. It's just dynamically, things might not go his way. As we'll check in with number 6, Win From Within. As Andy was pointing out, probably the fastest horse that we see in this race, and especially with Matty Oliver aboard. This is what you do. This is why you use an apprentice, is you want them to be on your speed horses because they tend to not get in the way of horses that want to be free running. Win From Within, it's been a long time since I've seen him, over a year since he ran at Belmont back in July of 2022. A little bit more weight on. Now, does that mean he's not fit enough coming back off the 7-month layoff? Maybe. But otherwise, he looks fantastic. It also could be that he's now a 5-year-old and has really kind of reached that physical potential that we tend to see with horses when they reach 5. So he is well turned out, and I think he could be dangerous. But as you guys were mentioning, Greg, there could be a lot of horses breathing down his neck.
He's pretty quick, this guy.
He is quick. He's been off since February. He's actually been a vet scratch, I believe, a couple of times. Or maybe it was just late March. But he's been first or second in 9 of his 17 starts. Last time seen, second in a grade 3 behind Emmanuel.
Yeah, he fought off the whole field that day. You and I were up here in the dark watching that, covering this race, actually. And Emmanuel was in tremendous form there. His form fell off after the poker, but he won the poker, was in good form. And he's a pretty cool horse. Did think he shows a loss to Kuramata, but he's good. We'll have to, you and I, as we get time, as we get close to the card, why don't we'll go through the pick 6 races a little bit? Talk about
let's
them?
do it.
Yeah, feels like we talked about a bit, you and I, earlier today, and it's just a really, really fun but difficult sequence. A lot of interesting races.
Over $325,000 in this pick 6 pool now. As we get set for our post parade, we will start with Cazadero from the inside.
If you think he can get a mile, as a friend of mine does, then he makes a lot of sense getting some pace to run at. I don't think he's going to be a 2-turn mile type, and I question his recent form, but I can see the argument for him at 6-1.
Even money. Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt with Kuramata.
This is a ridiculous underlay on him, as he is disappointed, but he's getting in a race with pace for the first time this year, and that's going to suit him well.
11-time winner at 17-1 here, Touch Revenge.
Just shows how tough this race is. 32 out of 49, first or second. He's a remarkable racehorse, but he's a forwardly placed horse in a race with their speed in a tough spot.
First of 2 for Rick Dutrow, Duke of Hazzard.
He's a last time was the time horse at a big price, but he's one of the horses to beat.
Here's main event at 7-1 with Johnny V.
You made a case for him a little bit earlier. I didn't think he was good enough, and his running style isn't suited by this race, but maybe he'll rate today.
Win From Within, off since February. Class of the field?
He's going to play Come and Catch. He is the class of the field. I agree. He's going to play Come and Catch Me. I don't trust him, but he's 9-1 is a big price. I mean, even the 4 at 5-1, those are big prices, Greg.
And the other Dutrow horse outside, Call Me Harry.
How is he a shorter price than the number 4? How is he a more likely winner than that horse? He's got a running style that isn't conducive to running the race, and he's not as good as the other horse. Other than that, I think he looks great in here. He lost
Javier
to
Castellano will be aboard.
Time.
As we take a look at the sequence, even if you somehow made it to the finale,
it ain't easy.
Incredibly difficult race to close it out.
Yeah. You and I, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, let's do it.
We talked about the 5th race, you and I, forever, and when we were done, we had narrowed down to 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, and 12. I'm going to try to get the 9 or 12 home in there. They're not great pick 6 lean type horses. They're both prices, but I think there's a case to be made for them. You and I are both trying to beat the number 3 Material Witness, who is not favored. The favorite of yours be the horse you picked, the first timer.
Wow, that's You Only Live Once. Yeah, for Todd Pletcher, race 6. A horse where we thought 6% was going to be very tough, but has been off since June 11th at Belmont.
Yeah, I would use 2B and 4 would be my main 2 there. This race, I'd take a shot and go thin, at least on a big ticket.
7th race, mile 8th on the turf, and Chad Brown has 2 in there, including a new face here in the U.S.
Yeah, I don't like Francesco Clemente. You like him more than I do. Have him second. I don't like the 2 back. He bolted. He's a horse that gets left, but he can win. We both picked Daunt, but the 1 can win. I guess the 2, 3 and can win. I prefer Daunt, as do you, but it's not an easy race.
8th race, very competitive. 6 furlong sprint. Perfect Munnings, that monster effort off a huge drop at Saratoga.
And I think a lot of people will lean on him because he ran so big, but this is a much different field here. You picked him on top. I picked Big Engine, who I prefer. I could use him. Perfect Munnings. I could use Big Engine. I could use Brew Pub. You like Mariachi a little more than I did, and I think Radio Red's not impossible as well.
And then to close it out, as difficult as it gets, State Bred 40 maiden claiming route race on the grass at a mile and 16.
There's just no form. I don't believe in the horse that's favored in the morning line, Screw Loose, going long. I picked the 7 tomorrow because he's only had the one turf try, and that was against Maiden Specials in his debut where he probably needed the race. But you were thinking Zabruder and Impossible Prince were the likeliest two, but it's hard to love anybody here.
It really is. Tough race.
7, 9, 10, 11 are the most logical, I guess. Maybe the 12, Atlanta Zacuna, who I don't like, but some people do.
And the 3 is going to take plenty of money.
He is. I don't like that horse. He's going to beat me stretching out. Mark Hennig's numbers stretching out isn't good. And for the most part, sprinter types in the turf stretching out are rarely successful.
Well, we thought, I mean, this card all day long, especially this pick 6, maybe a chance it carries again. But through the first 3 legs of what's happened today, pretty formful.
It was, but the first 3 legs didn't look that illogical. And this race, this could be one of the biggest favorites, if not the biggest favorite in the sequence, and I don't believe he should be, and I picked him. But Karamata doesn't look like an even money shot to me, because he's a Chad Brown horse that lost at odds-on last time out, and he's lost a lot of races at short prices, and people keep going for him. I do think the pace is going to work in his favor, where he doesn't have to put himself in position early, and he can get the kind of trip that he wants, but I still don't believe he should be even money. I never considered he'd be this price. Was he in the morning line?
5-2.
Yeah, I'm perplexed as to why he's this short. I wonder if he's that short in. Yeah, he is very short in multi-race bets.
I mean, there are other horses in here with very sharp form. That's 7-1 on Win From Within is crazy, isn't it?
This is a big price in that horse. I think a lot of people are scared off by the apprentice riding the horse. And I understand what Maggie was saying, and she's right. Matty Oliver is not getting in the way of this horse. And one thing, if you like a speed horse and Matty Oliver's riding it, you can be confident that Matty will let that horse roll. She does not rate speed horses, and it's something that she was successful doing here last winter.
Pick 6 carryover begins here. An additional nearly $300,000 bet into this $86,000 carryover. Let's go back to Maggie.
And I had to settle on Kuramata. I'm not loving the fact that I'm picking him here, but he looks better than August 24th. Right distance, right setup. I mean, there's parts of me that want to take main event and Win From Within because I think they look fantastic. It's just dynamically, I think they're up against it. You never know what's going to happen when the gates open. But let's talk a little bit about Cazadero, the horse that is stretching out in distance. Look, 2 back was the only other time I have seen him, and he was bad to get the tack on. He just looked a little light, just a little kind of overcooked, if you will. Weight's on, coat's better, quiet as a church mouse in the paddock, which is all good things when you're trying a longer distance for the first time. And it's not like he's built like an out-and-out sprinter. I mean, if you put the one, Cazadero, next to the number 4 in here, Duke of Hazzard, you would say that Duke of Hazzard is the one who's only one sprinting. I mean, Duke of Hazzard's built very compactly. And kind of same thing with Call Me Harry. So Cazadero physically isn't up against it with getting this mile. And like I said, I like the fact that he's nice and relaxed today, conserving the energy. But again, I think he's just going to have to be better at this distance than what he has been sprinting. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. See what happened. 4-5 now on Kuramata, the 2.
I think it's crazy, and I picked him, but I would never have picked him at 4-5. I would have picked, at these prices, I would have picked Duke of Hazzard. I think 9-2 is an extremely fair price on him.
This horse has been loved almost like no other. He's been the favorite part of an entry at times as well, but every single time he's lined up here in the States.
Except once. He was 4-1 in his third start.
Oh, sorry, yeah, grade 2 dinner party.
He had to go to a grade 2 to not be favored. And he was still 4-1 that day and finished 8th.
Including the last 2 times he lost, including last time when he was odds on.
And owner Peter Brandt has not won a race at Naira since before the Saratoga meet. I don't know exactly when he did, but he did not have success up in Saratoga. So he's looking for his first win in New York in a while.
There is Pratt in those silks of Peter Brandt on the 4 to 5. Top choice here in the race as we get set for this pick 6 carryover. I mean, I guess people are leaning here to start off the sequence.
I guess they are. I mean, presuming this is correct, this is a key horse in the pick 6. This horse loses. It's not, I mean, from an odds standpoint, it's not getting easier from here. I think I think this is the shortest price we'll see in the sequence, right? I don't think you'll see this short on the 4 horse in the 6th race. I don't think Perfect Munnings is going to be 4 to 5.
No.
Feels like the shortest price in the whole sequence.
Yeah, you might be right. And it's shocking he is that price.
I'm stunned. I could have seen 8 to 5, 3 to 2. I could not have seen this price. He is supposed to get a much more favorable pace scenario than he's been getting, and that's helpful to him. But he's not the kind of reliable horse to take 4 to 5, as you say. Even the one race he wasn't favored in was a great grade 2. He's been a very short price, relatively speaking, every time he's run. And yeah, he's got 3 wins in the stage, 3 for 9, but he's also got 4 thirds. He's been overall a disappointment, and from an ROI standpoint, been lousy.
Duke of Hazard, the 4. 1 of 2 for Dutrow. The outside runner as well, Call Me Harry at 7-0, is going to try and see if he can keep up with Win From Within early on. It's going to be a tough task.
Yeah.
And that price still very healthy on the 6. Class horse of this field.
Don't you think Duke of Hazard at 9 to 2 is a very generous price?
Yeah, it's another one. Several are very attractive prices because of all the money Kuramata is taking. Pick 6 carryover starts here. It is the 2, the odds-on choice for the Chad Brown barn as we begin this $86,000 carryover.
Betting it like it's a 1-horse race.
Amazing. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial to get us started in the pick 6.
Waiting for Win From Within and Call Me Harry. Call Me Harry to complete the 7-horse field, going 1 mile on the firm in a turf, and we are set to go. And they're off. Bit of a bobble there at the start for number 1, Cazadero, and he trails. Win From Within out for the early lead with Call Me Harry not far behind and racing in 2nd. And then down on the inside is a Touch Revenge next in 3rd, alongside his Main Event in 4th, followed by Duke of Hazard in 5th. Kuramata is 6th at this point, and the trailer is Cazadero in 7th. The quarter went in 24 1/5 seconds, and now they've reached the backstretch. And it is Win From Within leading here 3/4 of a length. Call Me Harry on the outside runs in 2nd. Touch Revenge down at the rail, 3rd by a half length. With Main Event on the outside in 4th. Duke of Hazard, Kuramata, they are right together, and Cazadero continues to trail. Win From Within, still the leader here, the lead by a length and a quarter. Call Me Harry running in 2nd. Then the duo of Main Event and Touch Revenge. Down on the inside is Duke of Hazard, and alongside is the favorite Kuramata. Farther back, Cazadero. They go around the turn and head for the top of the stretch. Win From Within, still the leader here. Win From Within, Call Me Harry. They've been 1-2 right from the start. Touch Revenge is down at the rail, and Kuramata is now kicking in on the outside. Duke of Hazard weaving his way through down towards the rail. On the outside, Kuramata. Duke of Hazard gains down at the inside. And here is Duke of Hazard to take over the lead in deep stretch. Duke of Hazard and Kendrick Carmouche. And they got the job done as we begin the pick 6.
Just the good old boys here. Duke of Hazard, Rick Dutrow, Kendrick Carmouche. And an 8th career win for this 7-year-old.
And I'll tell you something. This was a great ride by Kendrick. You watch this race, right? Flavian decided to move around the 3/8 pole, 5/16 pole, make a 3-wide move and circle move, and Karamata's got a lot of hang in him. He is who he is. But Kendrick just waited chilly. He just waited in there, and he got through in the stretch, and it worked out. And I'll tell you something. You know, Kendrick, they talk about him as this speed rider, and it's not all about him. By the way, Rick Dutrow deserves a lot of credit. This horse really improved for him. He's got 2 wins, a very good horse, crazy price at 9 to 2. We talked about that before the race. But Kendrick's been riding the turf as well as anybody. If you watch him, the opportunities he's getting, he's making the most of them. And I think most people would say, oh, I think of Kendrick as I think he's mislabeled as a speed rider. I just think the guy's a good rider. and he's riding great right now.
He's proven it time and time again. Yeah, but years ago, that used to be what they would say about him, but because he is so good and so lethal on horses with speed out of the gate, but he can do it all. And yeah, really tremendous ride here on the grass to start off this pick 6. Patient ride. That hole opened, and Duke of Hazzard turns on the Jets to get the victory at 9-2 to start off this pick 6 carryover sequence. 4-2, 7-6. And look, Kuramada, it's not his fault. He shouldn't have been that price.
He should have been 4-5. I don't know. And obviously the fractions posted are ridiculous and wrong. But this race didn't completely fall apart either. This horse in great form. But this was, what a ride this was. Honestly, he should get 20% of the purse. This was a sensational ride. And
like he wants you to be his agent now.
Well, no, his agent's actually a friend of mine. I don't want to be an agent. Nobody likes me. They wouldn't give me any mounts. His agent does a good job, but Kendrick is really delivering. And to be fair, this horse is owned by his agent's father, Jimmy Riccio. So that's the reason he's on, but he should be very thankful in this particular case that he's riding his son's rider, because Kendrick gave this horse an absolutely picture-perfect ride.
Great work from Kendrick Carmouche, Duke of Hazzard. Rick Dutrow claims this horse. Now back-to-back wins with Kendrick aboard. Starts off the pick 6 carryover with a 9-2 beating an odds-on favor. We're going to show you what happened. Delaware County Fair on Little Brown Jug Day with a 1 mile pace here in the 12th. Southwind Amazon trying for the 131st win of his career.
Hey, can Greg take this out of
They're off and pacing, going for the lead into the turn. That is JK's Champ. Inside, she's all jacked up. Up on the outside, Big Booty Rudy is now third, now second. Settling in fourth is Southwind Amazon. Into the turn, Catch Me Conrad fifth. Two Reg Sealster sixth. Rockin' Requiem is seventh, and trailing the field, Universal. The battle's on, going to that first quarter mark. Opening quarter, Speedy 26-3. As they race into the turn, go on to the 3/8. The battle continues between JK's Champ on the inside. On the outside, Big Booty Rudy. Neither want to relinquish. Racing third. That's She's All Jacked Up. Southwind Amazon racing fourth as they come to the halfway point. They're halfway home and head to the 5/8 mark. The half, 53-4. A blistering 27-1. Second panel on top of the field as they race to the backside. It is JK's Champ racing on the outside second, Big Booty Rudy. And here comes Southwind Amazon. Now third, now second, after the leader, JK's Champ, as they race over to the 3/4 mark. They reach the 3/4. JK's Camp by a half. 1:22-4. Southwind Amazon right there second. Racing third. She's All Jacked Up. They've got less than an 8 to go. JK's Champ. Southwind Amazon digs in on the outside. Closing on the outside. Brett Miller with a lot of pace. Two Reg Sealster to the wire. JK's Champ. 1:52-1.
JK's Champ holding off the 130-time winner, Southwind Amazon, for the victory. Roger Houston on the call for that 1 mile pace as we get back to Belmont of the Big A. The Pick 6 carryover begins with Duke of Hazzard, $11 for the win. Back-to-back wins with this man in the irons. To Maggie.
You're with Kendrick Carmouche and Jim Riccio. Pleased to get you on the scene here. We were just giving your son props, but more Kendrick props as well.
Kendrick deserves all the props. That's where they belong. That was a nice ride.
That was a heck of a ride, Kendrick. Patient, and you and this horse just seem to be simpatico. You really get along with him nicely.
Yeah, I mean, Rick done a good job with getting this horse back to the races and back to his form, you know, and I just warm up nice and easy today, and he was a little bit off the bit, which I like, because last time he just drugged me around there in Saratoga, and today he was just sitting so relaxed. I was just waiting on the hole to open. Halfway up the lane, I hit him once, and he responded so well. I'm just very thankful. I got Jimmy Riccio and the son, you know. We got a team effort going on over here.
So is that just an automatic that Kendrick gets on your horses then, Jim?
Absolutely.
Kendrick, talk a little bit about this horse, though. He is a little bit more of a smaller, compact type. So, those small holes open up, and he's right there to take it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want on the turf, those little tiny horses. And you know what? This horse, he loves these little tight turns in Saratoga, so it kind of helps him a little because he just falls right into it. And that's what you want out of these turf horses. But, man, I'm just a pilot. I mean, this horse feels so good. I mean, man. This is what you want to ride every day.
It looks like so much fun. And Jim, getting to own horses again with Rick Dutrow, who you've had a history with, this is fun, right?
It's a lot of fun, and it was a long wait, but I'm happy he's back because he didn't deserve what happened to him. And he just shows people, take him to school. He'll take them to school.
Kendrick, you took your fellow riders to school, too. Here, congratulations.
Thank you. Louisiana in the house, baby.
Thank you, Mic drop. Greg.
We love to hear it. We're hearing that a lot lately with Kendrick visiting the winner's circle so much. Perfect ride. And back-to-back wins now on the 7-year-old Kendrick and Duca Hazard. And a nice claim from the Dutrow barn as well. Since the claim, those 2 victories. Pick 6. Carryover begins with a 9-2 shot, bidding an odds-on favorite.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings right from your phone with Naira Bats. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bats.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. And a live look at the Delaware County Fair on Little Brown Jug Day, 78th edition, still to come. Let's send it out to Jessica Otten with a special guest.
I'm so happy to be joined by Hall of Famer Roger Houston, the voice of the Little Brown Jug, 57 years. I want to go back. Was that the first jug you ever attended?
Oh, no. I started coming when I was a sophomore in high school, 1958, and I haven't missed a jug since, but didn't start calling them until 1967 for the fair, 1968 for the jug.
Let's go back to 1968 for the jug. Were you nervous at all coming into that?
I'd be a fool to say that I wasn't nervous, but I don't think I was any more nervous than I am today. You know, you get nervous. I don't care if it's a 5-claimer or what. I get nervous before each and every race.
I do too. Even growing up in the business, no matter what happens, I get nervous the second they step on the racetrack. What has been one of your most memorable Little Brown Jugs? I was here for Wiggle It, Jiggle It, and Lost for Words, and I had goosebumps the entire last quarter of that race.
You did? What about me? That was the race that a battle turned into a war, and the crowd went crazy. And he was beat at the top of the stretch, and somehow Montreal Tig and Wiggle It Jiggle It came back. I've said to this day that was the greatest race in all of harness racing.
I don't disagree with you at all. I want to go back to last year by the Missile. Pretty cool to have a bunch of Ohio connections, a Delaware boy winning it. I don't think that winner circle's had that many people in it.
I didn't get a chance to do it. The governor was here, and the crowd was so big. I was kind of act as the governor's bodyguard because we were getting shoved all over the place. But Governor Wine made the presentation. I was thrilled because I knew all the owners, I knew the drivers. I announced his very first win in Mount Vernon, Ohio. And so it was emotional to me. And before the race, Mark Weaver told me, by the Missile will win the jug.
And they supplemented him to that. Just talk about the prestigiousness of the race, maybe. All the fans come out. They close the schools. They close the banks. They're 7-8 deep on the fence. It's just a great day to be here.
Absolutely. I mean, how do you explain that? It started pouring in here this morning at 7 a.m. in the morning, and people bringing some lawn chairs, finding a place to put them. I remember when I came in 1958, we brought lawn chairs, put them up out in front, go eat breakfast, and people still do that today.
They sure do. Well, thank you so much, Roger. Have a great rest of your Little Brown Jug Day.
It's the best day of the year.
It sure is. We'll send it back to you guys.
Jessica, thank you. Legend in the sport, Roger Houston. You're going to hear him on the mic all afternoon and evening long on Little Brown Jug Day for the Delaware County Fair. We'll be back with the Lake Pig 5 next.
Level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli is a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Life is good. Really, really, really good.
Life is good. Opens up here.
He's a rocket ship.
Life is good. Clears the field. Still in command.
Galloping without any urgency.
Back in the winner's circle.
No challenge from anyone. They ran them off their feet. Life is good is looking good.
And this colt is incredible.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Getting set for the Lake Pig 5 here on this Thursday card. Belmont at the Big A. And the Pig 5 is going to begin with a very competitive 6-furlong turf sprint, maiden special weight to kick things off. Greg Wolf alongside Andy Serling here. Welcome to those just joining us on our Bally Sports SoCal San Diego coverage. Those already with us on our FS2 coverage. What do you do here?
Well, look at the board right now. You got 1, 2, 3, 5-to-1 shots, a 6-to-1, a 7-to-1, an 8-to-1, a 9-to-1. This is an incredibly fun race. I've narrowed it down to 5. 1, 3, 4, 9, 12. I'm alive in some pick 3s with the 9 and 12, who I both think are interesting, but this is just an absolute war. And while the second choice won the first leg, beat a 4 to 5. So I think a lot of people on smaller plays that might have honed in on that favorite, maybe the shortest price in the sequence, has already lost. A pick 6 that wasn't easy to start out might have a little tougher.
For more on how this group looks to start this late pick 5, let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, this is a tough one, to be fair, as we'll check in with 3 horses actually turning back in distance, and we'll begin down on the rail with number 1, Madiket's Arrow. She'll make her first start for the George Weaver barn and taking this one from his former employer, Todd Pletcher. But she was really hard in the bridle, took the lead nearing the quarter pole, and then just had nothing left in participating in a race at Monmouth that actually isn't that bad. I mean, Oligata would come back and win at Kentucky Downs with the 76 buyer. So a decent field, and I'll be honest, she's built more like a sprinter than One Day Long. She's a little bit smaller, compact, built downhill, but very athletic. She's well turned out here. I think she's really intriguing given her physical confirmation with this turn back in distance. As we'll move on to number 5 next. Another one making a trainer change and turning back. Now, Linda Rice takes over on her, and she comes out of a nice field, and Liguria and Erna winning their next starts. Liguria, obviously a stakes winner subsequently. And next, she chased, but she really shortened stride late. So obviously coming out of that race with an issue. She's a big, good-looking girl, but I don't necessarily see 6 furlongs in her repertoire. She just isn't built that way. Maybe this is a starting point. Like I said, it feels like there's more potential there than what she has shown thus far on the racetrack, but I feel like this might just be a one to get things going, though we're getting things going pretty late in the season. We'll see how she does here as number 9, Isola. She's making her 3rd start in the States for Jack Sisterson after being incredibly ranked. I mean, just unrideable basically in her first 2 starts, going the 2 turns up at Saratoga, and now they're going to turn back to the 6. Makes a lot of sense, right? For a horse that wants to be rank and throw their head around, let that pace clear off in front of them, or just let them go. You don't have to get in their way. They don't have to be that pliable when you're dealing with turf sprints as opposed to going longer on the turf. She's sharp, she's keen here yet again, as she has been in those 2 Saratoga efforts, but physically she should be fine with the turn back. She's petite, she's shorter coupled, nice hind end to her, so I think she makes a good deal of sense. If she's going to do any kind of running today, it's going to be going the 6 furlongs, as she's going to skip post parade and go out first here. As we'll check in with the first-time starter, You Only Live Once, number 4 for Todd Pletcher, sold for $475,000 last year at OBS April after working 10 flat. As she looked very good in doing so. There's plenty of turf in this pedigree, but she's not built like a sprinter at all. I mean, she is about as long and tubular as you could ask for. She lacks a hind end. There's nothing about her that says 6 furlongs to me. I could be completely wrong. She is fit, she is well prepared, very typical of the stable. But again, Greg, she's gonna need a little more ground, at least from what I see here.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Pick 5 begins here. Riders up here in a moment as we get set to kick off the sequence. 6 furlongs to outer turf in this maiden special weight. And there's Jose Lezcano hopping aboard this filly, moving from Belmont to Linda Rice, cutting back. The 5 next. We start off with the 9 here, Isola, who has been incredibly ranked those first 2 starts in the U.S.
And the idea in turning them back is that the pace is faster, so the horse has a better chance of finding itself, its stride, and not getting his rank. It often works. It doesn't always.
Madiket's Arrow going from Todd Pletcher to George Weaver.
As much as I respect Weaver, not an easy trainer switch. He's running against some good horses. We'll see. Will the cutback help? George is not good in cutbacks.
Tom Abertrani with Seawitch.
This is a long shot in here in a tough competitive spot.
This is your favorite at 9-2 based off that Kentucky Downs sprint.
I don't disagree with Maggie. The field was fine. I just don't trust the horse bringing that form back to New York for a barn that has not done that well off short rests in a tough race.
Todd Pletcher, first-time starter. You only live once.
Yeah. James, little sort of takeoff in James Bond. We're 10 flat as a 2-year-old, but we haven't seen in almost a year and a half since the sale.
Next, cutting back in distance.
Yeah, we'll see. Maggie's probably right. Probably a prep for stretching out next time, but not impossible.
Queen of the Mud for Graham Motion debuted at Delaware.
I thought would have to improve. You liked a little more than I did, but could improve in its second start.
Oolong High wants to be forward.
Yeah, this horse is the speed. We'll see if she's good enough. She had the rail, had the run of the race last time out, though the winner never came back. Was actually very promising for Don
First-time
Fletcher.
starter, Dreaming of Mo for Carlos Martin.
Yeah, spent a lot of money for this horse that probably wants more distance.
$700,000 purchase. The 10, Fancy Stacks for Jorge Abreu.
Yeah, this one would have to improve off the efforts. Was third in a week, maiden 40, first time out going 7.
Catskill Humor, double-digit odds with Dylan Davis.
Interesting claim turn back for Ray Handel. Comes out of a subpar maiden claiming race.
Brother, sister, and sister's husband all right next door to each other in the starting gate. Then more speed outside. Millie Jean, Javier Castellano.
I think this horse is very dangerous. Has a look of a George Weaver. Wasn't in Weaver's bar in the debut in Florida, albeit not a very good field. But then got the prep when the race was rained off the turf. I think Millie Jean will be forward, and I think is very, very, very dangerous.
Here is the 9-2 favorite, Material Witness, based off that Kentucky down 6.5 furlong sprint. Had a 2-length lead in that funky stretch and got beat a half length.
I just never know what to do with Kentucky Downs races. They just feel like they live in a completely different world than we're in, right? It's just, I don't know. You just don't trust those races on their tracks. We don't always see that form get reproduced. But she ran fine, and it was a decent enough race. I'm not saying she can't win. I just wanted to use other horses. I've used her defensively in some exactas, but I'm going to try to get her to 9 or 12 home.
Just getting run down there late after running such a good effort. First time on the turf. Wound up third.
Huge improvement.
Annie Franco will be aboard.
I mean, huge improvement, right? And they knew it, huh? This horse got bet. There's the 9.
Acting up again.
We'll see if they can get her to rate. You know, the one thing is her good race in her debut, that was on a heavy course. And she did run reasonably well in that race. She lost to a Juddmonte first-time starter, actually. And this is her early in her last race. So you can see for yourself just how ranked she gets, Greg. She's the number 6 horse, and she has red silks. She breaks a little slowly, but you're going to see that Luis Saez is having absolute fits with her. Luis is a very strong rider.
Throwing that head all over the place.
Gets worse. Look at
Not a happy camper.
Yeah, I mean,
so a mile and 16th in a mile these first 2 starts when she was so rank. Will 6 furlong sprinting get her to relax a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, the idea is it's a much faster pace. So the fear the riders have in this situation, she's going to run off on them. And so if they're going a lot faster, obviously, she can't run off onto the lead in those races. So maybe if you can find a way to get her to settle, she'll be able to produce the closing kick that's necessary. I'll tell you what, I thought she'd be closer to the 8-1 morning line. I thought that everybody but me had given up on her, but apparently people can't get enough of a horse that was 5-2 and 7-2 in her 2 races in Saratoga.
Obviously showing ability in the mornings to take all this money. With more on another contender coming in from out of town, let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, Solo must be so frustrating. But right, Greg, let's take a look at second time starting Queen of Mud, another European-bred filly. This one, though, for Graham Motion. Now, that comment line in her debut says fractious loading. Watching the replay, it just looked like she just didn't want to go in. Not that she got herself hot or upset or anything. She just was like, nope, planting the feet, I'm not doing it kind of attitude. But her attitude here today is great. In a race last time, too, that just kind of held together. Now, maybe she's just not that good, but when Graham does this, when they don't look that good when running out of town, they usually come here and run better, run faster figures, if you will. So she's not the most athletic looking, though. She's very much a turf sprinter. She doesn't have much leg at all. She's very, very short, kind of short cannon bone, short forearm as well. But it's a 6 furlong turf sprint. That's what you're looking for, right? She's well muscled. All things good. I think she's a little bit intriguing, just given the kind of wide open feeling of this race. As the horse, though, that caught my eye the most, and Andy's so right, I saw the same things with Millie Jean. What's funny about her, though, is now kind of comparing her to what I saw in that debut, albeit it was back in February. She could have grown quite a bit, quite big. And she has this big floating stride. You wouldn't think she's that quick, but to be on the lead in your debut going 5/8 at Gulfstream, you're quick. She looks fantastic here. Second off the layoff, second time out here for George Weaver. Love the warm-up. I think she's so dangerous getting back to the turf here, and I'll take my chances with her, Greg, at 9-1.
Pace outside, and if she wants to be forward, Difficult post mainly because of the presence of the 7 as well.
Yeah, I'm not. She's fast, and I don't think she can outrun the 7. But I don't think she should have a big problem getting. I'm not overly worried about that. I think people worry a little too much about the outside posts. I like it.
I'm just more worried about the other speed.
No, yes, that's a situation. I'd rather be outside of her. But I'll tell you the truth, I'm less worried with a horse that's forward getting an outside post than I am with a deeper closer, because it's very tough to get some kind of position. You know what I mean? You hate to sort of be caught out there 4 wide the whole way, even around 1 turn. So I think she can get over. Now, I don't think she can outrun the 7. I agree with you. Unless the 7 gets left, it's going to be very hard for the 12 to be in front. But she has that George Weaver look to me. I mean this as high praise. George Weaver, he gets him home. I mean, look at some of the prices his 2-year-old first-time starters played earlier this year. I mean, we saw 12-1, right? I think we saw
incredible run with his 2-year-olds.
And they run. I mean, and this horse reminds me of a horse last year. I can't remember the name. I should have looked it up. Maggie will probably remember it. Acacia will remember it. The horse broke its maiden in Saratoga late in the meet and paid $50 coming up from Florida. And then came here and got a very big figure, like a 90-plus figure winning an allowance. And I think won an allowance in April as well for Weaver. The Weaver barn is one of the sharper barns around, and when they're going well, their horses run. This horse is getting bet at 8-1. This horse could have been any price here.
And he's been going well all year.
He's having a tremendous year. He really is.
Crimson Advocate winning over Royal Ascot.
He trains no-name Mets. He trained that? I don't know. Yeah, he does. The horse that the Alex Bregman family horse.
Okay.
That horse is a killer.
Did so many good things, especially with his young horses. He's got the inside and outside runners here. Matacatsero moving from Pletcher to Weaver. Millie Jean was with a different barn, now with George Weaver as well. We'll see if this big pace duel with the 7-12 develops early on. And who'll get the better of it. 7-2 favorite, Material Witness out of that Kentucky Downs turf debut. Back on September 2nd, very mild favorite at 7-2, right at the morning line. And there she is with Manny Franco, the 3.
The 8, the firster, the $700,000 firster, acting up a little bit going to the gate. Probably looking to use this race as springboard to a longer distance race.
And Todd Pletcher with a first-time start of the 4 at 6-1. Second dam was a Grade 1 winner on the grass. 4-time winner overall. There she is stepping in, more than ready filly with a Rat Ortiz Jr. Late pick 5 starts here. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
Number 6, Queen of the Mud, now stepping up. And so we're waiting for Catskill Humor and Millie Jean. Field of 12 going 6 furlongs on the outer turf course. Race number 5, Belmont at the Big A. Millie Jean moves in. We're all set. And they're off. Hesitant start for number 4, You Only Live Once. Queen of the Mud is out first. Millie Jean on the outside, running in second. Material Witness is in third. In between horses, Oolong High is in fourth. Then it's Nixed in fifth. To her inside, Mataket's Arrow is in sixth. Then comes Catskill Humor, who's moving up on the outside from 7th. You Only Live Once has advanced quickly, now into 8th. Sea Witch is in 9th, followed by Isola. Then comes Dreaming of Mo. And at the back of the pack, Fancy Stacks. Opening quarter mile, 22 and 4/5 seconds. Queen of the Mud leads here by a head. Millie Jean now moving right alongside, and Catskill Humor on the outside is a close-up third. Material Witness is in behind the front runners in fourth, and will need some racing room. Half mile, 45 and 3. Queen of the Mud is still there. Material Witness now driving into second. Catskill Humor is on the outside and in third. Queen of the Mud has now opened up a 3-length lead. Then Material Witness, Catskill Humor, You Only Live Once on the outside. It's a front-running score for Queen of the Mud at 10-1.
Flavian Pratt, so smart putting this one in front. She broke incredibly sharp, too, on the lead. Did not expect to see that. She goes gate to wire.
Yeah, I don't knock Javier Castellan out of the outside post. I don't know what Jose Ortiz was doing rating Oolong High. I mean, that horse is fast. This horse waltzed through a first quarter in 22.87, which is an absolute crawl on this course. They went 108 and 2/5. And credit Flavien Prat, who just is thinking more than a lot of the other riders way too often. This horse was an hour the best. It didn't really matter, but he made sure you had the best horse. You got the best chance here by going to the front. Nice effort by the 4. You only live once, who blew the break in here, and it wasn't a fast-paced race. Big gap or not, did very well to run second. And the 3 Material Witness is just another horse that didn't run back to his race at Kentucky Downs.
10-1 to start off the late pick 5. Queen of the Mud, Graham Motion. Flavien Prat was fractious in the gate in that debut at Delaverne. Put in some run late, this time very sharp.
Yeah, this horse absolutely galloped. Got a great ride here, and it's not an easy horse in this pick 6. This is good. If you're alive in the pick 6, you're alive in the pick 5, but the pick 6 particularly, good luck, because it's a very tough sequence, and this is not an easy start to it.
9-2, 10-1, and still a very long way to go, including that finale if you do somehow get there, which is, it seems, who knows what happens. Seems like an incredibly difficult race. Andy, we will see you tomorrow.
I look forward to it.
All right, enjoyed it. Richard Migliori joining me on the desk here after a short timeout. We'll be back right after this. Coverage continues. Late pick 4. Belmont of the Big A ahead. And New Virginia for Christophe Clement, Dylan Davis getting set to line up in the John Hettinger on the Friday card. We'll have a preview when we come back. Has won 2 of the last 3.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here. They come for the finish.
Here is Nagarok, who takes off. Nagarok will roll. Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Regional networks across the country. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Greg Wolf alongside new partner on the desk, champion jockey Richard Migliori. Good to see you. We're underway. Late pick 5 with a 10-1 shot to begin things. Not the filly we expected to see on the lead.
No, but one thing you can expect, and we've come to expect this time and time again, Flavien Prat making the right moves and being aggressive and getting his position going forward. And for a turf sprint, the first fraction was not that fast, but let's give this filly a lot of credit. she finished up very quickly.
Just out-thinking a lot of riders. Flavien Prat, so good in being aggressive here, paying off. We do have an inquiry and objection involving your 4th place finisher, by the way, the 5 next. But let's take a look at Queen of the Mud here, finding more in the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, listen, 22 and 4, nearly 23 seconds for the first quarter in turf sprint. And then every fraction after that, she picked it up, came home in less than 12 seconds, 11 and change to the last 1/8 of a mile. And won quite nicely, ears up. Now, the 5 did come out, and I believe bothered the 9 horse, but the 9 horse really didn't look like she had a lot of run on her mind at that moment, and also looked like she might have been lugging in a little bit. So there might have been some contributing factors as we see the numbers still blinking and the stewards trying to discern exactly what happened.
All right, so we'll keep you posted on that involving your 4th place finisher in this race. Meanwhile, this pick 6 carryover, we're just 2 legs in, incredibly difficult sequence still to come, and 9-2 beating an odds-on favorite. And now 10-1 in one of the most wide-open races, maybe the most wide-open race of the sequence.
Yeah, 10-1, and we finished out last week with a 96-1 shot, right? Giramonte. That was Saturday. No, well, it was anyway. Big long shots, but we've seen this over time and historically. If you go back and look, like when we changed meets, normally we Belmont to Aqueduct. A lot of big prices, a lot of things happen. I think some horses are maybe city horses, and they like it here a little bit better in Belmont or Saratoga.
Let's take a look at what's going on with Nix here, this 4th place finisher, and see if indeed this one did come out. 5-4 right there.
Yeah, he did come out, and it was really bad because the 9 horse, if I'm saying this correctly, Isola, just didn't look like she was steering very well. A lot of times a horse will come out and you'll follow their path out. Didn't look like Trevor McCarthy had that ability. It looked like she was trying to lug in. Now, some people say, well, if she was lugging in, then there's no onus on Nix. But in fact, it's not up to Trevor McCarthy to have to follow that path. I mean, you do that out of self-preservation. This filly was not cooperating, but that doesn't take away from the fact that the other filly did come out. I think they'll have to take more into account of, did it cost her a placing? To me, it didn't look like she was running at that time.
All right, we'll let you know the steward's decision as soon as that is made. Look what's coming up still at the meet. A lot of big races ahead this weekend. Some good ones. Noble Damsel we touched on earlier in the program. Friday, John Hettinger, race 8 on the card. 1 1/8 on the turf. Fillies Mares, 3 and up. Fold in New York. And we talked going to break about Virginia for Christophe Clement, who has won 3 of the last 5 starts and a 2-time winner here.
I think this race in the Yaddo was outstanding. This was the best race of her career by far. And it just looked like she was shot out of a cannon. I mean, she basically looked like a fresh horse. Dylan Davis angled her very wide into the stretch. When you've got that much horse, just don't stop their momentum. And she inhaled a really nice group of fillies here, including Runaway Rumor and Spongy. This was an outstanding effort. Her acceleration off the turn was eye-catching.
So Spongy, Runaway Rumor, going to take another crack at her. But if she's the same filly who showed up, yeah, in this performance, it looks like everybody else is in trouble. 9-5 morning line, and Dylan Davis will be back aboard.
You know, and Dylan, it feels like, has kind of learned this filly. She was a filly that was racking up more runner-up finishes, but the last few starts, it feels like she figured the game out, has started to like running by horses, and this was a huge effort. Now, there was some give in the ground that day. Do you think that contributed to this effort? I don't know. I think this is just a 4-year-old daughter of Tonalist who has just gotten better and better.
That's a look at the field that will line up. 8th on the card tomorrow on our Friday action. We hope you join us for it. And we'll see if maybe just a completely different filly. Even though she's been finding the winner's circle quite a bit, that was a next level performance from her.
Well, even if you look at her buyer speed figures, she cleared her second best buyer figure by 10 points in that effort. And to put that kind of separation on a good field of fillies and mares that quickly, it was a dominant performance. If she comes back with that kind of effort again, they're all going to be chasing her the last 1/8 of a mile.
4:49 Eastern start time for that John Hettinger on our Friday coverage. Meanwhile, back to today and this pick 6 carryover. Price is in, and it was disqualification of your 4th place finisher, so that 5 DQ'd and taken out of the mix. Catskill Humor moved up to 4th. So 6'3", 4'11", your new superfecta.
Yeah, and Queen of the Mud got a really nice ride from Flavian Pratt. But, you know, listen, I think the filly ran as well. You know, a lot of times we get caught up in praising jockeys. We've got to continue to look at the equine athlete as well. And Queen of the Mud, well, she was Queen of the Turf in this maiden event.
6th race starts the late pick 4. It is a 1-turn mile, $25,000 claiming race. 6% looks like he's going to be tough in the spot. But a 7-year-old we've not seen in the afternoon since June 11th back at Belmont for Jeremiah Engelhardt. Dylan Davis will be aboard. We can talk more Kedrick Carmusto when we come back. Well, he'll talk, actually. His favorite race. We saw him win earlier on the card on Duca Hazard. He's got quite a few to choose from now, but there's still one that stands out.
Lightline is in full flight. Lightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off!
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
And Echo Zulu puts her away. Echo Zulu, most impressive in the ballerina. And Gunite is maintaining the lead, and he will defeat Elite Power in the Forego.
Gunrunner, breed true.
My favorite race is Cigar Mile 2020 True Timber. I know how much my horse loves the sloppy track. I got outside position, you got speed horses, and you the horse that can sit right behind them. Jack Stinson, he texted me that morning, Kendrick, what do you think? I said, don't worry about it, brother, I got you. My horse break good. I want to send him a little bit so I can let him relax a little bit going down the chute. Down the backside, I wasn't worried about the kickback. Even within the 16th of a mile out the gate, a couple dirt hit him, he didn't even mind. He just shook his head and just kept running through it. At the 3/8 pole, I asked him and he moved up so sweet. I mean, he was right in my hand the whole time. And once I got to the quarter pole, I just pulled the trigger. You know, I figured if I pull the trigger, it's gonna be hard to beat me from here to make up the ground on a sealed racetrack. When I got to the 8 pole and I started asking him, I mean, you can feel the horse responding.
True Timber is going to pull off the upset here in the Grade 1 Cigar Mile.
For my mom, my dad, and my wife and my kids, I know how much it meant for them just as much as it meant for me, you know. The fist pump at the wire explains it all. And I'm saying to myself, man, I think this is a Grade 1.
Was this a Grade 1? Oh, this is my first Grade 1! Oh, we got out Grade 1, baby!
Coming from Louisiana to win one of these races, the Cigar Mile, and the African-American jockey, for myself, for my family, for the people that's out there that's seeing this and never thought it could be done. It can be done if you work hard.
Kendrick has paid his dues, and wow, it is paid off, and great to see him succeed on this circuit. And we just saw him deliver a masterpiece on the grass earlier.
Yeah, Duke of Hazzard. I mean, just threaded the needle so beautifully. And he's such a good rider. He's so in tune with his horses. He has such a good feel for a flow of a race. And he is a rider that understands the importance of getting your position going forward.
That's the one he's going to ride in this upcoming 6th race to start this late pick 4. Kendrick Carmouche will be on Rocco Strong, 9-2. Part of an entry in this race. You'll get the 2B42 Ace as well, who's the speedy half of that entry. As we get back to the Delaware County Fair and Little Brown Jug Day, and take a look at that 3rd elimination with 3 of the top-rated sophomores in the sport. The 1 Cannibal, the 2 It's My Show, the 4 Stockade Sealster. Let's go to Jessica for more.
So happy to be joined by Hall of Fame trainer Linda Toscano. Let's go back to yesterday, Linda. A nice filly you can do a blue chip, get you your first Jugette winner.
Yeah, that was so great because this is one of those races that eluded me for a long time, and I love it.
And going back to yesterday, it was obviously the heat racing with the elimination going into the final. Same thing today with It's My Show and the Jug. Just talk about how important it is to finish up the mile with not only pace, but enough force to come back in the final.
Yeah, she was really, really fortunate yesterday. She was, she got to be the beneficiary of a very quick pace and sit back, and she didn't have to work real hard. And then again, she got a great trip in the second heat. You know, that's the thing about this place. Post positions are crazy important. Strategies are incredibly important, and then when it comes to 3 heats, as we're going to go today, or 3 different eliminations, then you got to draw good again. So it's a tough race.
I know that's what Scotty's been talking about all week. You know, you have to have that good post position going into the final. Let's talk about your horse, It's My Show. He's put on quite the show this year. Of course, winning the $1 million North America Cup, going back for the Jug for $1 million. He's really blossomed as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, he's a really, really good horse. He did a very disappointing horse last year, but we saw enough to bring him back this year, and he certainly has not disappointed this year. He's very versatile. He can leave the gate really well. He can sit on the outside. He can cut it. He can come from the back. So Scotty's going to have to figure that out.
Let's talk about Scotty. He's also been your main guy this year, over the last couple of years, and he's really just gotten along with everything. It feels like he's had the horses in the right spots at the right times, and he really puts forth in those big money races.
Yeah, he doesn't get nervous. He's kind of an intellectual kind of driver, so he knows all the horses. He knows where they're going to be. He knows the drivers. He knows how they drive. You know, he's been an incredible. We've been a very, very good match. You know, we've clicked, and we've won some big races because of it.
That's always important. I watched your colt jog yesterday here at Delaware County Fairgrounds. How is he coming into the race today?
He's really good, and he's completely nonplussed by all the hoopla, which is a good thing.
That is always a good thing. And the weather is good today. Not too hot, not too chilly. You know, last year it was pretty chilly, but it's a beautiful day here.
Yeah, it's very, very nice.
Well, we wish you the best of luck.
Thanks, Jess. I appreciate it.
There you go. Linda Toscano sends out It's My Show in the 78th edition of the Little Brown Jug.
Quickest time. Thank you, Jessica, of any of the horses running in these eliminations. It's My Show. That 146-4 at the Red Mile makes this one imposing. Talked about Cannibal in there, Stockade Sealster. That is a very tough group.
Very tough group. And we saw a race earlier where horse went to the lead, set very, very fast fractions, and just stayed on doggedly. Now, you know, this is something I don't know a lot about, harness racing. I enjoy it. I really admire standardbreds. They're hardy, rugged. They race a lot more than thoroughbreds. They're very competitive. But I wonder if there's ever any biases that come up on a harness track where inside speed might be better than for closers, let's say. This is something I'll have to ask our colleague Paul later on when we talk about harness racing. But I do really like a horse in here, Greg. I know you don't think I know anything about harness racing. You were going to grill me on air. But I think Cannibal eats them alive here.
Been waiting to deliver that line all week long. Cannibal, major player, 11 for 18. That is the toughest of those 3 eliminations, it looks like, for sure. We talked about 3 of the top-rated sophomores in the country going at each other. 15 minutes away from the 6th. Well done, Mig. This horse right here, 2-1 favorite, 6%. Horse to beat here in this 6th coming up. Dylan Davis will ride for Jeremiah Engelhardt. Just faced tough company last time out. This was the last time he was seen. Daddy Knows, who beats him here, has won 3 of his last 4.
Yeah, and listen, this was a really nice effort from him. He's a solid, consistent sort. He's a horse that wants to lurk from just off the pace, though. And I'm just not seeing a tremendous amount of speed signed on here. Now, he shouldn't be far away. He should put himself in a good position. But I thought there might be an opportunity here for a horse like 42 Ace to make the lead and kind of continue. How did you see the race?
He broke poorly that day, too. I don't think we're going to see him that far back. You know, he's had a few problems doing that in the past, but I just think he's faced so much better company. And the races, any 2 or 3 of the last 4 races he's run, gets it done against this group.
Significant drop in class, no doubt.
5-2 favorite, we'll see. Freshened up for this start. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
It's a drop in class, but is it a suspicious one? Is it we just want to, you know, sell this horse today? And 6% as he comes back, I've seen him look far better than what he does here in the paddock, at least. You know, he looks fit with regards to the layoff and from that leanness perspective. But, you know, I often talk about horses in their hind end. That's where the power comes from. That's where the push comes from. They don't drag themselves with their front end. They push and accelerate from their hind end. This guy lacks any sort of muscle mass, especially across the top end. That point of his hindquarters is very peaked, and if anything, it's actually lopsided. So one side has a bit more muscle mass than the other side. Think about your gluteals, if you will, and that's what I'm seeing with him here today. Now, he can win just because he's the class of the field, but I just wish he was making a better impression on me from the overall perspective. But, you know, this field, there's some that leave little to be desired, but the horse that definitely wins the paddock and beauty contest is number 6, a Handsome Cat. I mean, with a name like that, how could he not? But he's going to be trying to stretch things out here. He has not been successful in limited starts in doing so, but I want to completely forgive him for that turf effort. I know he had tried it in the past, but especially on a yielding course, this is a big, heavy horse where he's just going to kind of punch holes in the ground. He's just going to go up and down instead of you know, accelerating over a course like that. You need to be lighter and nimble, and he's just not. He's kind of built like a Mack truck. He looks sensational. This is the best I've ever seen him look, as he'll go second off the claim for Joe Sharp. And I don't know. I honestly don't know if he gets the mile here. It's not like he has that tactical speed going shorter, so I don't think he's going to beat a horse like 42 Ace to the lead, but at least it gets him a little bit more involved early. And that might help him be a factor here. Craig?
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll get to the post-parade here coming up shortly. Still 5-2 favoritism on 6% as we look at Handsome Cat. He is a good looker. 6-1 here. Jose Lezcano for Joe Sharp's second off the claim.
Yeah, you would assume, right, with a name like Handsome Cat, that he must have been impressing a lot of people as a young horse. And said, boy, that's one handsome cat, and it's stuck, right? And so many of these horses that are chestnut, too, have that flashy look to them. What's your favorite colored horse?
That's steely gray.
You like steel gray? Yeah. I'm pretty much a plain, like, bay or brown wrapper. I'm not, like, a huge fan of, like, the shiny chestnuts with all that white markings. And some people love them like that. I guess you go back to Secretariat. He was a shiny chestnut with a lot of white markings.
Well, 6% just left our screen as we take a look here at Just Call Ray. Fernando Abreu trains Arad Ortiz Jr. on this 4-year-old by Mohamed, who started out his career looking like he was a top Derby prospect. I believe started out 4 for 4 early on in his career. Was it Kieran McLaughlin?
Yes. And it looked like a real Derby prospect, and we didn't really go on as much as a 3-year-old, but you know, son of Tappet, extremely well bred. And Fernando Abreu, people who don't know, he's was a long-time assistant and worked for Alan Jerkins for many, many years. So comes out of a really good horseman's barn, and his brother, Georgie Abreu, does a great job. So good horse people, good horse family.
Post parade coming up in a moment. 5-2 on 6%. The 4. What do you think? Maggie brought up the point. Is it scary dropping in here for 25 for this horse? Is it a negative red flag for you?
You know, I think it definitely is something you've got to consider. We're heading towards winter time, and a horse like this in the winter, you know, things get a little bit easier. and he's already been competitive with tougher. So why the drop in class now, heading into an easier time of the year when you could pick off more purses? Now, years ago, the claiming game was played much like a poker game, where if you had a horse that maybe, wasn't going in the right direction, you would drop them down and hope that someone took them and let them be somebody else's problem. Or represent that you have a weak hand when you have a strong hand and steal a race and keep the horse. But horses aren't poker chips. And with the rule now where claims are voided if a horse doesn't come out of a race completely sound, I think you see less of that going on. Maybe they just feel like this is a realistic spot, but I find it a little suspicious because of the time of year, the timing of it.
Saw a smiling Jose Gomez there. He's going to hop aboard the One My Friends Beer, part of an entry. Youngsters, the reigning Eclipse Award winners, outstanding apprentice, and now adjusting to life as a journeyman. We've seen him, always tough to go up to Saratoga and compete with this jockey colony, and there he is. But he had a couple of nice wins, including a stakes win on the grass.
Yeah, and he was traveling back and forth. He was trying to ride Monmouth and Saratoga as much as possible. When you're trying to do 2 circuits, honestly, it just doesn't really work out. People have to kind of know you're committed to a circuit, dug in, going to work hard at that particular circuit. He's dug in here now because obviously Monmouth is done. He'll ride a little bit at Meadowlands at night, but kid with a great attitude. And it's always hard for apprentices after winning the Eclipse Award. There's an adjustment period, and some people can't take the shock of not winning races on a consistent basis. You have to work your way through it. Post-apprentice slumps happen to pretty much everybody.
Here he is. So My Friends Beer, that inside post for Charlie Baker.
Like the name, too. By Stay Thirsty.
235 is going to break second to the outside, the other half of the entry.
Yeah, 235 has some speed, too, and maybe they use him as a part of the pace here.
Post 2, Rocco Strong, Kenner Carmouche.
Yeah, well beaten last time by Truculent, but a good effort for the same price.
Post 6 for the 2B, 42 Ace, who wants to be forward.
Yeah, I think this horse could play out to be the speed of the speed here.
Here's the favorite, 6% off since June 11th with Dylan Davis.
Yeah, again, the drop in class is significant. Is it because they want to lose him, or they're just trying to put him in a spot where he'll win?
Jose Lezcano for Joe Sharp, second off the claim with Handsome Cat turf to dirt.
Yeah, it was claimed for 16, drops back down to 25 after trying tougher.
Burgee in a new barn off the claim and has some races that make him a fit.
Yeah, hard-fought victory for 12-5, now moving up to 25.
Yeah, facing a lot tougher. Invisible War, Matty overrides.
Another one claimed for 16, claimed in 2 subsequent starts, and now moves up into tougher company.
Just Call Ray has Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, the horse we talked about, Lors Irad Ortiz. That's a big move.
And 37-1 outside, Life and Light, the biggest price on the board.
Yeah, Romero Mirage rides a lot of long shots, but he gets a lot of run out of horses. He had a decent summer at Monmouth Park.
So that's your field as we get set for this late pick 4. You can play it all by getting signed up with Naira Bets. Hopefully you're down in this pick 6 and still alive to this point. If not, start over here with a pick 4. The offer, that $200 deposit match, new customer bonus when you punch in that code MATCH200 at sign up and bet any track. Anywhere, anytime, right there at NairaBets.com. So My Friends Beer, Jose Gomez getting a big warm-up right there with that inside post. Horse who did win for $25,000 back at Aqueduct in April. Form has tailed off since that time.
Yeah, one thing about Jose Gomez, he's a rider that goes out there believing he can win and get the most out of his horses. And you, like you talked about, you see that smile on his face all the time. Enthusiasm. You really cannot replace enthusiasm. You've got to love what you're doing to get the best out of yourself and the horses you ride.
I mean, I know you believe this. The horses feed off that. Some more than others, but...
Yeah. I believe that horses feed on energy, and it could go either way, positive and or negative energy. If you have a rider that's not comfortable inside of horses, and he tries to put a horse in a spot, the horse knows that rider has apprehension. And the horse is thinking, well, if you're not comfortable here, why should I be comfortable here? You're the pilot. And if you've got a rider that's fearless and really believes they're going to get through a spot, it's amazing how horses could get through those spots.
This horse here, on his toes, 5-1 from that inside slot, has had some of his best moments here at Aqueduct, including the last time he won when he was forwardly placed going a mile. That was back in April.
making a nice impression on the racetrack. I
Yeah.
love the way he's moving out there, really framed up beautifully, jogging nicely back towards the starting gate. And that's one thing, you have such a luxury at Aqueduct and Belmont, of course. These long one-turn races out of the chute, the 1 mile here at Aqueduct, it just gives you such an opportunity to get a horse into a good rhythm. You don't have to make any drastic moves because you have such a long run to the turn before you have to start worrying about saving ground. I used to love to ride the mile races here.
We heard from Kendrick Carmouche in his favorite race. We saw him win earlier. He's on Rocco Strong, part of an entry here. This 2 coming up. For more, let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, Greg, hoping the feature angle gets Rocco Strong home here today, as I liked him last time. Now, that was going 1 1/8 off of several efforts that were just very lackluster. So it could have just been the way the race played out, where he was just, sent and chasing Truculent, and that was a day where you maybe wanted to be a little bit more forward, but I really thought he had turned a corner physically. He looked fantastic. So I'm going to try here once again with Rocco Strong. Getting back to this 1-turn mile might suit him a little bit better. Great warm-up here with Kendrick Carmouche again, and just in a level where he should be competitive. As we'll check in with Michelle's other horse, and that's the 2B in here, 42 Ace, and I was asked her, what do you think happened? I just don't think it was a very astute ride, where he was just sent too much in that Parks effort, pretty quick for that opening 1/4 mile. But it feels like there isn't anybody necessarily to put that much pressure on him. We'll see what the stretching out Handsome Cat does, but I don't foresee him being that quick. And 42 Ace, he looks good. I mean, he came in quiet, kind of perked up once he got out on the racetrack, and is well-muscled, ready to go. So I think this is a formidable entry here. But again, you're always hurt because it is an entry, Greg.
Yeah, it never helps the price. Never expected to see this entry down at 5-2 in here. Did have a big scratch with the 3 coming out, the 5 scratched as well, so the number was going to come down. That's significant money, though.
No, it really is. I thought this entry would be a bit higher, but that being said, I picked the 2B, Maggie picked the 2. I won't turn the money away if the 2 happens to win.
And it is a good 1-2 punch here. 42 Ace, the 2B, should be forward. Rocco Strong can stalk and maybe pick up pieces in here, but they all got to beat 6%. The 4 at 2-1 here. It's been first or second in 10 of 30 starts, and based off that last effort, that was one of the bigger races the horse had run in a while as well. But coming in fresh, a repeat of that is going to be too good for this group.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair assessment. Horse's record at Aqueduct isn't overwhelming, though, is it? 9 starts at Aqueduct, 1 win, 1 second, 3/3. He's run well. I don't get the feeling that he has the strongest winning profile. Again, if he runs his last race back, though, he's going to be very tough.
See if he's able to reproduce it as the 2-1 favorite here as we get set for this late pick 4 coming up. Jose Gomez, Eclipse Award winner, top apprentice in the country, and as we talked about, that youthful exuberance, which can carry you a long way.
Well, you're giving your horse every opportunity. When you go out there believing they can win, as opposed to thinking, I just got to get around there. When you have no shot then, and you saw he already had his darker goggles, basically like sunglasses down on the bottom. You always put those on the bottom so you don't run out of goggles and get down to that pair. You want to make that pair last as long as possible, not get scratched and pitted with dirt. I used to like to wear those dark goggles. I didn't like the glare, especially here at Aqueduct. The later races, boy, you could hit a glare and hit some blind spots. So you really needed to have those kind of
Would you regularly wear, how many pair did you have?
I would never wear less than 3 pair of goggles, whether it was a fast track or, muddy track, obviously more. I didn't want anybody to look at my goggles and be able to predict what I was going to do. Oh, he's wearing less goggles. He's going to show more speed. All of this little things add up, and you don't want to clue your competition into anything.
Here we go with a late pick 4, 6% the 4. The favorite, John Imbrial, with the call.
And they're off. Just Call Ray, along with 235. Now moving up is 42 Ace, so it's 3 of them across the track. Handsome Cat not far behind and racing in 4th. Bird G is in 5th. Rocco Strong has moved to the outside in 6th. My Friend's Beer down towards the rail in 7th. 6% is next in 8th. And at the back, Life and Light. And the trailer is Invisible War. First quarter in 23 seconds. It's 42 Ace by a half length, with 235 on the outside racing in 2nd. Handsome Cat down at the rail is in 3rd. The Gray, Just Call Ray, is in 4th, 3 lengths from the lead. And then it's a break of 2. Back to Rocco Strong, who's running in 5th, half mile, 46 and 1/5 seconds. They go around the far turn. 235 up to challenge 42 Ace for the lead. 42 Ace and 235. Just Call Ray is on the move, and Rocco Strong on the extreme outside is now coming on. There goes Rocco Strong up to challenge for the lead. There goes Rocco Strong now to take the lead. Rocco Strong with a quick burst there to take over as they come past the 3/16 pole. It is Rocco Strong in front. 235 trying to hold second. 42 Ace down towards the rail. Then Just Call Ray, Life and Light on the outside. Rocco Strong, a strong winner today. Won by 4.5 lengths. Just Call Ray was second. And 235 finished third.
2 today for Kendrick Carmouche, Rocco Strong, Michelle Giangiulio second off the claim victory. Goes off at 2-1.
Man, he cruised up around the turn under a hold with Kendrick Carmouche. He just looked like a winner every step from the 3/8 pole. And what a nice effort. Inhaled the front runners here and went on to finish strongly. And horse that looked good, Maggie pegged him. And probably would have got a lot bigger price on Rocco Strong if he wasn't coupled with the 2B that showed all that speed with Joel Rosario, 42 Ace. But no doubt about the winner here, and the no-show was your favorite.
Broke poor again, just like last time out. And then, never looked like he, started to get involved midway through the backstretch, and that was about it.
Yeah, he just never looked like he was in the bridle. A poor effort from him, and now you can consider that maybe that drop down was a bit more of, well, we're not crazy with how this horse is doing. Let him be somebody else's issue. Be interesting to see if he actually, in fact, did get claimed.
Yeah, we'll try and find that out for you. Rocco Strong, meanwhile, second off the claim winner for Michelle Giangiulio. By the way, he did get claimed. 6% your favorite, who was, I believe, second to last in the end. 2-9-1-A-8. Kendrick Carmouche, multiple win afternoon, and still more work to come. We'll be back right after this.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
Thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. As racing action continues here at Belmont at the Big A, Rocco Strong was indeed strong today in winning for Kendrick Carmouche, 10 Strike Racing et al. And Michelle Giangulio as she joins me now. And Michelle, this horse, when he walked into the paddock last time at Saratoga, he looked phenomenal. And it seems as though you've kind of brought him back to, not want to say to life, but just brought him back to feeling good.
Yeah, I think he's transitioned really well into our program. He loves the train, and I just kind of let him do his thing on the main track at Belmont, and he's been just doing really well. He's pretty easy horse to train.
Well, as you said, he loves the main track because he's also such a big horse. Talk about his physical conformation, liking the conformation of Belmont.
Yeah, I think the surface suits him really well, the big wide turns. He just that track's really pretty much made for a horse like that, and he just eats up the ground on that track. So he's been doing great since we've come back, so worked out well.
Did a win in a second and two, Kendrick, and you said the big shadow roll, and Kendrick immediately took him outside, a horse who doesn't like kickback now.
No, he's a little bit of a chicken for such a big horse. You'd think he'd be really brave, but he's not, and he shies away from horses too, so that was probably his winning move there, was to get him outside, so that worked out great.
Well, Michelle getting the win here at the meet, had a good Saratoga, hoping things continue. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Michelle Giangulio, Rocco Strong, second off the claim, gets the win in impressive fashion, Greg.
Does indeed. All 4 career victories coming here. Kendrick Carmouche looking back. Big win for him. 2-win afternoon. And just much the best here.
Yeah, Rocco Strong, it's had a great trip. And listen, Kendrick is a top rider. It's about opportunity, which he's getting, and confidence level. And his confidence level is high. And I get it. I enjoy watching him ride. And Kendrick's one of the few riders in this colony, obviously Johnny Velasquez, Joel Rosario, that I actually got to ride with towards the tail end of my career. So it's fun to see their progression and how they continue to improve and ply their trade. Just a really top rider.
7th coming up next. Next crew's going to bring that to you. Acacia Clement, Paul Verderosa stepping into the set. I'm going to say so long. This next race coming up, one of the more intriguing runners of this entire card. State's debut for Chad Brown, Francesco Clemente. What will we get from this invader who we last saw at Royal Ascot?
Horse that's put together a really nice record up until his last start. Really had never done anything wrong.
That is coming up next. Next crew will take you there. Timeout, and they will step in. Enjoy it. Much more to come. This program continues, including the 78th running of the Little Brown Jug. Stay tuned. Much more ahead right after this.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200, 200 down, 2, to the back, Patrick, 200,000, thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
The world's greatest harness racing returns to Meadowlands Racing and Entertainment on Friday, October 20th. Live racing kicks off at 6:20 p.m. on Friday and Saturday nights. Admission and parking are free. We have a full calendar of events and great dining, so visit playmeadowlands.com for all the info. The track is also open for simulcasting 7 days a week. Plus, check out our FanDuel Sportsbook, where you can legally watch and wager on all sports action. It is the #1 sportsbook in North America. Playmeadowlands.com for details. Must be 21 or older to wager. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Playing a trifecta. To win, you've got to pick the horses who finish first, second, and third. It's tough, but the payouts are incredible. For example, in the 2005 Kentucky Derby, a $2 trifecta paid more than $133,000. It's for $2. Now, they don't always pay that much, but they'll generally pay you a lot more than an exacta. Increase your chances of hitting a trifecta by boxing your horses. Remember, boxing means your horses can come in any order. So, if you like horses 3, 4, and 6, there are 6 possible combinations of those 3 horses finishing first, second, and third. You pay $1 for each combination, $6 total, and if any one of those combinations hits, you cash.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, on this beautiful Thursday afternoon, I'm Acacia Plum, stepping in to take you the rest of the way on our show. Richard Migliore still with us, and now our harness racing expert, Paul Verderosa, joining us. Paul, we're happy to have you here with us to guide us today, as it's Little Brown Jug Day, and for those not necessarily familiar, it's such an exciting and important day in the sport of harness racing.
Huge day. And it also is a festival. It is a happening. It is a party down there. They pack it in down in Delaware County at the fair. You get the great horses, you get the great drivers, and you get the great fans that come out. And there's a lot of money on the line, $850,000. It is now the richest race in North America we're going to run this year.
Looking forward to that. And Richie, I know that, of course, your background in thoroughbred racing, but you're a fan of the harness horses as well. And the pageantry, the excitement of a day like this is so special throughout the great sport of horse racing.
Well, Casey, you and I had the great pleasure of going down to Far Hills to cover the jump races. And that was like the same kind of atmosphere, right? People tailgating, having a good time, and really there for the pure joy of the sport. And I'm a big fan of standard bred horses. They're durable, they're hardy, they're tough, and they're very, very smart.
We look forward to seeing who will be successful today. Big, big day of racing coming up at the Delaware County Fair in Ohio. And of course, that will be a big part of the remaining half of America's Day at the Races. We'll have races 12 we already showed you, and still 18 to 24, including that Little Brown Jug final from the Delaware County Fair. We still have races 7 through 9 at Belmont at the Big A. We're Fast and Firm Days races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. I want to remind everybody that you can play all of the action with Naira Bets. Join today, get started, play everything on our program and a whole lot more by earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Don't forget to join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. If anybody ever complains again about a 12 race day at Saratoga, we'll just have to remind them that they have 24 races at the Delaware County Fair on Little Brown Jug Day. But still to come. Now, there's 3 eliminations. The top 3, Paul, from each of those eliminations will move on to the final as race 24 of that 78th Little Brown Jug.
Yeah, so it's important to get your early position on a half-mile track like the Delaware County Fair, so that way you can get a shot at the big money at the end in the elimination. And in Elimination 3, we had a scratch, so it makes life a little bit easier for a couple of the horses. You don't have to beat as many now to get into the final.
Absolutely. Be sure to follow everything that's going on. You know, it reminds me, and it's not going to be the same thing, Richie, for instance, for the thoroughbreds. And their races are spaced out a lot more. Harness horses race a lot quicker in between. You'll traditionally see them race every week. You know, when I was dancing in ballroom dancing, you would often have the same kind of thing. It's similar in other sports. You would have heats earlier in the day, and they would say, judges, you're recalling 5 from this group. And you'd come back and you'd dance in the next round maybe an hour later, and then you'd come back and dance in the final that evening. So obviously it's not the same kind of thing, but for athletes, it's the same concept.
Yeah, and the fact that these horses are durable enough that they can do this and they can race up to 3 times in a day, and all the miles they put in. Earlier on the card, there was a horse that won 130 races. I mean, that's just incredible to me. Earned over nearly $1.5 million. And I'm really impressed with harness drivers. You know, I had the opportunity to drive in a harness race in Saratoga for charity. It's very, very difficult. As a jockey, if I can get my horse's shoulders into a spot, I can get through that spot. They've got a cart with wheels. They've got to kind of figure out how to negotiate through that traffic. I think it's phenomenal and incredibly talented individuals.
Yeah, you got to be careful you don't lock wheels. You got to be careful there's no interference.
It's like Ben-Hur stuff.
Yeah.
We keep mentioning Ben-Hur on this show. We need to have chariot racing at some point. I think we should all do it. We got to get Lafitte Pinkai involved. He's the one that kept mentioning Ben-Hur this
Well,
summer.
he was really good at that axe throwing thing, so I just assumed he'd be really good with chariot racing as well.
Better not outfit him with some weapons on the chariot either. But as mentioned, it's a big party over at the Delaware County Fair for the Little Brown Jug, the 78th edition. And Paul, we saw people kind of staking out their spots, getting their lawn chairs out there and ready to roll and get the good position. And this is one of the unique opportunities, as you see fans well dressed for the occasion, where you can really get up close to the great athletes.
Yeah, and the great thing about this is it's a year-to-year thing. People come back year after year. They have their chairs set up. They have their spots set up. They have a fellowship club that comes every year and gathers together. You've got plenty of food. You've got plenty of action. And some loud fans down there. They really get into racing down there, and that's what it's all about. I mean, they're right on the track, basically. A little fence between them and the action, especially around the turns. And you can't beat that.
Now, the Little Brown Jug is for pacers, horses that are pacing. Would it be fair to say that the Little Brown Jug for pacing is what the Hambletonian is for trotters?
Yeah, it's a very important race. It's just about the same prestige to win that race for sure. There's not many big money races and not many tradition races that have been around for so long that you point for, that you have to run heats for and eliminations for to actually make it into the finals. And when you do that, and these horses running up to twice a day, sometimes 3, they're ready to go. They score miles before that on the track, so they're fit and they're ready for action.
We can't wait to see how it all unfolds this afternoon. Ongoing coverage of the Little Brown Jug from the Delaware County Fair in today's edition of America's Day at the Races. But we still have a few races left to go. On today's card, Belmont at the Big A. Here's a look at the field for the 7th race, a mile and an 1/8 on the turf in this allowance optional claiming. And right now, Francesco Clementi, homebred for Peter Brandt's White Birch Farm. From Wikipedia, Richie, I could tell that this one, an Italian contemporary artist. Of course, we know Peter Brandt, very, very well versed with his art.
I somehow knew that you would know who Francisco, or am I saying that right? Francesco was because of the last name, but I thought there might be some connection.
This is the Italian version. With mine and the French, you don't pronounce the T. The French, they don't like the last letter. Even money right now on this one, Francesco Clementi. So we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, what are you seeing for his U.S. debut?
Maybe he doesn't paint as lovely a picture as the artist. No, I'm kidding. He is a big, burly, typical Dubawi. They're very round horses. They're horses that carry a lot of weight. Now, in his last few starts, he did not run particularly well last time out. He just gets away slowly. Now, you had been wearing cheek pieces in those efforts. They come off today. He's wearing nothing. He's a bit of a playful sort here in the paddock, just kind of being frisky, being a little bit of a colt. But I don't love the fact that he's getting away slowly in those European efforts, and now we run our races a bit faster early on here in America. He looks great. I'm not taking anything away from him. He also looks as though he might benefit from a start, but I'm a little apprehensive to take him at a short price, to be completely honest, as we'll take a look at a horse who's coming back here to the NYRA circuit, and that's number 5, Freedom Trail. Now, he has been entered in scratch twice, but both of those entries were in stakes, and so he was listed as a trainer scratch, and he's done very well. I did not see him back on June 3rd in the Pennine Ridge, but he's filled out a lot. He's just gotten a lot more athletic. He's very laid back here in the paddock, and they're taking the blinkers off for the first time. Now, as I often say, it's kind of like that element of surprise where sometimes blinkers will start to lull a horse a little bit. So maybe when you open them back up, it opens them back up to being more competitive. And so I'm wondering, with that mental maturity, where he's a little bit more laid back, a little bit more clued into his job, that maybe it makes him a little bit more competitive. Acacia?
We'll see if that'll do the trick today. Maggie, thank you. Freedom Trail coming out of that Kent and the soft turf at Delaware. A little bit of a turn back in distance as well, but a horse that they were hoping to run a distance of ground. Here is Chad Brown's other horse in the race, though, stretching out a bit now, Exact Estimate. And this is a big leggy son of Into Mischief, but he was actually the favorite last time at Saratoga to no avail when the race fell apart, Richie. And we're taking a look at his win 2 starts back at Belmont. Can he run back to this effort?
Well, he's going to need to. I mean, I really don't know what happened last time. He basically, although he goes, you know, he comes back now to downstate. He's never run here at Aqueduct, but he ran so well at Belmont. I just can't wrap my head around how bad the last race was.
Yeah, I wonder if it was just a figment of dynamics for that race for him, too. He wound up wide in both turns a little bit, and I'm just not sure if he really ran on there. He just was comfortable throughout the entire race. Maybe up back here. I know it's the inner here that they're on. I don't know. He's got to improve fast again. Be a factor in here, I would think, especially with the inside post, too. He's pretty forwardly placed anyway.
In a race that doesn't appear to have a tremendous amount of speed signed up.
Well, the speed certainly will come from Tide of the Sea, the 2, even though he's coming out of further distances. We know the name of his game, and he's one that's going to be sharp early. But Maggie brought up an interesting point with Francesco Clementi, who is still your even money favorite. The fact that, I mean, you could even see it in a short comment, dwelt, and just a horse that's not getting out of the gate well in Europe, and then coming over to American racing, that can be a big challenge as he does move from John and Thady Gosden to Chad Brown, again, homebred for Peter Brandt's White Birch Farm.
Well, just, you know, is going to be accentuated because horses here in America, we're all about getting position, speed, break fast, get your spot. Over there, they're not as urgent about getting that kind of position. So if he's breaking poorly there, it's going to be compounded here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. And then sometimes there's some more action in the gate, and they're acting up, and they got a starter in there with them as well. So it could definitely be a factor for him. But then again, he may just be good enough that it may not matter here.
Chad Brown's certainly quite adept with getting horses ready for their U.S. debut. We'll start off with his other horse, though. Can Exact Estimate turn things around?
Yeah, got freshened after that last race. I want to kind of toss it a little bit. We'll see what happens. He's trained well. He's won off the layoff before, so can't fault anyone who wants to give him a chance in here.
Here's Tide of the Sea with that early speed.
I think Tide of the Sea is going to take a lot of catching here. He's coming out of longer races. If he makes the front as easily as I think he will, he'll be tough to run down.
Here's Good Skate, third in the John's Call, last out.
Yeah, still hasn't won on grass, though. We'll see what happens today. Probably be up close in a race that's kind of lacking some pace.
Daunt tried the Grade 1 Sword Dancer.
Yeah, dropping out of graded stakes company back to allowance company. I think he's a major player here as well.
Here's Freedom Trail, who got some good notes from Maggie in the paddock.
Yeah, started off his career really well. The last couple of races, I don't know. We'll see what happens now coming off of the layoff. Now takes the blinkers off. So we'll see first time out if he's ready to go.
Ronstadt, too bad we got his hind end. He's got big white face. He'll be easy to spot on track.
A nice horse, winning sort, who is going to have to get better, tougher company today.
U.S. debut for Francesco Clemente. Here is Alternate Reality, first time on the grass.
Alternations, 3 for 109 with those first-time starters on the grass. I'm not too going to give him a hard time for the last race, but I'm not sure how he's going to stack up in here against this group.
Pretty salty group that he will face for his U.S. debut. Here's the 2, Tide of the Sea. Now, he is coming out of stakes tries and some further distances, but we're taking a look at his second place finish in the Fort Marcy behind the Godolphin Ottoman Fleet and over next out winner City Man. Went out to the front end and was able to hold on for second as that pace setter.
I thought this was a really impressive effort because Tide of the Sea had as much of it as of a 7-length lead down the backstretch in this race. And when the field caught him, normally what happens is those horses wind up getting swallowed and they run up the racetrack. The fact that he fought on, he jumped in with the company and fought on to be second, I thought this was a really big effort, Paul.
Yeah, and, you know, so many people think that he's a real marathon type horse, but as we saw in the Fort Marcy, that race makes him tough in here. And I think Katie just has one way to go. Send this horse to the front. You are the speed of the race. And this horse seems to get into a rhythm when he's on the front end, get him to relax a little bit. And as you said before, it's not like he stops when other horses have come to him.
No, he kicked on and fought. But I know, honestly, I don't think she needs to send him. I think she just lets him need to do what he wants to do, get out of his way. Sometimes a rider has to be a pilot. Sometimes they have to be a passenger. Sometimes in this spot, I think Katie needs to be a good passenger early.
There's the 4 Daunt. We last saw him in the Grade 1 sword dancer behind Bolshoi Ballet. 3rd place finisher, Pioneering Spirit. We saw to come back and on a quick turnaround win the Bernard Baruch closing day up at the spa.
Yeah, I think Don is just getting back into the proper kind of spot. I mean, he wasn't embarrassed in either the Bowling Green or the Sword Dancer. This is just much easier. And I like him going the 1 1/8. I mean, I know that he's been successful as far as the 1 1/4, but I think he finishes his deal better a little bit shorter.
Yeah, I can say one thing. I've chased him around Belmont Park during the past meet, and he ran exceptionally well in those 3 starts, and there was nothing wrong with his stakes races. He wasn't embarrassed in those starts either. The drop in class is going to help him today, and he finishes his races off nicely. He'll make a run today at the end of the race. He looks good out on track as well, warming up.
7-2 on Daunt right now. For more, let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, he gets a little class relief too, Daunt. He looks sensational in the paddock, out on the racetrack. Good energy too for a horse that's sometimes a little bit quiet, but he was very eager and into the bridle today, which I like to see with him. And the only problem with him is he truly a winning? I felt like that 2nd and 3rd race off of the layoff, he should have won. But he was beaten by Portfolio Company. But Portfolio Company also had a tough trip that day. I'm going to take him here because I feel like I don't want to take Francesco Clemente, and I just feel like he's the other class horse, or he is the class horse, at least with regards to American racing. But again, I worry about his overall will to win. As we'll move on to number 1 in here, Exact Estimate, the other Chad Brown horse. Now, Acacia has good notes on him. I've never seen him before, despite running here a lot. But he's very fit, very lean. He looks great overall. It's interesting getting out to the furthest distance he's competed at this 9 furlongs, because he wanted to be forward in that 1 1/16 race, and he just seemed to be done once he got to the head of the lane, which the pace kind of was coming apart. So I'm wondering, what do they do from that inside post? Are they going to try to, battle with number 2, Tide of the Sea, or maybe I don't know. He looks like longer is better, but watching some of his races, I don't know if that's necessarily the truth. And then just interesting notes on number 6, Ronstadt. As you guys mentioned, the white face, he actually has 2 blue eyes as well. And that's really rare. I mean, if you were watching Saratoga Live, the pony that I was riding, Norman, he's a Cremello, a quarter horse, and obviously that comes with the territory. And while it's a rare kind of coloring, they always have blue eyes. For a thoroughbred to have blue eyes, it's very, very rare, especially 2 of them. But, I mean, he's nearly black in his coat with that white face and those eyes. He's really striking looking. But Acacia, obviously 17-1. He's going to have to get a little bit faster to be effective here.
A cool-looking horse. We'll see what he can do on track. Very, very interesting with the blue eyes, Maggie. Thanks for that. I wish we had the other side of him because he's so cool-looking. We'll see if we can get a shot of him coming around talking about the 6, Ronstadt. But, yeah, as Maggie said, very, very rare to see 2 blue eyes on a thoroughbred.
Yeah, extremely rare. When I was a kid, I worked at a riding academy, and they had a filly, a mare, with 1 blue eye, 1 brown eye. And her name was Meanie, and nobody wanted to ride her, and I loved riding her, and she was a sweetheart to ride. I came to find out she was part of a set, Eenie, Meanie, Miney, and Mo.
Oh, that's funny.
So everybody was intimidated by the name, but she was a sweetheart.
That's great. First pony I ever rode, actually, was named Blue, because he had 1 blue eye.
Really?
Yeah, not a thoroughbred, little pony that was toting the kids around the track. But we digress. 7-5 on Francesco Clemente. There is your favorite going in. We'll see what he does in his U.S. debut. And quickly to circle back what Maggie was saying about the 1 Exact Estimate, my notes from him said that it was big, looks like longer is better. It's just that he was a horse that seemed to lack a little bit of focus and that kind of final push and drive, and we'll see if he can use that to a better performance today. Loading in for race 7, Belmont at the Big A on the turf. John and Brielle is the call.
We're good on the outside. And they're off. And it was a somewhat hesitant beginning for number 8, Francesco Clemente, who's towards the back of the pack, if not indeed last in the field here early on. Tide of the Sea, Exact Estimate on the outside, Alternate Reality. Then Daunt, who is sitting in 4th, followed by Good Skate in 5th, then Freedom Trail in 6th. Ronstadt is down at the rail in 7th, and Francesco Clemente is the trailer in 8th. Opening quarter, 24 seconds. Tide of the Sea takes the field into the clubhouse turn. Tide of the Sea opening up here by 3 lengths. Alternate Reality is second by 1.5 lengths with Exact Estimate in 3rd. Then a break of 2 to Daunt in 4th, almost 7 lengths from the lead. On the outside is Freedom Trail. Down at the rail is Good Skate. Those two right together. And at the back are Ronstadt and Francesco Clemente. Tide of the Sea steps away here to lead by 4.5 lengths. Ran the half mile in 48 4. Alternate Reality second by a half length. Exact Estimate is on the outside and in 3rd. Then Good Skate and Daunt right together 4th and 5th. Freedom Trail followed by Ronstadt, and Francesco Clemente continues to trail. They go around the far turn now. Tide of the Sea is the leader, but the lead's down to 1.5 lengths. Exact Estimate is on the move on the outside, and Daunt follows that move. And Freedom Trail is now gearing up out in the middle of the course. Then Francesco Clemente. Exact Estimate has now taken the lead. Daunt is moving up along with Freedom Trail. Then Francesco Clemente. Exact Estimate in front by 2.5 lengths. Freedom Trail with one last try on the outside. Exact Estimate. Freedom Trail. They come for the finish. Exact Estimate the winner. Half length. Freedom Trail was second. Then Daunt and Francesco Clemente.
Well, looks like his physicality spoke true. Exact Estimate did want some more distance, Richie, though things got a little tight there at the end.
Yeah, Freedom Trail was gaining with every stride towards the end, but he worked out a picture-perfect trip under Irad Ortiz Jr. He was able to ease him out from that inside position after saving ground around the first turn, and just basically had first run on Freedom Trail and another Ortiz brother, exactly.
Yeah. The train keeps on rolling, literally. But he did have a good trip in here, too. He was by himself, which sometimes you always like to see. You're going into your own cliff sitting 3rd, and he was able to just kind of ease his way out, like you said, and just roll on. He was trying to pull himself a little bit up there as they got a little bit late in the race. But as Acacia said, he ran to his physicality. He wanted to go longer today, and he just held on for the win.
4th place finish from your favorite 6-5 on Francesco Clemente. And as Maggie talked about in the paddock, yet again, Richie broke slowly, and while he finished with a pretty big late run, he's got to get into the race a little bit sooner. Really kind of hesitated at the start.
Yeah, he's just compromising himself at the brakes, and it's really going to be accentuated here in North America with our style of racing. I think he did actually pretty well to be 4th. I thought the biggest disappointment in the race, I mean, other than your 6-5 favorite finishing off the board or finishing 4th, was Tide of the Sea. He could not have gotten any more comfortable on the lead, and he just had no resistance when the challenge came.
Yeah, and the fractions were pretty easy, 24 and 48, 113, and just had nothing left at the top of the stretch. So I wonder if something went a little bit of a miss there, or it was just second off the lap. It just wasn't good enough today. Didn't fire.
Katie Davis did everything right, setting the pace, but it turned out that the best trip went to your winner 4-1 on Exact Estimate, getting a little bit more ground and turning things around after a disappointing effort last time out. 1-5-4-8 in the 7th. Belmont at the Big A. We'll bring you prices, reactions, and more from America's Day at the Races after this quick break.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. His recent top runners include these star performers.
Good Girl, Bad Habits, the Mastery filly. Here surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly.
Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome to the Adelphi Racing Club experience. Take ownership of stakes-winning thoroughbreds like Funny How, racing at the highest level circuits.
Funny How is in front. It's Funny How who's up by 3 lengths, approaching the 16th pole. It's all Funny How. Funny How, Katie Davis more than amused. Funny How wins the Broadway.
Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference. and let's win races together.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual and usually well. In the 7th race, Belmont at the Big A, it was exact estimate. Red Ortiz making the exact estimate with exactly how much he had left. Getting the win, $10.40 winner with a nice trip there. Your favorite checking in 4th for trainer Chad Brown, who's standing by with me.
That's right, Acacia. And exact estimate, Chad, taking well to the 9 furlongs, also taking well to a little bit of a more quiet environment here at the Big A.
Yeah, just telling you, in Saratoga, this horse was so studdish by the time you get to the paddock. For whatever reason, walked through a picnic area. It's not for every horse, and he was kind of all undone by the time I put a saddle on him. I wasn't surprised he didn't run well, and I was just telling Irad when I gave him a leg up, hey, expect a different effort today. This horse is so quiet and cool and calm today. I think he's going to turn it around. He did.
And two, you could see it in the race where last time he wanted to be too aggressive, and today he just turned off, sat patiently, and was there for Irad in the end.
Absolutely. Even his last race, you can see he was all lathered up into the first turn. And today, like you said, he was quiet and always waiting for his commands from the rider.
I want to ask you about the cotillion coming up on Saturday down at Parks. You will send out a call to blew away a field in the Monmouth Oaks, in which several horses came back out to win as well. What are you expecting from her taking on Pretty Mischievous again?
You know what? She's a horse that's gotten better all year. You know her well. She's one of the winter warriors that survived here and did really well, really thrived in New York, like we've had several through the years. And program worked for her. She keeps getting better. And, you know, if she gets a trip, I think she could be right there.
Awesome. Well, best of luck with her. Congratulations here.
Thank you.
All right, exact estimate, proving best here today and loving the 1 1/8 miles and a nice, quiet, and relaxing Aqueduct. Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. Yeah, I said lax focus. Chad went right to it. He was very studdish last time out, exact estimate, but much more relaxed this afternoon, which is good to see. And Richie, you know, sometimes that's a part of it too. People sometimes forget it's Saratoga. It's a long walk from the barn areas, especially in the Oklahoma training track where Chad is based, and horses walk across the street, through the crowds, and sometimes it can be taxing on a horse.
Well, and just what he just said, walking through the picnic area, there's people everywhere. And sometimes horses, their nervous energy, when they work themselves off, will manifest itself in them coming off as being very studdish. And I think it's just a way for them to almost kind of focus that energy, even though it's in a negative way.
Sure. Well, much more relaxed today. Exact estimate with the win in race 7, Belmont at the Big A. We had that pick 6 carryover today. We'll take a look at what's going on with the sequence so far, and it has not exactly been the easiest. You've seen some pretty good prices here, Richie.
Some really good prices. Nothing compared to Sunday. Right. We saw Giramonte at 96 to 1 blow up the top board, but good handicapping if you're still alive, and good luck.
Absolutely. Lots of money on the line if you're still alive.
We appreciate all those who played today, and there's a fun one coming up on the main track, a dirt sprint. New York breds in this 6 furlong 8th race. Mariachi, Perfect Munnings, big players in here. Perfect Munnings first off the claim for Steve Asmussen after a win last time out. Currently your 8-5 favorite. Very intriguing runner up that 14.5 length score. We'll talk more about the 8th race in a moment. We'll also talk about Little Brown Jug Day. $1 million in total purses this afternoon. You can get some funnel cakes, some fried Twinkies, some great racing. What more could you possibly ask for? We'll have more from Little Brown Jug Day after this on America's Day at the Races.
They say breed the best and hope for the best.
Vacoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Vacoma the one to catch? Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 quarter. Vacoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vacoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings right from your phone with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
By Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And if you're at the Delaware County Fair, you can get a seat like this, get your phone, play on Naira Bets, get some fried Twinkies, that's where Richie will be, and have a good time.
I don't think I need a regular Twinkie. I'm not sure that the fried Twinkie is luring me.
I don't think I've ever had the pleasure of a fried Twinkie. I've had a fried Oreo before.
You guys are...
You've never had funnel cake.
I know. They were like shocked during the break that I've never had a funnel cake. I've never had a funnel cake before.
We'll have to.
I have seen like fried Snicker bars.
I've had.
They'll fry
but I
anything,
didn't try it.
I think. Yeah.
I've had Oreos and pickles and stuff like that.
Pickles?
Yeah, fried. You've never had fried pickles?
No.
They're good.
But no funnel cake.
No funnel cake.
We're gonna rectify that. If I gotta go find funnel cake tomorrow morning, I'm bringing funnel cake in.
I love it. I love it. It's, you know, when that's our conversation, it's a good day in the sport of racing as we have race 18 coming up from the Delaware County Fair. It's the Tony Alagna Racing Ohio Breeders' Championship for 2-year-old colts and geldings, a 1-mile pace. Here's a look at the field even money on Janelle Granny, which this confused me, but it is a colt, and he'll kick off the post parade.
Yeah, saw him a couple of weeks ago, second choice in the Scarlet Championship when we were on the air. It was locked in with a third on the rail kind of trip. Found some room, too deep in the passing, couldn't make an impact. Posted well, but I look at that 8 seconds that this horse has and 1/3 from 13 starts on the year. He could win. He's got the best mile, but I don't know. 4 to 5 is tough to take on a horse that's run second quite a bit.
A short price, and these are still 2-year-olds as well, still figuring some things out. 4 to 5 right now, breaking from the inside. Paul, from an inside post, is that an advantage? We'll get back to that conversation in a moment, as now we're moving through the post parade. Here's Drinkin' My Baby Goodbye.
Rolling along on that fair circuit. It's been piling up some wins. Gets a little bit tougher here with the competition today, but does have a nice inside draw on the track.
Here's Racing Rebel, the 3.
Took on one of those gray divisions at Scioto most recently. Seems to be a step behind Janelle Granny when they've met.
The 4, Ride in the Seaside, up next.
qualifier in the last race, they've been significant steps in the right direction for this horse. It's a big step up back in class, moving to a much smaller track. If he stays flat, though, he can compete in here. That track at Lexington's been kind of souped up, so that 151-1 may be a little bit faster than what it turns out to be here.
I think that was the 5 sidebar that we just saw go by. Here's the 625.
Wired a non-winners of 1 parimutuel last time out. This for horses who haven't won a race, obviously. It did it comfortably. Has struggled prior to that, though, versus these kind.
7 Denial.
Major problems last time out and ended up pulled up in DNF. Had that second tier post prior to that gave way. The win 3 back at Northfield was actually pretty good at a big number. It's asking a lot today, but your man, Purple Jesus, maybe he could work something out from post 7.
I love the name. I love the name. And here's Houday Nation, the 8.
Almost pulled off the big upset in one of the great consolation races last time out. The race kind of fell apart. He was charging late. It's a hard ask when you have an outside post with no speed on a half-mile track.
And from the 2nd tier, here's Outer Banks.
So kind of was just 1 pace last time out, and I still feel like he's a cut below like Janelle Granny and even Paris Dragon, who we'll see a little bit later on. All that, he does close all the time in 27 or 27 and change a lot, which a lot of these don't do. So we'll see what Chippy can work out from a 2nd tier post in here.
2-year-old Colton Geldings coming up next as we welcome in our eyes and ears at Delaware County Fair, Jessica Otten. And Jess, it's been so fun seeing the scenes from the excitement of the day for Little Brown Jug, and nice to have some of our coverage covering the young 2-year-olds here.
You know, it's one of my favorite days of the year. I was mentioning earlier, this is the day everyone marks on their calendar. Whether they're a horseman or just a fan of the sport, everybody loves coming to Delaware, Ohio that 3rd Thursday in September. And I'm so happy to be here covering the action, which gets underway right here in race 18, the Ohio Breeders' Championship for those 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers. And I'm with you, Acacia. I keep thinking that Janelle Granny is a filly, but he is my pick in here. He's been facing some pretty tough company. 5 wins from 14 starts this year. Finished 3rd behind Clever Cody in that championship race at Scioto Downs. Clever Cody's going to go on and take on the best of the best 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers Saturday night at Woodbine Mohawk Park. I think this horse has the advantage having the rail, and Brett Miller gets along with him just fine. And I think this is the perfect spot for him. Not an overly complicated group, plenty of tactical speed to get off of the rail. Janelle Granny is who I'm going to go with here in the Ohio Breeders' Championship, 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pace. Acacia.
All right, Jess, thank you. Richie, I know you are still learning harness racing, but it's always fun. Any thoughts on the 2-year-olds?
I obviously think inside draws have an advantage because it's a sharp racetrack, tight turns. What about the 2-horse that's compiled so many wins, but where have those wins taken place?
They took place at a lot of the fair circuits, so a lot of those times may look a little bit slower to you. I wouldn't be too harsh on that because some of those fair tracks play a lot slower than some of these main tracks do.
Good insight as we'll send it up to Roger Houston for the call.
Stretch and here they come. Off and pacing Janelle Granny, fast out of the gate on the inside. Up on the outside, 25 second. Racing on the inside from the 2nd tier, Outer Banks into the turn, racing 4th. Going to the backside, drinking my baby goodbye. Taking a seat 5th was Racing Rebel, 6th. Riding the Seaside, followed by Sidebar. Next comes Denial, and treading the field, Houday Nation. As they go by the opening quarter, 26-3. On the move on the outside, now to take the racetrack. Janelle Granny and Brett Miller on the retake as they race into the 3/8 mark. Racing right there, 2nd is 25. Outer Banks is 3rd as they pass the stand for the first time, coming to the halfway point. Outside flow develops. First up on the outside, Kane Kaufman, drinking my baby goodbye. At the halfway point, into the turn they go. That half in 55-4. On to the backside, it's Janelle Granny by a length and 3/4. Up on the outside, drinking my baby goodbye, 2nd. 25, racing 3rd, ready to go 3 wide. Sam Widger and Racing Rebel down the backside, now 4th, now 3rd, now 2nd. Buried is Outer Banks at the 3/4, 155-4, 29-1. 3rd panel. Around the final turn, Janelle Granny the leader. Racing Rebel went back to the pylon 2nd. Closing on the outside, Outer Banks 3rd. Less than an 8 to go. Janelle Granny, the leader. Racing Rebel back on the outside. Coming to the wire. Janelle Granny. Racing Rebel. It's Janelle Granny. Racing Rebel. Outer Banks. 1:52, 2/5.
Janelle Granny holding off Racing Rebel. Richie talked about the inside posts, and Paul, a horse that had been in good form overall, holds on as your favorite.
Yeah, made it look easy. Took over pretty early, too, after that quarter quick give and go on the front end, and had enough to hold on. I mean, had the fastest mile in the race from anyone in this field, and the inside draw helped, and certainly the best of this group. Although Racing Rebel made a race out of it pretty late. Had to go 3 wide, 2.5 mile track. Not easy to do and sustain your run.
Exciting in the stretch, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's interesting. I see names like Brett Miller, and I think about the Miller family in harness racing. And Brett Miller drove his 10,000th career win earlier this summer. That's a phenomenal amount of wins.
I'll say, that's for sure. Back over to Belmont at the Big A. Horses in the paddock. There is a look at the number 5, Perfect Munnings. Big win last time out and was picked up off the claim. Now for Steve Asmussen. Talk a little bit more about the late double from Belmont at the Big A. After this, stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old Colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on FS2. Glad to have you with us on this Thursday afternoon as we have the late double coming up from Belmont at the Big A. 8th race is a New York bred allowance, 6 furlongs on the main track. Perfect Munnings, the big favorite right now, but it is an intriguing field as we'll meet the rest of the group, starting things off with the number 1, Horn of Plenty.
So going out for David Jacobson here last time over at Penn National, ran second in optional claimer, third off the layoff today. See what happens from an inside draw. I would think he'd be a little bit forward in here.
Getting the blinkers on for the first time as well, coming back into New York bred companies. A big price on the board at the moment. Here's the 2, Don't Lose Cruise for Dave Duggan.
Best race of his life was right here at the Belmont at the Big A meeting last fall in October. He's going to have to get back to his better races. Last couple races left a lot to be desired, but he has been off since March.
And he takes the blinkers off. Here's the 4 Mariachi cutting back in distance, which he should be happy about.
Yeah, I think. I'm sorry about that.
Right. I like Mariachi here. I love the turn back for him. I think going 6 furlongs is really his distance.
Yeah, it'll hit him between the eyes here.
Here's your favorite, Perfect Munnings.
So last time out was in for 25, made easy work of that field. Now goes first off the claim for Steve Asmussen here. I think is going to be sitting in that second or third spot in here in this group. Should get a good run, though. First run on whoever's in front.
That was not Don't Lose Cruise. That was the 6 Radio Red. Here's the 7 Z-Bear.
So going out here for Linda Rice. And last time out going the mile off the turf race for that horse actually opened up, made easy work of that group. Cuts back to 6 furlongs. I don't mind the cutback for this horse either in here.
Big Engine is next.
11-time winner, closer in a race that I feel has ample speed. And he's honest, and he's a 6-time winner at Aqueduct.
And back against New York Breds, here's Brew Pub.
There's no pace last time against Tougher for this horse, so I don't mind that race so much. All 3 wins have come over this surface. Still 3 for 40, though, with 10 seconds, but does figure in here at a number.
Back to Ohio and the Delaware County Fair. In the Ohio Breeders' Championship to the 2-year-olds, it was Janelle Granny, your favorite, Paul, holding on with the victory.
Yeah, actually gets the win today, so gets a win. It's a little second-itis this year for this horse, but ran exceptionally well, got bet down like they knew, and this horse surely ran well and was faster than this group coming into the race and actually ran well with that inside draw today. So good drive by Brett Miller to let the horse sit second, take over quickly with that brush and crush, and just wire the field after that.
Now we turn our attention to the first elimination round of the 78th Little Brown Jug. We'll have 17 runners in total, 3 elimination rounds, the top 3 moving on to this year's edition of the 78th Little Brown Jug. And not only has this race in this day become a mainstay, an important piece in the sport of harness racing, but it's also really important for the community, the atmosphere, the excitement, what everybody looks forward to in that abundant and rich history of the Little Brown Jug.
The first edition of the Little Brown Jug was contested at the Delaware County Fairgrounds north of Columbus, Ohio in 1946. Known in the sport as the Jug, each year the Pacing Classic attracts harness racing's brightest stars, and fans pack the stands in America's heartland to witness one of the most coveted contests in the sport over the storied half-mile oval.
I served my first tray of pop in the grandstand when I was 13. And so I haven't left since.
10 years after its inception, the Little Brown Jug sealed its place in history when it became the penultimate jewel of the Triple Crown for pacers. The list of winners includes some of the greatest horses to ever participate in harness racing, such as Brett Hanover, Niatross, Fan Hanover, Nihilator, and Beach Towel.
Beach Towel! Show his heels to the field!
There is nothing on the planet like the Delaware backstretch. The Ferris wheel spins and fans consume cotton candy, elephant ears, steak burgers, and ice cream while they get up close and personal with North American harness racing's most prolific performers in the Little Brown Jug Horse Barn. The Jug occupies a special place in harness racing, which for more than 2 centuries has been prevalent at county fairs. But the event is also exceptional for the community and the thousands who travel from all corners of the continent to attend. With 40 to 50,000 fans on the grounds, people lock lawn chairs in place to preserve a seat as early as Memorial Day for the 3rd Thursday in September.
Delaware is very prideful of the race, and they love it. They enjoy it. They take Thursday off. The schools are closed. The banks are closed. The whole community gets in. There's volunteers that are helping us throughout, organizations that are helping us. And I mean, we have an awful lot of employees and volunteers, and a lot of that comes right here from Delaware.
For the first time in the Little Brown Jug's history, the event provides a $1 million purse, which only heightens the excitement and bolsters the legacy of the race in the annals of history.
The Little Brown Jug, the 78th running today, such a rich history and such an interesting history as well. And I know you saw the deep fried Twinkie sign in there.
I saw that deep fried Twinkie sign. Listen, I don't think I could allow myself to eat that, but it does sound interesting.
Yeah, I mean, if I can eat a funnel cake, you can try
There we go.
a deep-fried Twinkie.
I'm going on a quest to
Coming
find a
up
funnel
next.
cake tomorrow.
Back to Belmont at the Big A. They're loading in your favorites, Perfect Munnings. But quickly, Richie, I know you have interest in Mariachi. I was in the paddock the last race. I think the cutback is really going to help him.
Yeah, they tried him a mile and an eighth. He wanted no part of that. This is what Mariachi really wants to do, so I'm very interested in him.
The pedigree is more for sprint. That's not the first elim of the Little Brown Jug. This is the 8th race from Belmont at the Big A as we are loading in. New York Reds sprinting. Here's John and Brielle.
All set for the 8th. And they're off. Going out for the lead is Don't Lose Cruise. Mariachi now moves up to challenge. The two of them right together, and Perfect Munnings not far behind in 3rd. Radio Red is next in 4th. Then Z-Bear in 5th. Horn of Plenty off a step slow has now moved up down at the rail. And then it is a Brew Pub and a break of a half dozen lengths. Back to Big Engine, who trails the field in 8th. Mariachi, the leader here through a quarter in 22 and 1/5 seconds. Don't Lose Cruise is down at the rail. Radio Red is now moving up on the outside. Perfect Munnings, the favorite, is back running in 4th here, dropping 4 lengths off the lead and now being passed by 2 more as Z-Bear moves up on the outside and Horn of Plenty down at the rail. They are at the top of the stretch. It is Mariachi with the lead through a half and 45 and 3. Z-Bear moves up on the outside to take 2nd. Then Don't Lose Cruise and Radio Red. It is Mariachi with the lead. Z-Bear in 2nd, passing the 16th pole. Mariachi dances home here to win by 3.5 lengths. Z-Bear was 2nd. And it looked like Radio Red finished 3rd to complete the trifecta.
Mariachi, much as we talked about beforehand, really appreciated the cutback in distance. Richie, a little bit late switching those leads, but 3rd win today, I believe, for Kendrick Carmouche.
3rd win for Kendrick, who's been riding in fine form, and this is what Mariachi wants to do. He wants to be a sprinter. John cuts him back. John Kimmel, his conditioner, cuts him back to his best distance. And when a horse, Paul, coming out of a mile and an eighth race, has all his speed intact and can make the lead go in 6, you know that stamina should not be an issue.
Yeah, definitely wasn't a problem. And Kendrick, as we know, is a good gate rider. Let this horse get into a rhythm on the front end. And he did it easy, even going 22 and 45. There was no ask. There was no forcing of the issue. And like you said as well, just waiting for him to change leads. And even before he changed leads, he still looked like a winner. Finally got to do it there in mid-stretch, and he drew off, and as everyone has touched on here, that's what he wanted to do in a generous price, 7-2 on this horse, who just wanted to sprint and had the numbers to back him up.
A non-effort from your favorite, Perfect Munnings, too, who was up close early, but while he had that big win last time out, Richie, and Paul mentioned it, that was for $25,000. It was off a layoff and a drop in class. It's a little bit tough sometimes to see a horse like that come back and do it again.
Well, especially when a horse wins by nearly 15 lengths, like Perfect Munnings did last time. But he was also in a state-bred $25,000 claiming race. Now, he ran a fast figure, but sometimes horses are capable of running better when they have things come easy to them. They don't have to fight for it. He faces a horse like Mariachi, who's got true speed. Now he's in chase mode, and he's having to fight to maintain his position. It's a completely different scenario. I know when I was a kid, if I was, I was on the wrestling team. If I wrestled a kid that wasn't nearly as tough and didn't give me as much resistance, I looked like, Cold Stone Steve Austin, right? But if I had a kid that was tough and gave me a tussle, suddenly I looked pretty ordinary, if you will.
4-7-6-2. Mariachi takes them gate to wire in the 8th. Belmont at the Big A. We head back over to the Delaware County Fair in Ohio. It's time for the first elimination round of the 78th Little Brown Jug. And Bucephalus currently at 4-5 down on the inside. Paul, your thoughts on this horse who was the New Jersey Classic winner last time out?
Yeah, he made easy work of those fields in the New Jersey Classic, too. We brushed to the top last time out, and he was much the best in there. He's got a nice, cozy inside draw for this elimination. He just has to make sure he doesn't get jammed into a bad pocket spot. Talent's always been there. We've seen him on our shows before. The question is, will he put it together today and win the big money?
Here's Lubeck, last test today.
Yeah, made a move to the top pretty early. Held sway in that non-winners of 5 Power Mutual at Philly. Gets around the smaller tracks well. I just don't know if he's good enough against these types.
There's the 2. There's the 3, Hungry Angel Boy, not necessarily a winning type.
No, he's exchanged blows with Vukafalis various times this year. He's got some wicked kick in races. He's always there, but he's just 1 for 11 this year, and that's kind of tough to swallow. He does have the 4 seconds and 3/3. He's plenty fast enough to get to the finals, though, and he's well posted here.
Blue Hunt, big price.
So came home smartly, 26-4. That's a good final quarter for a qualifier. Prior to that, hasn't been really threatening in the Sire Stakes action. 0 for 9 this year as well, so that's kind of a turnoff.
Coming down from Canada, north of the border from Woodbine Mohawk, here's Moment Is Here.
Yeah, these are smart connections, too, bringing this horse down. He just missed multiple times in the Ontario Sire Stakes action. Some of those are tough races. The Simcoe wasn't bad either. He finished ahead of Stockade Sealster, unfortunately had a scratch. So we'll see what happens here. He's got tactical speed. He's very easy to drive. He's a horse with a light touch, so you don't have to do much with him to get him into position. So I wouldn't count him out to make the final in here.
That's the 4, Blue Hunt. There is the 5, Moment Is Here. Well, Richie, you know, Paul said he's easy to drive, so you wanna jump in there?
Well, I could see. I mean, he looks like he's driving with silk reins there. He just looks smooth and nice. And I'm a big Tim Tetrick fan, by the way. He's one of my favorite drivers. So this is where I'm landing on.
I like it.
The Moment Is Here.
That's a little bit of hunch play, too.
There you go. Richie going with the Bionic Man.
Bionic Man. I was just going to ask you what Tim Tetrick's nickname was. Bionic Man.
They all have nicknames?
Yeah.
Most do, yeah.
And David Miller's Purple Jesus, which is my personal favorite.
That is a really good one. So why the Bionic Man? Do we know?
I don't know the full answer to that question about the Bionic Man. I think it's just because he's been around and...
Listen, I know many years from now when archaeologists dig me up, they're going to be like, what in the world happened to this guy?
The true Bionic Man.
The true Bionic Man sitting right in between
Paul,
us.
we have one more horse in the post parade. There's ants marching.
Blew out one of the great consolation divisions in the Ohio Scio Stakes action last time out with the outside draw. My guess is Dexter Dunn's going to take back and make one run at it to try to get the horse in the finals.
That's the field for the first elimination round of the Little Brown Jug as we welcome in Jessica Otten, getting ready, Jess, to see who is going to be able to move on to that final coming up a little bit later on.
We sure are. And to answer your question about the Bionic Man, he's had 2 hip replacements, the young age of 41. So that's why they call him the Bionic Man. He limps around here, but he sure gets the job done on the racetrack. The first of 3 eliminations of the 78th edition of the Little Brown Jug gets underway here shortly. Top 3 finishers head on into the final. Of course, you want to get a good post position, so they will be racing here to finish 1, 2, and 3. And I'm going to go with the rail horse. Janelle Granny just got it done for me there in the Ohio Breeders' Championship from the rail. Let's go with Vukafalis. This is a horse we are very familiar with on the show. He's a New Jersey Sire Stakes Championship horse. He's a New Jersey Classic Championship horse. He's had a little bit of not so much great luck lately this year, but he's rounding back into form. He had post 10 in the Cane Pace, parked the entire mile at the Big M. They gave this colt a little bit of time off, a couple of qualifiers. Then he come back in the New Jersey Classic on September the 9th and was parked to the half before he cleared to the front in 54 and drew away from the field 149 and 2, 26 and 3. Now, the question is, this guy is mainly raced on larger tracks, Woodbine Mohawk Park and the Meadowlands this year. How will he handle the half mile? It's 4 turns. He did tell press earlier on that he did train well over the track this week. They got to go pretty quick out of the gate, and the first turn does come up quickly. So it will be interesting to see how he handles the smaller track. He's not that big of a horse. I don't foresee it being any concern in here. Jordan Stratton gets along with them quite well. Ants Marching is coming off of a very impressive win at Scioto Downs. He was parked the entire mile, 3 wide at 3/4 pole, and drew away by 5 and 49 and 4. He gets post 6 for Nancy Tactor and Dexter Dunn. Then I went to the 3 Hungry Angel Boy. He's got a bit of fresh legs. 3 starts as a 2-year-old, 11 starts as a 3-year-old. Only 1 win on the season, but I think he can get things done and mix it up there to finish out going into the final. So it's 1, 6, and 3 in here for me. Vukafalis from the rail. Can he get it done? I don't know. Acacia.
We'll soon find out, Jess. Thank you, and thank you for the background on Timmy Tetrick. Now we know why he's called the Bionic Man. 2 hip replacements.
I'm even a bigger fan. Guy, 2 hip replacements, gets up in a bike like that, drives the way he does. I love what she said. He limps around, but when he gets in the bike, I get it. I get it. He and I have a lot in common.
Kindred spirits.
That passion, it doesn't leave you, that's for sure. Lining up for the first elimination of the 78th Little Brown Jug, Roger Houston standing by with the call.
Brown Jug. off and pacing. That's Moment is Here, going right out for the lead as they race into the turn. Racing second is Hungry Angel Boy. Getting away third is Vucavalis. On to the backside they go, racing fourth. As they race around the turn and straighten out down the backside, it's Lubet. Racing next comes Blue Hunt, and trading the field on the outside. Ants Marching, now sixth, now fifth. Opening quarter, 26 seconds. Into the turn, go on to the 3/8 mark. On top, Moment is Here. Tim Tetrick shows the way. Right there, second. As they race into the lane, Hungry Angel Boy. Vucavalis comes to the outside. First up, Jordan Stratton. Following the cover on the outside is Lou Beth. Sneaking up the inside, Blue Hunt. Ants Marching trails. They over to the half in 54 seconds. On to the turn and the 5/8 mark. Moment is Here. Has the lead by a length. Right there, second. Vucavalis on the outside. Hungry Angel Boy racing third. 3 wide down the backside. Here comes David Miller and Lou Beth. Racing next comes Blue Hunt on the outside. Ants Marching. 3 quarters, 1, 22 and 1, 28 and 1. Third panel. Around the final turn. Tim Tetrick, Moment is Here, has the lead by a length and a quarter. Hungry Angel Boy ready to challenge in the stretch. On the outside, Lou Beth continues to close ground through the stretch. Moment is Here, and Tim Tetrick drawing away. 1:50 and 1/5.
The Bionic Man, Tim Tetrick, with a Moment is Here, takes them every step of the way in the first elimination. Richie comes on the set. He finds out he had 2 hip replacements, and it's a top pick.
I love this guy. This horse made the lead. It looks like speed's good there today, Paul. And, you know, Paul, last time this horse was first over with no cover. You know, this time gets the perfect trip on the lead, wire to wire.
Yeah, and made it look easy, too. Flew out of there and actually just opened up in the lane. Had some fast splits as well. And Vucavalis had that bad trip sitting third, had to come first over, just couldn't sustain. This is what happens when you're in these races and you don't make the top 3. You don't make the final. So big effort here.
Paul, I used the terminology. I have no idea what I just said.
You did just fine.
We're very thankful. Paul sets us up. He gives us the little spark notes for all of the races that we cover. And we're learning so much about harness racing, which has been a lot of fun on this show. But back at Thoroughbred Racing Land, Belmont at the Big A, another wire-to-wire winner this time, Richie Mariachi. Sprint pedigree, a sprint-looking horse, and he appreciated the cut back in distance.
Yeah, this is what Mariachi wants to do, and it kept to sprinting. This is where he's going to have his most success. Play to a horse's strengths. Really interesting pedigree, you know, particularly from the female side of the family, all going back to Anti-Spend, which was the foundation there for Chester and Mary Broman.
Second dam, Seeking the Ante, who we have a stake named after in Saratoga on that New York Showcase day, and Mariachi, who tried just tougher and further in the Albany last time out, held off Sea Bear and Radio Red. Just one race to go at Belmont at the Big A, and another price, the favorite off the board in the 8th race. That should make things, guys, very interesting for this pick 6.
Yeah, it should pay very well, too. I'd like to know if there's any shot of a carryover again.
Yeah,
this horse with some of these prices that have been
here. If we have some surprises, which sometimes can be the case in these maiden 40s, New York bred, the nightcap, sometimes it can be a little bit wild, and we'll see what happens. Right now you have a 9-2 favorite in the last race of the day, and that is Zapruder, the number 9, first off the claim for Joe Sharp.
Yeah, and Zapruder's got races on the turf that, you know, certainly make this horse a contender. I think this is a really wide open affair. I like the 11 Miles if he can work out some sort of a trip from an outside draw.
I agree with you. I like Miles in here as well, just about for the same reason. So sorry we're piling on board here.
No problems there. Moment is here to take them every step of the way in the first elimination round. We'll see who will join him a little bit later on as we continue on with the big day of the Little Brown Jug.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulf Street, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, offering a catalog of yearlings from many of the sport's most lucrative state-bred programs. Among the nation's richest sources of stakes caliber horses, graduates of this sale have won or placed in over 200 stakes races in just the past 2 years alone. Recent stars include Leave No Trace, winner of the Spinaway Stakes, and runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings, Monday and Tuesday, October 2nd and 3rd in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Consistently versatile with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churls Fight running on. Mason in front. Churls Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Prince of Monaco's too good. An impressive winner of the Best Pal.
All purpose, all places, all power. Spikestown.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, as it truly is America's Day at the Races today in the first elimination round of the Little Brown Jug. It was the number 5 Moment is here, taking them gate to wire. $12.80 winner.
Yeah, sharp win here, sharp connections. When Bob McIntosh comes down from Canada, he has good horses all the time. And this horse went straight to the front, didn't look back, made it look easy and a good time too. And no Vukafalis here. That's what happens sometimes when you end up with a tough trip. Had to come first over, couldn't sustain. And there are your first 3, 5, 3, 4. They will head on to race for the money in the Little Brown Jug final.
We look forward to seeing them driven by Tim Tetrick. We learned about his nickname from Jess today, and she's standing by with Tim in the winner's circle.
Moment is here, takes the first elimination of the Little Brown Jug, 150-1, winning driver Tim Tetrick. Timmy, tell me a little bit about this colt. First time you sat behind him, he seems like the real deal.
You knew as much about him as I did going into it. I did speak with Bob, which, get well, Bob, but, you know, he's quick as a cat. You know, they told me he's fast. They didn't know how much bottom he had, but I think he's got quite a bit of bottom. He felt super.
Talk about the trip. You went gate to wire, and he looked like he just eased through the wire.
He did. No, he was really good, strong at the wire. He left the gate like a runner, and he did everything he's supposed to do.
You win. You get post positions 1 through 3. Now you'll draw 4. How important is it to get those post positions for the final?
Big time, you know, because that's the sharpest horses. They put them on the inside, and it's half-mile racing, so the draw means a lot.
Thunder Hunter Joe coming up in the next elimination. What can you tell us about this guy?
I drove him once at Yonkers. Kind of got a bad trip, but he's a big, strong colt. You know, hopefully we can get kind of do the same thing.
Nice job and good luck.
Thank you.
There you have it. Moment is here. 150-1 takes the first elimination of the Little Brown Jug. Winning driver, Tim Tetrick.
Jessica, thank you so much, as we will see the top 3 finishers moving on 5, 3, and 4 as 1 round down, 2 to go.
And one of the most important things here, too, is when you win this event, you'll be able to draw from the 1, 2, or 3 hole for the final. So this is a big deal, good post position. But something that Tim mentioned that I wanted to ask you, Richie, as far as riding goes, for Tim's case, he drove this horse for the first time, knew nothing about the horse, just spoke to Bob briefly. In a situation like that, for you as a rider, what do you do in that situation?
You know, we're just so fortunate that we have the ability to pull up replays on a replay center. Years ago, you would have to go to the stewards, get permission. They'd pull up the race. You'd look. Now you can just at the touch of your finger go online and pull up all horse races, familiarize yourself. And then, of course, talking with the connections, just as you know, he was talking about there. And when you have confidence in the trainer you ride for and that trainer has confidence in you, you're going to glean a lot of information from what they tell you. But obviously, the Bionic Man is a pro, got in behind the bike, warmed this horse up, and flag fall to that's all.
Well done. It was a nice effort from Moment is here, coming down from Woodbine Mohawk, and we'll see him moving on into the final. The Little Brown Jug is the second elimination coming up next. And you could say this one a little bit of a saltier group because you have two kind of big players with Burnout and 7 colors. 7 colors now, 4 to 5, who's 3 for 3 since being purchased by his current connections and in terrific form, Paul.
Yeah, and he's bringing not only that winning streak here, but he's gotten faster at the end of miles with each win is what you want to see. So he's going to be a tough customer in here, but he's got an outside post. So we'll see what happens.
There he is on track, and there's Burnout, perhaps his main competition. We'll talk more about the second elimination group after this.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first runners are hitting the track. Dual Surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Park.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Those streets of Saratoga. I was up there. It's a lot quieter now than it was this summer, but you could win a trip to Saratoga for 2024, presented by America's Best Racing, Naira Bets, and My Racehorse. A great opportunity to come and hang out at the greatest place for a racing fan, and we hope that you'll all come join us next summer. But a great opportunity, Richie, for a fun prize.
A fantastic opportunity to do Saratoga the right way, in style,
Yeah.
right? And even giving you some mad money to play with as well. And I think we got to sign up for that. Oh, we're not allowed.
No, I don't know. Well, apparently Andy Serling threw in a lunch with Greg Wolf as part of the prize package. So if you want that, you know.
Well, I can get the lunch with Greg. I thought Andy was going to throw in a lunch with Andy, and I was like, what happened? The entries went way down? No.
Oh, no.
I'm kidding, Andy. I'm kidding. I kid.
Well, we talked about the great history of the Little Brown Jug, and even if you are not somebody that necessarily follows harness racing, you probably heard the name Wiggle It, Jiggle It, because not only on top of being a great name, he's a really good horse as well, as we take a look at him winning the 2015 Little Brown Jug, Paul.
Yeah, he looked beaten in mid-stretch, too, in this race, and he wouldn't be denied. Montreal Teague in the bike, too. This was a great effort and a great race. This was a really good horse, too, and right there, he looked like he was going to get beat. He rallied on and won this race.
That's what the good ones have in common, whether it's a standardbred or a thoroughbred. They find ways to get it done. That competitive spirit comes out. Wow, look at that crowd. I've got to experience this at some stage. I need to go to the little Brown Jug.
Yeah, and they are packed around the turn, too, which keeps them right into the action all the way around the track. So it's not a bad seat there.
That's such a cool shot. Look at that. So many great places and really, really close to the racetrack, which is so fun, too. And you can see, I mean, it's all the way around the track as well.
It really is. And you could see there people were grilling and you know, picnicking and partying. And
yeah.
I can't wait to get back to Far Hills because this time I actually have a couple of go-to spots. I was reporting, and I'm invited back. I know where the good food is now at Far Hills.
See, I was tied to the desk on that day, and Richie was out there making his relationships. I mean, there were places with a full bar, a full charcuterie board. I mean, like fancy setups. And
I'm going back to the guy. He had stone crabs. He had lobsters. He had shrimp. And I know you have to host again, so I'll take it on the chin and report.
What a tough job he's
got. Tough job. If Richie's not here next year, you know he's at the Little Brown Jug having fried Twinkies and making his relationships over there. But we look forward to the second elimination coming up, a 1 mile pace. Yet again, same deal here. The top 3 finishers move on to the final 7 colors. The favorite now, Paul, Richie was asking Tim Tetrick, he's going to be aboard, or I should say, driving the #1 Thunder Hunter Joe. He won the first elimination round. What happens if both of his horses move on to the final?
Timmy T's going to have to make a choice. Is he going to want to drive the horse he won with last time, or is he going to want to drive Thunder Hunter Joe here in the elimination, in the finals, excuse me, if he makes it there?
Now imagine though, right, you're driving these horses for the first time, even which you did the last race, and now you have to make that decision on the day of the big race. I mean, it's pretty whirlwind, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it happens fast, too. There's not much time between that final elimination and then getting to the finals as well. So as a rider, would you have to want to make that choice?
Well, you'd like to be in a position to make that choice, and if you're as good a driver as Tim Tetrick, I think I'm holding out for a better deal. They get paid 5%. Well, who wants to pay me 10? I'll go in your direction.
The money's going to talk for you.
Oh, no. I saw the 2 Hunting the last dollar, and there's the 3 Urban Hanover.
The Urban Hanover. It's a little bit over his head at times versus the stake types. The drop was realistic last week. It resulted in a nice win. He's back up the class ladder today at a big number.
Here's Ken Hanover, the 4.
So forced to make most of the running in the outer flow last time in the Pennsylvania Sire Stakes Championship. Almost made the top 2. He didn't. He kind of faltered late. 3 starts back, he won the Hemp Consolation, which was okay. It took everything he had, though, at 1 to 9 to do it. So a little dubious of this. He's got 18 days off now. We'll see what he does from a mid-post position.
6 to 1 right now. Big price right now on Burnout at 12 to 1. Are you surprised?
A little bit. He trucked kind of first over into that wicked pace last time out in the Scarlet Championship division. He made the top. He got cut down anyway by a long shot in Wicked Character. I kind of see the same first over journey for this horse today, so that may not help his chances. We saw what happened to Vukafalis in the last race, getting hung out in a hot pace.
I hate that first over trip.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a tough road to host, but you're taking all the air in, too. You want to catch a helmet.
Cover. You want to block the wind.
I've been watching a lot of Formula One, so I've learned a lot about drafting in behind.
Yeah, you definitely want to stay behind, stay out of the wind. And stay. Listen, you know what you're doing? Do you want to just join us tomorrow night, too?
I already have a prior engagement.
You knew I was going to ask that.
There is your favorite 7 colors, 3 race win streak. I thought this quote I read was great from co-owner Big Pollock. He said, "I like blankets even more than the purses." He wants the big win.
I love that because I was all about trophies in sports that I was in. It's like anything else I got, whether it was money's other. No, listen, I want the money too. It's green too. Show me the money. I don't care over that. But it's always good to take home the hardware too. You want something to put on your mantle when you can't remember something. You know what you did. You got the trophy right there.
I've got enough hardware in my body. Show me the money.
I was going to say, unfortunately, that is your remember. It's part of it. But in 7 colors case, he's got a 3 race winning streak coming in here, and the one good thing about him is he's gotten faster at the end of miles with each victory, and he pulls away in fields, which I like to see. The outside draw, Dexter can find a helmet, make a charge late.
All right, things are getting a little out of hand up here on the set, so we need some help from Jessica. In second elimination here, Jess, can 7 colors make it 4 in a row?
Horse approaching
I think so. I think this horse is coming into the race at the perfect time. He's peaking, he's sharp, he's got enough time in between his starts, and I think that's really important. He's half of his starts this year has been wins, 7 of 14. Andrew Harris has done a tremendous job after taking over for trainer Brian Brown. Dexter Dunn gets along with him perfectly. Outside post, yes, but he's very aggressive. He's got plenty of tactical speed, plus he can do it on the front end, off the pace, you name it. 7 Colors is my pick in here. The second elimination of the Little Brown Jug is heading towards the gate. Here's Roger Houston with the call.
Off and pacing, going for the lead. Thunder Hunter Joe on the inside, taking a seat, hunting the last dollar around the turn. Irvin Hanover is here third, up on the outside. Now fourth, that's 7 Colors racing fifth. As they race to the backside, Kent Hanover trailing the field. Down the backside they go. Sam Widger can see them all with Burnout as they race over to the opening quarter. 26-1. Into the turn, going to the 3/8 mark. On top of the field, Thunder Hunter Joe leads the way by about 3.5 lengths. Racing second, hunting the last dollar second. Racing third, Irvin Hanover into the lane first time. 7 Colors is fourth. Racing fifth, Ken Hanover, and trailing the field, Burnout. Halfway home, 54. 27-4, second panel. To the backside they go. Thunder Hunter Joe continues to lead by 1 3/4 lengths. Up and moving on the outside. Here comes 7 Colors now second. Racing third. Hunting the last dollar. Down the backside they go. Racing on the inside, Irvin Hanover. On the outside, Ken Hanover. And trailing is Burnout coming to the outside. 3/4, 121-3, 27-3. Third panel, and 7 Colors has worked his way to the front and starts to open up. Racing second, that's Thunder Hunter Joe. Into the stretch they come. On top of the field, it's 7 Colors with the lead. Closing on the outside, David Miller, Ken Hanover the rush.
An upset as 7 Colors looked home, but Ken Hanover and David Miller rolling on the outside to get the win in the second elimination.
Yeah, came from that second over journey and just pulled out late to get past a game horse, though, in 7 Colors, who made that first over grind to get to the top. And man, it took everything at 1-9 for this horse to win the Hem consolation. Those 18 days off may have gotten this horse a little bit fresh because he came with a run at the end and got the job done. So Purple Jesus will be in the finals now.
Purple Jesus, David Miller with the win. Again, top 3 move on. So while the favorite 7 Colors was beaten the elimination, he does have the opportunity for redemption in the final a little bit later on. We have the nightcap coming up. Belmont at the Big A, a mile and the 16th on the turf. New York bred maiden claiming 3-year-olds and upward. Here's a look at the field. Still your tepid favorite on the number 9, Zapruder, first off the claim for Joe Sharp, and that's just the kind of race that this is. A little bit tough to put too much trust in really anybody in this spot. The field, though, guys, starting things off with the horse getting back onto the turf. Samama Beach.
Yeah, kind of blasted off to that lead 3 back when in the same spot, folded late. But hey, Joey Martinez won at 96-1. We'll try it at 27-1 from the inside here.
Yes, he did. Big price, but that's got nothing on Giramonte, who won the nightcap on Sunday. Should note, by the way, as 1, 5, 6, and 8 will trigger a pick 6 carryover. Belmont at the Big A. Here's Charming Jim.
Charming Jim getting to the surface that he was meant for early in the Saratoga meeting when it rained off, returns with Lasix, took money on debut, and Lord Johnny Velasquez drops in class.
Screw Loose stretching out back on the turf.
Yeah, drops in class and gets back on the grass and had significant trouble in that turf race as well, 2 starts back. So figures in here with any kind of trip.
Fast Study actually had a good effort, 2 back on the grass.
Was a good effort and really kind of middle moved aggressively and was caught late. Run back to that race, puts this horse at a frame at a big price.
First time on the turf for perfect outcome. Here's the 6. That's my Boxer stretching out.
Yeah, a horse that's kind of run evenly in both turf sprints is going to have to improve stretching out.
Utamaro finally gets back on the turf, first time since debut.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the key. It was a tougher field, wasn't really asked for that much first time on the grass. We'll see what happens today on the drop.
Big price on the number 8, A-Lister.
Another one that will have to improve. Hasn't run a race fast enough to be competitive here.
Your tepid favorite still now 3-1 Unset Brooder. Irad Ortiz aboard.
Yeah, it gets back to the distance with 2 back, ran career high at Buyer. Was claimed off that dirt loss there, but gets back on the grass where he wants to be, and I think he can make an impact here with a 1 run.
Impassable Prince ran well on grass. 2 back. Here's Miles getting back on the turf.
Like this horse, you know, a couple starts back, defeated the 2-back show finisher Bayard, a 64 next time out in a maiden claiming win. I think it makes a little bit of improvement getting back on the grass and second time start today.
Atlantis Acuna, sometimes a little bit of a tricky horse to keep in a straight line.
Yeah, and he breaks from the far outside post position. His best race or best effort, I believe, was when he showed good speed. I think, you know, back in November of last year here, I think Javier's got to use that speed from that post.
That's the field for the nightcap. Again, 1, 5, 6, 8. If any of those horses win, we will have a pick 6 carryover going into tomorrow, as there were some pretty generous prices throughout the sequence today that could trigger a 2-day carryover. There's your favorite. Irad Ortiz aboard, and obviously Joe Sharp, very good off the claim. But as we've talked about, Rich, it can be tricky to claim off of Linda Rice.
Yeah, I mean, comes from a good barn. Joe Sharp does good work. You get Irad Ortiz. I honestly don't feel like this horse warrants favoritism. I think this is a very wide open affair, and Zabruder has to run faster than he's run because some of them have better figures than he does.
Yeah, not only faster, too, but you wonder what kind of trip he's also going to get in here, too. And he hasn't shown that much speed in his races. He's been pretty far back, and now he's going to have to work out a trip, and the pace may not be so fast in here to work that trip out. So it may drag him a little bit closer, but the finish may not be there, especially sometimes when the pace is slower. So we'll see what happens for him in this spot at 3-1. It's a little short to take, though, on a horse with a lot of questions to answer.
You have Irad Ortiz aboard. You have all 3 of the Davis siblings in here as well. Katie on the 10, Impassable Prince. Jackie on Fast Study. Dylan on Screw Loose. And several horses in here after the rainy summer that we had. Finally getting back to be back on the turf with a lot of, unfortunately, those maiden claiming races being the first ones to be taken off the turf.
Yes, usually because they have more protection, more horses, so they'll keep a full field. I think Utamaro is a perfect example of that. Utamaro, named for the Japanese artist Kitagawa Utamaro, and you know, Barry Schwartz, Stonewall Farm owner, breeder. A lot of business in Japan. Actually learned Japanese, a very difficult language. Kind of give you an insight or a little bit of a window into just how the kind of mind that Barry has.
3-1 tepid favorite right now in this wide open nightcap, loading in for the last race of the day, Belmont at the Big A. There goes the number 4 Fast Study getting back in the turf with Jackie Davis aboard, and a few more coming in. Perfect Outcome gets on the turf for the first time. Maddie Rowland going to be aboard this one at a big price. First time on the turf for this son of Destin. We'll see how things play out in the final race of the day. 1, 5, 6, or 8 would trigger a 2-day pick 6 carryover. Perfect Outcome, a little reluctant going into the starting gate. The starting gate crew is amazing, being behind a big thoroughbred like that.
They are so strong, so tough, so brave, and they're just really good horse people. They know when to be soft and gentle, and they know when they've got to be a little bit firmer. And they're the first ones in there to pull a rider out of harm's way, putting themselves in harm's way. And we have an incredible crew in New York, as there are many incredible crews around the country.
Would be impossible to operate as we do at the racetrack without top quality gate crew. The number 5 Perfect Outcome, trying to get him to relax a little bit. What are they doing there, Richie, covering his eye?
Well, a lot of times, you know, they'll cover the eye, especially if another horse is going in, or so that they don't just, you know, get excited or react to the horses around them. And then you can see the gate guy get up. That horse is right there on the edge. You could see he just has that look like, give me an excuse, make a noise that I can blow up a little bit.
It looks like they're putting the blocks in the back to keep him from kind of rocking back and leaning back on the stall doors.
Yeah, some of them will really sit back into those stall doors and put themselves in a precarious position, how to jump out of there. And again, them knowing each horse's idiosyncrasies, and they share this information throughout the country.
Our regional networks will be leaving us shortly. You can check out Naira Bets for results. And if you missed the nightcap with us here as horses loading in, for our FS2 viewers, we appreciate you staying with us. One more race for Belmont at the Big A. Send it up to John and Brielle for the call.
And they're off. From the inside, it's Somama Beach. From mid-pack, Utamara now moves up, and from the extreme outside, there goes Atlantis Acuna. It is Somama Beach with the lead. Atlantis Acuna moves into second. Utamaro is next in third, and to her inside is Perfect Outcome, who is racing in fourth. Then comes That's My Boxer, who's next in fifth. A-Lister moves up a spot from sixth. Then it is Fast Study next in seventh. Screw Loose down at the rail runs in eighth. The Gray Miles is in ninth, followed by Zapruder in 10th position. And then farther back it is Impossible Prince. And trailing the field is Charming Jim in 12th. The quarter went in 23 and 1/5 seconds. Atlantis Acuna on the outside and Somama Beach on the inside. And the two of them are heads apart. The half went in 47 and 2. Somama Beach, big long shot. Atlantis Acuna on the outside. Now Atlantis Acuna pokes ahead in front. Somama Beach counters, comes right back at the rail. It's 2.5 lengths to a Perfect Outcome next in third. Screw Loose is on the move from fourth. And Zapruder is rallying down towards the rail as Utamara drops out of it. And then comes Impossible Prince. They are at the top of the stretch. Atlantis Acuna has taken over now with Perfect Outcome moving into second. Then Screw Loose in third. And Zapruder on the far outside. Atlantis Acuna trying to hold off Zapruder here. It's Zapruder and Atlantis Acuna. And Zapruder has taken the lead here in deep stretch. And it will be Zapruder. And no need for any film here. Zapruder won going away by better than 2 lengths.
Zapruder gets the win first off the claim for Joe Sharp. I think, Johnny, I took your line.
Yeah, I was going to use it, and I can't, but well played, Mr. Imbrial. Perfectly timed ride here by Irad Ortiz on Zapruder. Very fast pace for the quality of horses. And the horse that ran the best races is Atlantis Acuna, who had to be used from that post. Does try to lug in. He was hounded from the inside pretty much the first 3/4 of a mile by the one Somama Beach, and he kicked on, got away from him, and just couldn't hold off Zapruder, who was patiently handled.
Yeah, and had a nice trip, too, on the rail for the majority of the race, too, before flipping out and then running home, and ran really well. Atlantis Acuna, like you said, did a lot of the running up in front and actually lugged it a little bit. Still ran a good race, and actually not too bad either. The 5 tripped out there for a while and just kind of tired late first time on the grass at a huge number, ended up running 5th as well. I thought that was a much improved race for that horse on the grass.
Actually, pretty formful nightcap, 9-12-2-3 back over at the Delaware County Fair. Ken Hanover wins the second elimination, upsetting your favorite 7 colors. Let's go to Jessica.
Ken Hanover takes the second elimination of the Little Brown Jug, standing by with winning trainer Roland Millar. 48 and 4. What a mile here today.
That was a little unexpected, but he had a good trip. You know, everything set up for him. So he had a lot of pace going down the backside. I'm feeling pretty confident, really.
The fractions were setting up pretty nicely. 7 colors took over the front. What were you thinking coming around that far turn?
Well, he still had pace, and it was just a matter if he was going to reach that, but he paced all the way to the wire, which he normally does. So he likes his work.
He does like his work. He's been a really solid colt for you all season long, 6 of 13, facing the best of the best in the country. Now he wins this elimination to draw 1, 2, and 3 in the final. How important is it on post position, especially in heat racing?
It is here with the trailer, obviously, but hopefully we get the right pill. But I think he'll give an honest effort.
And it's not bad to have the Buckeye David Miller in the bike, is it?
Not at all. He's won more races here than anybody, so can't go wrong now.
Congratulations and best of luck in the final.
Thank you.
There you have it. Ken Hanover takes a second elimination of the Little Brown Jug. 1:48 and for the fastest mile ever over the Delaware County Fair.
Wow, quick mile there, Jessica. Thank you. Roland Millar with Ken Hanover. 2 down, 1 more elimination round to go, and arguably the toughest in the next one coming up, Paul.
Yeah, it's loaded with a couple of horses in there like Cannibal and It's My Show. It lost a little bit of It's Allure with Stockade Sealster being scratched, but these two, the 1 and the 2, they'll slug it out, see what happens. Everybody's going to be running for third, I think, in this one.
Could be interesting. Pretty exciting group coming up next in the third and final elimination round. And then we'll know the field. Again, top 3 moving on to the final for the Little Brown Jug. Here's what's coming up next. It's My Show, currently your favorite at 7-5. Back over at Belmont at the Big A. Formful in the nightcap. It was Zapruder and Irad Ortiz. Richie with the win off the claim.
Irad Ortiz's third winner of the day as well. Kendrick Carmouche took down 3. Irad took down 3. They left 3 for other riders to sort out amongst themselves. But Zabruta got a very sharp pace to run at, was patiently handled, and got the job done.
Yeah, found a nice rail position, too, coming out of the gate. Saved ground, which I think is super important on these turf courses right now. And Irad got a nice turn of foot out of this horse when he turned for home and showed this horse daylight coming down the lane here. It took a while to run down Atlantis Acuna, though, who was lugging it a bit off the turn there, but Atlantis Acuna ran a bang-up race because he did most of the running with the long shot up there, pressing him.
Yeah, he did. The one horse, Samama Beach, would not let him clear and get as relaxed as he would have liked to, so maybe he didn't get the breather he needed. And because he's a horse that lugs in, Javier had to kind of go after him a little bit early to clear the inside horse so that he could handle him better, not having to constantly correct him from lugging in and bothering that horse or taking his path. But listen, he picked up another check, and he'll probably be favored next time, maybe with a better draw and less speed involved to kind of hamper him at all. And I've got a strong opinion in race 21, the next Jug elimination.
All right, let's have it.
Well, I like Yannick Gingras.
Gingras.
Yeah, I like him as a driver. He's driving Cannibal, and I know he's really hungry to win the Little Brown Jug.
Well, that's it. He got a chance to use the line, and it's just a perfect mic drop moment as Richie will be leaving us for the evening. Terrific job, as always, my friend. We'll see you tomorrow.
It's fun, guys. It's fun.
But don't leave us. We are sticking around on America's Day at the Races. At least Paul and Jessica and I are, as we continue the final elimination round as we move on to the Little Brown Jug final.
Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners in 2021 with 5 and 2022 with 6. In 2023, Curlin is the leading sire of Grade 1 winners with 5.
Race. Nest Clariere is too far back. A 16th to run, and Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended.
This is what winning looks like.
A huge performance all the way.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings right from your phone with Naira Bats. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bats.
Hickory Lane Horse Farm stands some of the best stallions in Ohio and across the continent. What the Hill is a top 5 money-winning sire in North America for 2- and 3-year-old trotters. Hickory Lane also stands Uncle Peter, sire of world champion It's Academic. We also stand the richest son of bar hopping in range and world champion Guardian Angel Oz. Racing Hill will also return to our breeding shed in 2024. Find out more at hickorylanefarm.com.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
You're watching America's Day at the Races as it is Little Brown Jug Day at the Delaware County Fair in Ohio. We have the third and final elimination round. Paul, your thoughts as we have some big players. Who do you like?
Ken Hanover really ran just the fastest mile at the Delaware County Festival and Fair. So it's going to be interesting to see how that stacks up. And to me, honestly, I mean, Moment is here, ran a bang-up race, whistling a really fast quarter and a rest race. I want to see what's going to happen now with Cannibal and It's My Show. Tim Tetrick's got a decision to make.
We'll see as they throw it down here. For more, let's go to Jessica Otten.
The third and final elimination of the Little Brown Jug is up next. We scratched the 4 Stockade Seal Store. I'm all over. It's my show and the team of Scott Zeron and Linda Toscano. We caught up with Linda earlier on in the week. She's pretty confident in coming into this race with her colt. So is Scotty Z. Was able to talk to him a little bit earlier on. He's already won a $1 million race this season. That would be the North American Cup. And of course, Scott Zeron won the Hamiltonian in upset fashion. It's my show is coming into this race as well. Very sharp, 8 of 11 on the season. A very tactical horse. You see a lot of his work done on the front end, but he can come from off the pace as well. He's got a perfect post to work with in post 2. He was beaten last time out in the Pennsylvania Sire Stakes Championship by 7 colors. Scotty Z won an elimination yesterday of the Jugette. He ended up winning the final of the Jugette. I think this could be a Linda Toscano, Scott Zeron sweep here. But there are a couple of other very competitive horses in here. Cannibal from the rail. He's also very sharp. He raced in the Kentucky Sire Stakes action, the best of the best in the air pacing. It's my show. Beat him once, then got beat by him, then ended up winning the Commonwealth Series from post 6 by 4 lengths, pacing in 48 and 4. He'll get the rail to work with in Yannick Gingras in the bike. And Redwood Hanover is an interesting horse in here. He was one of the favorites going into the Milstein 3 starts back at Northfield Park. But he's a horse that likes to chase down horses. So if the pace is really hot up front, watch out for him if James McDonald can get him in a good position. It's 2-3-1 for me here in race 21. That is the third elimination of the Little Brown Jug. Top 3 make it to the final. This is the last one. We got to wait and see and find out. We'll send it up to Roger Houston for the call.
For the third elimination of the Little Brown Jug. Off and pacing, going right for the lead. Bamboozler on the outside. Cannibal on the inside second. Racing third into the turn. It's my show. On to the backside they go, and the first 8 racing fourth. Down the backside, it's Redwood Hanover, trailing the field, Bugaboo Lou. Right back out on the outside to take the lead as the race over to the first quarter mark. Opening quarter, 26 and 2. The end of the turn, go on to the 3/8 mark. On top of the field, that's Cannibal by a length and a half. Bamboozler right there second, going to take the trip from here. It's my show, racing third. Redwood Hanover fourth, Bugaboo Lou the trailer. All in straight alignment as they race over to the halfway point. Showing the way, Yannick Gingras and Cannibal as they race by the half. 55 and 2, second panel and 29. To the backside, Bamboozler is here second. It's my show and racing third. Into the turn fourth, Redwood Hanover, the trailer, Bugaboo Lou. No movement as yet. Down the backside they go. Cannibal has command by a length and a half. Here comes Scott Zeron on the move on the outside. It's my show as the race over to the 3/4 mark. 1:22 and 2, 27 third panel. Around the final turn, it's Cannibal with the lead. It's my show, railing him in on the outside. Into the stretch they come. Bugaboo Lou, 3 wide on the outside. Redwood Hanover to the wire. Cannibal, it's my show on the outside. It's Cannibal. 1:49, 1/5.
And there we had it, Dave. Maybe not exactly.
Cannibal holding off It's My Show late in the third and final elimination round. You know, Paul, all we had to do was listen to Richard Migliori's puns, and we could have had the winner here.
I know. It was all 3 races, basically.
Yeah.
He's liked horses that have been up close. And this was no exception here. This horse went straight to the front. This horse is a talented horse. Won the Adios earlier this year as well. And he's been having some fun times down at Lexington with those Sire Series races. This time, went straight to the top after just sitting back right off the gate and basically wired this field. And 26, 55 and 2, 122. The third quarter was a little faster, wrapped up at 149. The one thing about this race that was different than the other two, there wasn't much movement. There wasn't much craziness going on in this race. So Cannibal definitely has something left, I think, in the tank. This was an easy elim. And for It's My Show, he sat third, did what he had to do, and just make a once over, first over move, got up into second, made it easy.
2 out of the 3 eliminations won by wire-to-wire winners. Back over at Belmont at the Big A, in the final race of the day, it was the 9 Zapruder, your favorite, getting the victory for self-acclaim for Joe Sharp.
Yeah, and made it look easy, too. The trip played a lot into this, too. We ran for such a great race, found the rail with this horse, got a pace in front of him to actually close into, and ran down Atlantis Acuna, who ran a good race in defeat.
I think it was the only favorite in the pick six sequence, which returns 30,207. Pretty incredible. There was a chance for a two-day carryover, but there were some big prices throughout the sequence, and I think in particular, you know, in the 9th race with the favorite not showing up, in the 7th race with the favorite not showing up, things like that are going to make for those big returns like we see here. Congrats if you had it.
Yeah, if you had it, you're having a great Thursday night.
I'll say.
Your weekend's made already. I think Queen of the Mud was the horse, too. That horse, you know, had the sprint had the race underneath spelled at Delaware and then wired the fields here. So might have been just slightly the toughest one to come up with out of the group, but still, you got paid well if you had this pick six today.
Grand Motion horse in the 5th, upsetting there at $22, biggest price in the sequence. Congratulations if you had it. Well, we now know who's going to be lining up for the final of the Little Brown Jug a little bit later on. We'll talk more about it as Cannibal takes the 3rd elimination, bringing prices, reactions, and more after this.
The world's greatest harness racing returns to Meadowlands Racing and Entertainment on Friday, October 20th. Live racing kicks off at 6:20 p.m. on Friday and Saturday nights. Admission and parking are free. We have a full calendar of events and great dining, so visit playmeadowlands.com for all the info. The track is also open for simulcasting 7 days a week. Plus, check out our FanDuel Sportsbook, where you can legally watch and wager on all sports action. It is the #1 sportsbook in North America. Playmeadowlands.com for details. Must be 21 or older to wager. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. I love these rides, by the way. I know I'm in the minority, but I absolutely love these. I think there was one when I was a kid on the boardwalk called the Himalayan that went around like this. By the way, our program brought to you by Naira Bet. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. You going on the spinny rides?
I used to when I was younger.
Yeah.
Now, not so much. But if you go, I'll go. I'm game.
That's it. All right. Well, we'll all go to the Little Brown Jug next year and go on all the rides.
I'm down.
Sounds fun.
I can have a funnel cake finally.
There you go. Cannibal takes them gate to wire in 3rd elimination. He was 4-5, holding off It's My Show.
Yeah, did a good job, actually. You know, this horse didn't leave all that fast. That second took over quickly at the quarter. brushed to the top, wired the field after that. It's My Show really didn't have to extend himself too much either in this race. He sat third, didn't really pull until they got to the far turn, came first over, strided out to be second in here. Redwood Hanover was hanging out in between all of that and made a run and all. And you can see here too, I mean, he's doing it pretty easily here. I know that he's getting highlined a little bit and holding him up to make him run a little bit faster, but in the end, it was not that strenuous of a race. They really didn't have much action. There really wasn't much too wide racing. So I think that bodes well for Cannibal heading into the final. And it bodes well for the connections. Nancy Tackler looking to be the third woman to win a Little Brown Jug.
So now we know who's going to be lining up in the field for the final, the top 3 finishers from each of the eliminations. And as you pointed out, it can be really key about winning these eliminations because of your draw moving into the final.
Yeah, it's super important to win your heat. You're rewarded for winning your heat because you can draw no worse than third now, the third post position. So your previous 2 winners plus Cannibal, they'll draw for their post positions. They'll either be 1, 2, or 3. And as we've seen on this Delaware half-mile track, you want to be close and you want to be on one of those inside post positions so you don't have to make that big run. So it's a big advantage for winning your elimination.
Well, we'll see who will be able to get a win in the final. That's coming up for the 78th Little Brown Jug. But first, we have the Miss Versatility final coming up next. It's a 1-mile trot for the older fillies and mares. And this will give a little break as well for those horses going into the final of Little Brown Jug, which will be race number 24 a little bit later on.
Yeah, they get a little bit of a break. They'll draw for everything. And now the Miss Versatility comes up, and you got a really good horse in here in MM's Dream, who realistically is 2 to 5 right now and should be every part of that. The extra distance really didn't matter at Yonkers last time out, going the mile and a quarter there. And I think you're going to see a very sharp horse from a mid-pack draw in here, and much the horse to beat in Miss Versatility.
MM's Dream. We'll see if she can get the job done in the Miss Versatility. Coming up at the party continues on at the Delaware County Fair. What a spread.
Yeah, really. Like, why weren't we invited?
I love it. I hope Jess is really enjoying all of the excitement going on there. It's been a lot of fun racing. Still some big excitement to come. The finale of the Little Brown Jug, and all of the fans joining and having the opportunity to get up close to those wonderful horses and athletes and enjoying the big party while they're at it.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as War Smoke delivers at Finger Lakes.
War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry.
Barrage runs down the field at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
And Born Dancer goes wire to wire, outlasting all comers.
It's going to get close. Be of Courage coming inside Born Dancer. Photo finish.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
We are athletes. We are drivers. We are caretakers. We are owners. We are trainers. We are fans. We are harness racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
first edition of the Little Brown Jug was contested at the Delaware County Fairgrounds north of Columbus, Ohio in 1946. Known in the sport as the Jug, each year the Pacing Classic attracts harness racing's brightest stars, and fans pack the stands in America's heartland to witness one of the most coveted contests in the sport over the storied half-mile oval.
I served my first tray of pop in the grandstand when I was 13. And so I haven't left since.
10 years after its inception, the Little Brown Jug sealed its place in history when it became the penultimate jewel of the Triple Crown for pacers. The list of winners includes some of the greatest horses to ever participate in harness racing, such as Brett Hanover, Niatross, Fan Hanover, Nihilator, and Beach Towel.
Beach Towel, showing his heels to the field.
There is nothing on the planet like the Delaware backstretch. The Ferris wheel spins and fans consume cotton candy, elephant ears, steak burgers, and ice cream while they get up close and personal with North American harness racing's most prolific performers in the Little Brown Jug Horse Barn. The Jug occupies a special place in harness racing, which for more than 2 centuries has been prevalent at county fairs. But the event is also exceptional for the community and the thousands who travel from all corners of the continent to attend. With 40 to 50,000 fans on the grounds, people lock lawn chairs in place to preserve a seat as early as Memorial Day for the 3rd Thursday in September.
Delaware is very prideful of the race, and they love it. They enjoy it. They take Thursday off. The schools are closed. The banks are closed. The whole community gets in. There's volunteers that are helping us throughout. Organizations that are helping us, and I mean, we have an awful lot of employees and volunteers, and a lot of that comes right here from Delaware.
For the first time in the Little Brown Jug's history, the event provides a $1 million purse, which only heightens the excitement and bolsters the legacy of the race in the annals of history.
Pretty much a holiday in Delaware County at the Delaware County Fair for the Little Brown Jug. Just amazing, the support from the community and how much the day really means to the community at large, Paul.
Yeah, and it means so much for everybody to be down there, and it means so much for the continuous, every year, year after year after year, the same people, the same horses, the same grooves and trainers and drivers and everybody coming down. It's really a festival party, family-like atmosphere. And to be that up close and personal, I mean, who doesn't want to be that up close and personal where you're basically in the turn with all the action that's going on there and just the party atmosphere of it too. Even if you're not into the racing, you're going to be into everything else that they've got going on there, whether it's food, whether it's the fair atmosphere, whether it's just hanging out and having a great day. And like they said in the piece, it's no joke. They literally will start before Memorial Day and stake their places. Their chairs are out there.
Well, talking about how important it is to the community, let's go to Jess with a special guest.
Thanks so much, Acacia. Standing by with Lieutenant Governor John Husted. Now, you and Governor DeWine are very, advocates, supporters of the Little Brown Jug and the racing here in Delaware, Ohio. What a great day it is for racing here.
It's a great day, and it's a tradition here in Ohio. The Little Brown Jug is the famous horse race here, and the people in Delaware County take great pride in it. A lot of harness horsemen around the state of Ohio rally together to support this race, and Governor DeWine and I just love being here.
The schools are closed down. The banks are closed down. They are piled in on the fences. And it's a beautiful day today. We've got great weather and great racing. Are you enjoying the day?
It's a great day. You can be in the sun, enjoy that. You can sit in the shade. You can enjoy great food. It's just fun, and it's just such a great atmosphere here.
Are you looking forward to the final coming up in a couple of races? I think it's a very, very competitive shootout final.
It's going to be competitive, and I was given a tip, so hopefully it's going to work out for me.
Hopefully it's a winning tip, right?
That's right.
Well, we thank you so much for being here today and being such a supporter of harness racing and, of course, here at the Little Brown Jug.
Yes, here in Ohio, it's the heart of it all, and we love agriculture and horse racing.
We sure do here in Ohio. The Little Brown Jug is coming up shortly. We got plenty of racing action. Thanks so much for being with us today.
Great to be with you.
There you have it. We'll send it back to you guys.
Jessica, thank you. So special to see Lieutenant Governor Husted there, and we really appreciate any opportunity that we see our elected officials supporting horse racing. And as he was talking about, so important in the overall agriculture and just everything that racing contributes to the economy of a state.
Yeah, not only to the economy of the state, and it works both ways as well, because without that fan base, without everybody that's there supporting the product and supporting the brand, even on a day-to-day basis here, talk about racing fans all the time, and they're the best. They really are. Good or bad, racing fans are the best because they are part of the brand and they are part of the product, and just thankful to have them, you know, as a part of it.
Yeah, we really are very grateful as we have the field coming up for the Miss Versatility 1-5 right now on MM's Dream. As you were touching on, Paul, she's very much the horse to beat.
Yeah, she's won the Steel this year. She won the Handball Maturity, a few rounds of the Miss Versatility. And all things being even, she's way the horse to beat. The extra distance didn't even matter last time in the Mycuna over at Yonkers. She got to the top. She took the heat most of the journey, too, in that race and still managed to shake off a good field and win. So she's the goods. She's super talented. And 1-5 is a little short, but it's legit.
Now, the second choice is a distant second choice, raised by Lindy, who we saw prepping for the Hambletonian and kind of being one of those horses that was moving on to some of those big races. Now, she has early speed, but the thing about your favorite MM Stream, she's not slow either.
Yeah, and I mean, in raised by Lindy's case, too, I mean, she did everything right last time, but hold on to win the race. So you got to assume that the plan's going to be the same today. She's going to get sent. MM Dream's going to decide whether she's going to the top quickly or she's just going to sit behind her and then eventually just take over at some point on the backside. I mean, but make no mistake about it. I mean, she's a neat mare. She's got good connections in here. And at 7-1, if you like her, listen, if you're trying to play against MM Stream, you're going to get a price against anybody. You know, anybody you like in this field, you're going to get a price.
1-5 on your favorite. For more, let's go back to Jess.
The Miss Versatility final is up next. Age trotting mares. Now, we have been pretty familiar with a few of these mares on the show, and I am going to go with the favorite, MM's Dream. She's just had a super sensational season, 6 of 9 on the year. Now, remember earlier I said some horses don't handle the half-mile track? Well, she just went to MGM Yonkers a couple of weeks ago, and not only did she handle the track, but she did it with ease at 1 1/8 miles, and she beat some really nice horses. Male horses, nonetheless. So she's getting a perfect middle pack post to work with here. Of course, David Miller. No one has won more races than David Miller over the Delaware County Fair Oval. And she's just so tactical. She can get off of the gate well. She can come from off of the pace. You know, Ronnie Burke did say earlier on in the year, reminds him a lot of Hannelore Hanover, and she was a world champion. So she's following in some very good footsteps there. And just look at her record. $1.2 million in the bank, 24 of 34 in her lifetime, only beaten once last year, and she's just a super sharp mare coming into the race. And like I said, if things get a little hot up front, she doesn't necessarily have to be cutting the fractions. So I'm going to go with MM's Dream here, 1-5 on the 4, deservingly so. But, you know, you got to find some value somewhere underneath of her, and I'm going to go right outside to her, 7-1 on Raised by Lindy. You know, she's been facing her and a few other nice mares, Jiggy Jog, Refine, Eternal Lee, who's also in this race. And she likes to do a lot of the heavy lifting on the front end. So maybe Yannick will get out of the gate well from post 6 and try and cut to the lead and cut the mile there. And he just did that with Cannibal in the last elimination for the little Brown Jug. It's a 5-6 in here for me. It is the final of the Miss Versatility aged mares trotting. We got a field of 8. It's a competitive field of 8, but I think MM's Dream can get the job done. Acacia.
She's the favorite, the one to beat, Jess. Thank you. We'll see how it plays out as they line up for the Miss Versatility final. MM's Dream, a short price with David Miller. Here's Roger Houston for the call.
Gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. They're off and trotting, going for the lead. Eternal Lee into the turn. Up on the outside, 3 wide, Raised by Lindy. Onto the backside, M&M's Dream gets away 3rd. Ghost in the Shell S racing 4th. 5th is Warway Xenia. Down the backside they go 6th. Adair Castle, and further back, Swan's Eye. As they race over to the first quarter mark, Raised by Lindy takes them to the opening panel. 27-1. Around the turn, going to the 3/8 mark. Racing 2nd, that's Eternal Lee. Moving to the outside 3rd. Here comes David Miller and M&M's Dream. Now 3rd, now 2nd, and going after the leader. Raised by Lindy as they race over to the halfway point. Racing third, Eternal Lee, as they go by the halfway station. Into the turn, half in 55 and 2, 28 and 1, second panel. Raised by Lindy on the outside. Eminem's Dream on the outside, second. Racing third, Eternal Lee. Moving on the outside, Warwe Xenia now fourth and closing in on the leaders. Down the backside, Ghost in the Shell last fifth. Racing sixth, Adair Castle. Swan's Eye trails at the three-quarter mark. Ready to go three wide. Tim Tetrick and Warwe Xenia at the three quarters. 123 and 2. Third panel and 28. Around the turn, head to head, nose to nose, stride for stride. On the inside, raised by Lindy. On the outside, Eminem's Dream. Three wide on the outside, Warwe Xenia coming on. Eminem's Dream has the lead. David Miller on top with Eminem's Dream.
Made things a little interesting at the end, but MM's Dream able to hold on. She picks up another one, taking the Miss Versatility.
You know what? It took her a while to finally get in gear.
Yeah.
She got into a duel down the backside with a game raised by Lindy, and I thought for a minute that Warwe Xenia was going to get back to the 2022 Warwe Xenia that we saw there. But in the end, it was too much class, and MM's Dream held them off. And right here, I mean, they're dueling here. They're really throwing it down in this third quarter. Raised by Lindy on the inside, basically was three wide early, cleared to the top, and MM's Dream came with that first over grind and really had to work hard to make it to the top. And then from the outside, a big long shot in Adair Castle, who hasn't been the same since that preferred win back in July, actually ended up getting up for second over a pretty game Warwe Xenia, who found her form as well.
Big effort. Now, what happened at the start with the one Swan's Eye? Broke stride right at the top.
Yeah, it looks like that she just got a little revved up heading towards the gate and probably jumped it off. I don't think it was anything serious. Just it could have been a myriad of things sometimes with horses, as you know. They could have just seen something, could have been too keyed up as she was getting to the gate and just kind of broke her stride a little bit and jumped it off. But she's got talent. We'll see what happens in her next start.
The favorite, MM's Dream, just holding on, not necessarily the blowout win as her short price would have suggested, but she gets the victory in the Miss Versatility, bringing prices and more after this on America's Day of the Races.
We are athletes. We are drivers. We are caretakers. We are owners. We are trainers. We are fans. We are harness racing.
And they're off, competing for over $4 million in purses this season. Join us to witness the best the sport of harness racing has to offer and celebrate Harris Hoosier Park's championship season alongside family fun entertainment, handicapping contests, giveaways, and more. Be sure to catch all of the action now through December 10th, and don't forget to download your free live racing program on the Harris Hoosier Park website every night. First post is 6:15 p.m. Visit harrishoosierpark.com for full details.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. The favorite getting the job done in the Miss Versatility final, and it was MM's dream. She had to work for it, and over big long shot Adair Castle, but getting the victory 5-7, 3-4 as we go to Jess, special guest.
Yes, MM's dream takes the final of the Miss Versatility Trot, standing by with winning co-owner Frank Baldacchino. She's just been such a fun mare to have, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's pretty special. I mean, no matter what trip she gets, coming from behind, cutting the mile, coming first up like you saw here today, roughing it. She's just got such a determination to win, and just keeps digging to the wires. She's really a neat horse.
You know, she stayed mainly in Indiana, last year, coming onto the Grand Circuit, ranks this year. Did you think she was the kind of mare she has been so far, beating, mares like Jiggy Jog?
Yeah, I had a lot of confidence in her. We did the same thing we did with Dream as we did with Hannah. We raced her at 2 and 3. Did I think she would step up to this elite level? In my back of my mind, I knew she was capable, but until they actually beat somebody, you really don't know. But yeah, she's pretty special, and I think she's the cream of the crop right now. Yeah.
I think you're right. And going back to the trip here today, we were talking a little bit off camera. You had to come first over for a long time. Were you a little nervous there coming around the last turn?
Yeah, coming around that last turn, I was like, yeah, I had some nervous moments, which she usually doesn't give you any nervous moments, but I just know how she keeps digging to the wire, and I knew she would get there.
It didn't hurt to have, the winningest driver at Delaware County Fair to have her when the bike did it.
No, she's been a blessing driving Dream as a 4-year-old. I'm glad when I made the phone call to him, he was didn't hesitate. I told him you got a pretty special 4-year-old trot mare, and he's loved the ride, and he's pretty grateful for to drive her week in and week out.
And we're grateful to be able to watch her week in and week out. Congratulations.
Thanks, Jess.
There you have it. MM's Dream takes the final of the Miss Versatility Trot at the Delaware County Fair.
Loved hearing about how you talked about MM's Dream and just how consistent she is. And yeah, she was a big price the first time she beat Jiggy Jog, and now she's kind of taken over the mantle of that division, and now is the one as the short price favorite.
Yeah, not only did she do that, but she also stamped herself as, now I can run on a half mile, I could run at a smaller Yonkers venue, I could run on the big mile at the Meadowlands, and she's the leader in the clubhouse in the division. She's beaten males this year as well, and you know what? She was out a long time in that race, but good horses, as we've said 100 times over, they find ways to win. And horses that have won big stakes races, they find a way to get their nose on the wire, and regardless of trip. And she found a way today to do it. And again, it doesn't hurt that you've got the sport's leadingest trainer and winningest trainer in your corner in Ron Burke, and driver David Miller.
Nice effort from MM's Dream. Maybe it wasn't flashy, but hey, a win's a win, and she dug in to get the win in the Miss Versatility. One more race, and then it'll be time for the final of the Little Brown Jug, who will add their name to the history books. The field is set. We'll take a look at it and see how they line up for the final after this on America's Day at the Races.
The world's greatest harness racing returns to Meadowlands Racing and Entertainment on Friday, October 20th. Live racing kicks off at 6:20 p.m. on Friday and Saturday nights. Admission and parking are free. We have a full calendar of events and great dining, so visit playmeadowlands.com for all the info. The track is also open for simulcasting 7 days a week. Plus, check out our FanDuel Sportsbook, where you can legally watch and wager on all sports action. It is the #1 sportsbook in North America. Playmeadowlands.com for details. Must be 21 or older to wager. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 65 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the County Fair, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for over $20 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings right from your phone with Naira Bats. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Roger Houston, known as the voice of harness racing, he called his first Little Brown Jug in 1967.
Yeah, that is some good stuff, man. I have some great memories of Roger. As a kid growing up, would watch simulcast at night here in the city, and they would have on the Meadows, which is a 5/8 harness mile track for those who don't know in Pennsylvania. And Roger Houston would be calling the races, and I just loved his voice and the passion that he had for calling the races. And then you get a little bit of the simulcast with him with the old Detroit race course for some old thoroughbred fans out there that know about that. And he is just a gem and just, you know, someone to treasure in this sport. And the fact that he's been doing this year after year and being able to call it and come back and be asked back, you know, to do it and just be that kind of fixture is something amazing. And I have great memories, like I said, of growing up and hearing his calls.
Born and raised in Ohio as well, and I'm sure very special to have the opportunity to be such a big part of the Little Brown Jug. As mentioned, he called his first one in 1967. That voice kind of synonymous with the Little Brown Jug as well, which is pretty incredible. And we'll see what happens in this year's edition. It's the 78th running, so Roger's been part of most of them throughout history, which is pretty incredible. Now, as mentioned earlier on, it was the 3 elimination rounds to get to the final, the top 3 moving forward. And actually, so we're told Moment Is Here, the number 1. Moment Is Here was the first winner of the first division of the eliminations, and he should have a big advantage of being drawn inside of the likes of Cannibal. You said the draw is going to be so important, Paul, going into this final.
Yeah, you have to remember at a track like Delaware, you're going 4 turns. It's a half-mile track. It's going to be so important to save the ground. And in the races we've seen today, you want to have that speed. You want to have that inside draw. You don't want to be out for too long. A horse like MM's Dream that we just saw in the last race, who is a multiple stakes winner, leader of the division. You saw how much of a grind it was for a horse like her to actually hold on and win that race. And we saw what happened in the first in one of the eliminations, with Vukafalis, who didn't make the final because he ended up being first over for the entire journey. So it's so important to draw inside. You know, it's funny, people were asking me earlier, who do you like? Like, who are you drawn to? Who do you like? And honestly, until these are drawn and the fields are up, I tell everybody the 1 or the 2 because you want to be drawn inside. I'm like, that's where I go to right off the bat.
Well, here is the field. Hats off to our wonderful production team who had to type this up because there's no ability to prep for this because it is all about who gets in through the eliminations. Moment Is Here from the inside. The 1, 2, 3, all those top finishers from the eliminations, and Tim Chetrick would have had the opportunity to pick either Moment Is Here or Thunder Hunter Joe. He's opting to ride Moment Is Here, who won that first elimination and will break from the inside. That could be a big advantage.
Yeah, I think that may have been part of the reasoning for Tim's decision. I mean, I'm not physically there, so I don't know if that's the full reason. But having watched those 2 races and seeing the way those horses run, I think it was a no-brainer for Tim to take that 1 horse. And listen, you can't count out a horse like 7 Colors, who even drew the 4-hole in here, because 7 Colors did not run bad in his elim. He just didn't have the advantage of having the 1, 2, or 3 hole, but he's well posted in here as well. So I think you've got the first 4 horses, and It's My Show, the 5 horse as well. They're going to be heard from in here. I think you got a good 5-horse race in here.
Very exciting. And I know Jordan Stratton will be the driver of the 9, Thunder Hunter Joe. That's the field. But we still have one more race before we get there. The Ohio Breeders' Championship coming up in the 23rd, I should say. It's a 1-mile pace here at the Delaware County Fair. The 2nd division for the 2-year-old colts and geldings, as we'll get a chance to meet the fields here. We saw some 2-year-olds in a similar kind of race earlier on the 2nd division. Here's the one, Fear the Image.
Got nothing going last time against a few that are in here. Does get post relief, but that alone doesn't help at a track like this.
The 2 is Noble Dale. There's a look at the number 3, High on the Hill.
Got parked out to make the top after a quarter at Scioto last time. Got kind of strong down the backside. We'll see what happens.
2-1 co-favorite on the number 4, Rose Run Zane.
Made that first overrun into a faster pace last time out from an outside post. Paid the price when the real racing started. Good post tonight. Gets a helmet to follow.
In great form, 2 for 2 this year, down by the Dance Club, 2-1 favorite.
I like this horse a lot today. Heavy favorite, both lifetime starts against Lesser. I like the way that he finished off both those miles. Very professional, very workman. He looks good on track. We're going to find out if he's good enough to break through against some decent horses here.
Paris's Dragon, not necessarily a winning type, but he has been consistent in his career overall.
That's the good part about Paris's Dragon, the consistency, and the only horse in the group, to be honest, with the least amount of questions to answer coming into this race. Just 1 for 7, though. I wouldn't talk you off this horse based on the body of work, but 1 for 7 and a 5-2 price is a little tough.
Midwind Beach Boy went by, another long shot. I'm a Chick Magnet.
I'm going to leave the joke alone.
Pretty funny name.
I'm going
Yes.
to leave the joke alone. If you toss the last race with the whole being in the second tier scenario, the win came against Lesser, now draws wide, would be a surprise.
And Dancing Moon.
0 for 9 this year, has a little bit of speed at times, but has to find a way to make that work from the second tier. I'm going to pass on this one tonight.
From the second tier for Dancing Moon. That's the field for this second division of the Ohio Breeders' Championship. Let's go back to Jess.
A nice field of 9 they have conducted here for the second division of the Ohio Breeders' Championship. 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers. And I think there's a few horses that could win this race, and they all come from the middle of the gate. But I really I found myself continuing to land on the 6 horse in here. Paris's Dragon, Christy and Dan Noble, the duo, the husband-wife team there have teamed up for a winner or 2 today already. This horse has been knocking on the door. Yes, I see winless, or 1 win from 7 starts this year, but I mean, facing Clever Cody and Janelle Granny are getting away from both of those horses today. It gets a really nice post on the gate, post 6, with a horse that owns a little bit of gate speed, but really likes to see the pace set up front and just chase it down. A mile that really sticks out to me is 4 back from post 7 at Scioto Downs. Left aggressively, got away 3rd off the gate, and just really rode the rail. And that was a lone win on the season, 151-1, pacing home in 27-3. And then from there, just really has been competitive at Northfield Park's half-mile track and at Scioto Downs, continuously putting up solid efforts, all coming home very well, finishing up the mile with pace. I mean, I know the horse hasn't raced since the championship at Scioto back on September the 9th, but just missed a Clever Cody by 3/4 of a length, pacing at 51-2, home 27-4, and was really honestly locked in there for a little bit too long. So it'll be interesting to see what Danny does. Is he going to feed him some racetrack, or is he going to, let the pace unfold off of the gate? A couple of others in here who I think are contenders and who are also taking money. Co-favorite, the 5, down by the Dance Club, Ronnie Burke, Chris Page team up here. This horse is coming off of 2 consecutive wins. Most recently at Scioto Downs and a non-winners of 1. A convincing winner, parked that middle half of the mile, paced in 53, under wraps, really as a favorite. 2 starts back. Another non-winners of 1 there, pacing away from the field in 54-1. I think this horse is coming into the race very well. Maybe a little bit inexperienced with only 2 starts on the year, but 2 for 2. Hey, those horses know when they go to the winner's circle, and this guy's been doing it very convincingly. And then the horse to their inside is the 4, Rose Run Zane. Austin Hanners gets the drive in here, coming off of a very tough trip, I guess you could say, at Scioto Downs in that $300,000 final from post 8, left aggressively and got away in the middle of the pack, then parked the middle half of the mile, and they were going good there. So he just came up a little tired. He's 2 for 5 on the season. He's been facing the best of the best as well, but I'm going to land on Paris's Dream in here. You're getting 2-1. Dan Noble's having a good day, of course, teaming up with his wife, Christy Noble, a son of Fear the Dragon. It's 6-5-4 in here for me. We'll send it back to you, Acacia.
All right, Jessica, thank you. We'll see if the Noble family can get the job done with the 6, Paris's Dragon. Pretty fun storyline there, as he's actually now clicked over to your favorite with the husband and wife team, trainer and driver, teaming up with this horse who, as you touched on the post parade, Paul, only 1 for 7, but overall 6 of the 7 starts have been in the money, and he's run very well. See if he could break through to get the big victory today.
Yeah, and the only blemish on that consistent record, he had the second tier post over at Scioto, actually the far outside post, I should say, and just couldn't make any headway there. In a race like this, as I said earlier, he's got the least amount of questions to answer when you look at the body of work of the horses in this race. From a visual standpoint, though, I'm all in on Down by the Dance Club. on the 5. I really think that this horse ran exceptionally well in the 2 starts, put away horses at the end of the miles, looked professional doing it. It's hard to do when you're coming in off of a couple of, 2-year-old Colton Gelding qualifier kind of races, or kind of like those in-between sire stakes races. So for me, I'm about the 5 in here.
Down by the Dance Club, 2 for 2. And if you're looking at the past performances quickly, you see, well, wait a minute, this horse has run at least, 5 times here, but those qualifiers don't necessarily count towards overall record.
Right. They won't count. They'll still be out there in the morning qualifying, trying to make their times and get themselves into race shape and shave down the time, to get themselves faster out there, but they won't count on the racing record.
So 2 for 2 for Down by the Dance Club. We'll see if he could get the big win today for trainer Ron Burke. Lining up the 2-year-olds for the Ohio Breeders' Championship 2nd Division. We will go to Roger Houston for the call.
They're off and pacing. Rose Run Zane goes for the lead. Fear the Image is there second. Up on the outside, Down by the Dance Club. Also on the outside, 3 wide into the turn. Paris, as they race around the turn, Paris's Dragon. On the inside, Noble Dale, now 4th, now 3rd, moving up. Down the backside they go, Dancing Moon from the 2nd tier. Then comes High on the Hill as they race over the 1st quarter mark. Midland Beach Boy racing 8th. Opening quarter, 27-1. I'm a Chick Magnet trails the field as they race around the turn, go on to the first 3/8 mark. Up on the outside, Paris's Dragon now working away to the front. Passing the stands first time. Racing on the inside, Rose Run Zane. They battle going to the halfway point, 55-1. Second panel in 28. Prevailing, Rose Run Zane. Back on top by a length and a half. Racing second, Fear the Image. Third on the inside is Noble Dale. Racing to the backside, now 3 wide on the outside. Here comes David Miller, Dancing Moon. On the outside, 4th. High on the Hill, racing 5th. Go on to the 3/4 mark. Field by the 3/4 in 1:23, 27-4. Third panel. Little more than an 8 to go in Ohio. Rose Run Zane has the lead on the move on the outside. Tyler Smith and Fear the Image coming on. Austin Henderson the inside. Rose Run Zane on the outside. Fear the Image. Rose Run Zane.
An interestingly run race, but Rose Run Zane was able to hold on with that kind of odd big middle move from Paris's Dragon to press the pace setter.
Yeah, the 6 horse paid the price in Paris's Dragon, and also my horse Down by the Dance Club never saw a pylon and just veered out on the turn, and they kind of reserved him at the back of the pack. But boy, Rose Run Zane ran a bang-up race under Austin Hanners. Last time out, made that first run into a faster pace from an outside post, paid the price. Well, today just said, I'm going to the front. I've got the inside. Catch me if you can. And they couldn't, but a good run, though, from the one Fear the Image, who turned things around.
Came running late, trying to run down the horse that was on the front to no avail. Rose Run Zane gets the victory, 3rd lifetime win for this 2-year-old gelding. And, we talk about it being a 5/8 of a mile track, smaller track, and the horses that are on the front end overall, from what we've seen, really do seem to be at an advantage.
Yeah, anytime you can have your speed, carry it, and do it comfortably, you know that you're going to have a good day. And if your driver's aggressive and puts you in a forward position, gives you a chance to win. And that's what Austin Hanners did here. And based off of that last race, having to make that ridiculous, crazy run into a fast pace, cooked this horse last time for all intents and purposes. This time, had the speed, nobody went to the inside. He took the initiative, and it paid off.
Getting the victory, Rose Run Zane over the number 1, Fear the Image, with that strong late run. Rose Run Zane taking the 2nd division of the Ohio Breeders' Championship. Bring you prices and more when we come back, and then it's time for the finale of the Little Brown Jug.
The world's greatest standard bred yearling sale, by every measure, is Lexington selected. It's the sale that shattered 16 industry records last year, and one that annually produces racehorses that go on to dominate the sports championship event.
At 50 to Cool Papa Bell.
Make plans now to join us this fall and let the Lexington experience lead to your racing success.
Looking for your next champion? Look no further than Sugar Valley Farm in Delaware, Ohio. Sugar Valley's lineup of stallions include world champion Down by the Seaside, Lather Up, the fastest horse in harness racing history, Little Brown Jug champion, Well Said, Catch the Fire, Marseille, plus the newest stallion of the Sugar Valley lineup, Mission Accepted, and returning to Sugar Valley Farm, Creatine. Sugar Valley Farm, the home of champions.
You're watching America's Day at the Races as we just saw the 2-year-olds in the spotlight for the second division of the Ohio Breeders' Championship, and it went to the 4 Rose Run Zane, who was able to hold off all challengers. $6.60 winner as we head down to Jess.
Rose Run Zane takes the second division of the Ohio Breeders' Championship for 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers in 151-1. Standing by with winning driver Austin Hanners. Austin, this colt has been pretty nice all season long, but it must have been nice to get away from Clever Cody because he really showed his true colors here today.
You know, this horse really has been. He's been very special since day one I've ever got to sit behind him, you know. Even in the final, I think he probably could have went with Clever Cody. It was a bad spot in the final, but he actually showed through today with some better luck.
Let's talk about the trip today. You know, you went right to the front. There was a little bit of confusion behind you. I know Danny came pretty quick, but you guys weren't really going much.
Not towards the quarter, but when Noble got to me, you know, we picked the pace pretty good. He was the one I was worried about, and when I put him away, I kind of thought it was over from there.
And then Tyler sitting on your back, he thought he had plenty of pace, but he couldn't get to you.
He's got a nice colt. Like I said, it worked out good for him, and mine kind of got brutalized going to past the half here, and he almost got me. But my horse is a nice little colt, so very thankful to have the opportunity.
Being an Ohio native, there's no better feeling than being in the winner's circle on Little Brown Jug Day, is there?
Absolutely not.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
There you have it. Rose Run Zane takes the second division of the Ohio Breeders' Championship in 151-1. Back to you guys.
Big congratulations to Ohio native Austin Hanners' special victory on what, as Jess said, the biggest day, and I'm sure a really exciting feeling for him to have that opportunity and be in the winner's circle.
Yeah, and especially after chasing Clever Cody in those last starts as well, because Clever Cody's a nice horse. We've seen that horse on the programs we've covered from Scioto, and Austin Hanners makes amends with this horse in this race and actually just took no prisoners. You're on a horse that you feel underneath you that's got speed. You're going forward, and at a place like Delaware, as we've said and hammered home all day, speed is a killer.
Rose Run Zane using that speed to his advantage, as the next one is the big one, what we've been waiting for, the 78th running of the Little Brown Jug. Here's how it shakes out. Now, everybody earned their spot in this final. It was the top 3 finishers from the 3 elimination rounds, so this will be the second time racing today for all of them. The winners of the 3 elimination rounds are posted in 1, 2, and 3, so that advantageous inside draw. It's a 1-mile pace for the 3-year-old colts and geldings, and we'll see how it plays out. The big one coming up. Hope you got your French fries and all of your good snack food, and have a good snack to sit back and enjoy the 2023 Little Brown Jug Final coming up after this on America's Day at the Races.
Hickory Lane Horse Farm stands some of the best stallions in Ohio and across the continent. What the Hill is a top 5 money-winning sire in North America for 2- and 3-year-old trotters. Hickory Lane also stands Uncle Peter, sire of world champion It's Academic. We also stand the richest son of bar hopping in range and world champion Guardian Angel Oz. Racing Hill will also return to our breeding shed in 2024. Find out more at hickorylanefarm.com.
And they're off, competing for over $4 million in purses this season. Join us to witness the best the sport of harness racing has to offer and celebrate Harris Hoosier Park's championship season alongside family fun entertainment, handicapping contest, giveaways, and more. Be sure to catch all of the action now through December 10th, and don't forget to download your free live racing program on the Harris Hoosier Park website every night. First post is 6:15 p.m. Visit harrishoosierpark.com for full details.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. Fans lining the rails and getting ready for the Little Brown Jug Final, the 1-mile pace. Such an important day, such a special day of racing. It's been fantastic so far, but all leading up to this. And as mentioned before the break, Paul, the eliminations were so key in getting into this final, but also to getting an advantageous post position. In the first elimination, Moment is here, who will break from the rail, took them every step of the way.
Yeah, and Tim Tetrick took no prisoners in here. Horse shipped down from Canada, put this horse right on the front end, knew what he had underneath him, and just opened up down the stretch here and made it look pretty easy. They were all running for second. This is a big gap when you think about a short stretch like there is at Delaware. And now with this horse drawing the inside post position, this makes this horse very tough in the final.
In the second elimination, it was Ken Hanover. He went a very fast time for this mile. Do you think that took a little bit of the starch out of him?
I wonder if it did a little bit. I mean, this was the fastest mile that was run at Delaware at the county fair at this track itself. And listen, 7 Colors is no bum who's on the lead in here. And he cut this horse down and in a fast ride. And it's not like 7 Colors stopped running to the wire.
Both of them moving forward and will have an opportunity to rematch. The only one of the elimination winners who did not sit on the lead, another horse that was on the front end, is Cannibal, who will be in the third post position of the top 3 elimination winners. He was impressive to hold on and add another win to his resume with Yannick Gingras driving.
You know, and I know he got asked a little bit there for a couple of strides, but this was by far the least action of an elimination that there was, in that the horses basically stood in straight alignment. You ended up having It's My Show just pull out from that third whole trip and kind of just come out and come after Cannibal. Didn't really persevere to go after that rival when you know you've got another race coming up. I mean, sure, you do want to win your elimination simply because of post-run. Hey, it's $50,000 that's on the line as well. It's not small change, but in that case, I think that was probably the least action and the race that probably took the least starch out of some of the horses that ran in the earlier limb. So it'll be interesting to see how they fare. And I think really the first 5 post positions, you can make a case for any one of those 5 horses in here.
Very competitive final coming up as we get ready for the 78th Little Brown Jug for the 3-year-old colts and geldings. We'll get the post parade, but first, leading out the post parade, John Campbell with a very special horse.
Yeah, on Chris Avian, who's a dual millionaire winner, and John Campbell, some consider the GOAT. Literally, like the greatest of all time when it comes to racing. I mean, multiple Meadowlands Pace winner, Maple Leaf Trot winner. He's from the wall. Breeders' Crown winner. I'm pretty sure U.S. Trotting Triple Crown winner. I mean, it's just endless. And I'm pretty sure if John wanted to sit in the bike behind one of these tonight, he could probably still get the job done.
Pretty special to have the opportunity to lead out the field in the post parade as we meet the field drawing the rail. Moment is here, winner of the first elimination.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering in this spot if Tim Tetrick's going to employ almost the same tactics here and just whistle to the front and let somebody try and pass him instead of 2-hole trip in here, because you got that rail, you have that speed, and this horse impressed coming down from Canada first start here.
Fastest mile at Delaware, Ken Hanover.
Yeah, and he did it from coming off the pace too and cut down a really good horse in 7 colors doing it. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm assuming it's going to be pretty much the same trip here. Find a helmet or take it on your own if you got to.
What kind of trip will Cannibal get in the third post being drawn outside? Moment is here.
I think you're going to find Cannibal make that brush to the top if Moment of Time is there. But the question is, will Moment of Time let him, or are we going to see some action?
We saw the 4-7 colors go by. Here's the 5 It's My Show, both players.
Yeah, came first over, really didn't persevere off that 3-hole trip, ran on, didn't really fully extend to catch Cannibal. This horse is a good horse, is all right. You're getting 6-1 on him.
And now we have Hungry Angel Boy, number 6, and big prices towards the outside.
Yeah, did what he did best this year, run underneath, but he still has some wicked kick in some of those races to close. Will it show up here? We'll find out.
Here's Blue Hunt.
Blue Hunt as well finished pretty far back in his elim, finishing 3rd to get in. Would be a surprise here for me.
Redwood Hanover made that late run that he always does.
Yeah, and came up and finished 3rd. And your kid nibble at pieces, take back from that outside post and make 1 run.
Thunder Hunter Joe. Tim Tetrick was with this one in the elimination round, but we'll stick with Moment is here.
Yeah, and it's a nice pickup mount for Jordan Stratton, who's capable of winning races. It's going to come from the 2nd tier here, so I just wonder what kind of trip Joe is going to get following along at a short track like this.
All right, that's the field for the 78th Little Brown Jug, a $1 million race. And Paul, we see this horse, or I should say $850,000 purse for this field coming up here. We know how it's shaking out. The favorite at 5-2 is the 3 Cannibal. Who are you going with?
At the end of the day, I'm going to go with the one Moment is here. I really liked what I saw. The connections are smart. When they come down from Woodbine, they mean business. You know, those multiple times that he missed in the Sire Stakes action, you know, weren't terrible races. He still ran on and ran on well. His Simcoe wasn't bad either, where he finished ahead of Stockade Sealster, who's great, just couldn't run today, ended up scratching. He's got tactical speed, and I like that about this horse. He's very easy to drive. I'm not going to count him out here, especially from the rail position and just seeing what I saw in the elim. He's on the muscle and he's revved up, and he looks good. Looks no worse the wear for being out there. And I think that's important for people to know and for people to look at as well. These horses are used to running, you know, a couple of times in several miles, you know, when they score down.
Yeah.
So getting them in action now is not a problem 2nd time out today.
5-2 favorite on Cannibal, though. We'll see how it shakes out. Let's go to Jess. Jess, it has turned out to be a very competitive and fun final coming up.
On the Jug Society.
It really has been, especially with those 3 eliminations coming into it, the top 3 horses making their way in. So you got to race your horse to make it into the final, but you don't want to use too much of your horse in that elimination. And I think this race is shaped up to be pretty competitive here. Of course, those winners drawing post 1, 2, and 3, and then those other ones, you know, having to battle it out for 2nd and 3rd place. I'm actually going to go back to It's My Show. You go back and watch his elimination. Cannibal had things his way on the front end. He had to pull first horse over from third, and I don't think Scotty Z really wanted to, use him too much. They were picking up that pace around the far turn, and he finished second, so he knew he was going to end up getting a good post position. Wasn't going to empty out his horse. He gets another good post to work with. Post 5 is a good post here at the Little Brown Jug over the Delaware County Fairground. I just like the way this guy has been racing coming into the race as well. Hopefully sharp coming back into the final. But there are plenty of other ways you can go in here. You're getting a nice 6-1 price on him. Moment is here is getting 5-2, and he was very sharp. We caught up with Tim Tetrick earlier on after that elimination, and he said he had plenty of pace. And he obviously had made the choice in here between Moment is Here and Thunder Hunter Joe. He stuck with Moment is Here, a good 5-2 price on him. Of course, he went gate to wire as well in his elimination of the Little Brown Jug. And then Cannibal, he's been facing some tough company all year round. Like I had mentioned earlier, he went gate to wire in his elimination. But it'll be interesting to see. Some of these horses aren't used to coming back like that. Some of them are used to coming back, with the training trips and so on and so forth there. So it'll be interesting to see how the race shapes up. Obviously, those 2 of the 3 elimination winners cut it on the front end. Is it going to be a hardball race where they leave 25 and change or 26 and change and get to the half in 53? We've seen it a couple of times today, including in that 12th race earlier on in that Signature Series final. But I think It's My Show is a versatile enough colt where if they're going slow enough, he can make his way to the front and be fine, or he can come from off the pace if they mix it up front. So I'm going to stick with the 5. It's My Show. Linda Toscano, Scott Zeron won the Jugette yesterday. Hopefully they can get it done here in the Jug final today. Hall of Famer Roger Houston will have the call here shortly. We'll send it back to you, Acacia.
Looking forward to it, Jessica. It is a very competitive final, the 78th Little Brown Jug. Final thoughts, Paul?
Well, as the late, great Dave Brower used to say, they all can't have the lead in here. So it's going to be interesting to see with all the horses who left and won their eliminations gate to wire, how it's going to shake out here. I still think Moment is Here is going to go to the top and Cannibal, and there's going to be a little bit of give and go, and then we'll see where horses like It's My Show and Ken Hanover and 7 Colors shake out. Should be a really fun race to wrap up a really big day down there. I mean, race 24. I mean,
it's fantastic. And you love to see all the fans lined up at the rail for race 24, the finale of the Little Brown Jug. All right, here we go. Roger Houston standing by with the call.
Off and pacing, that's Cannibal going right out for the lead. On the outside, on the inside though, Moment is Here, fast out of the gate. Closing the gap on the inside as they race into the turn, Ken Hanover racing 4th from the 2nd tier. Go on to the backside, Thunder Hunter Joe racing 5th. 7 Colors as they race over to the first quarter mark. And then comes It's My Show. Opening quarter, 25-4. And the battle's on early on the inside. Moment is Here and Tim Tetrick up on the outside. Cannibal. Yannick Jinga coming to the halfway station. Ken Hanover racing 3rd. Halfway home. 53-3. 27-4, second panel, onto the backside. Moment is Here with the lead. On the outside, Cannibal, the long mile, second. Ken Hanover starts to look for room for David Miller. Up on the outside, 7 Colors. It's a race down the backside on the inside. Thunder Hunter Joe go on to the 3-quarter mark. They reach the 3 quarters. 1:22. The pedals to the middle. On top of the field, Moment is Here. Here comes 7 Colors on the move on the outside. Ken Hanover needs some racing room. Closing on the outside, It's My Show. 7 Colors, It's My Show on the outside. 7 Colors, It's My Show. It's My Show. 149.
They made it exciting at the end, that's for sure. Horses that finished 2nd in the eliminations, 7 Colors, and It's My Show taking over. 7 Colors hit the front end first, but just like he was in the elimination round, Paul, run down late by Jessica's top pick. It's My Show. Great call.
Man, 7 Colors has done everything right twice today, except hold on to win the races, and got cut down at the end by It's My Show. It's Scotty Z's show, man. This is his year. He's loving life and winning big races everywhere. I got to tell you, we were talking about it before the race started, too. Moment Is Here in Cannibal. I mean, they threw it down early, 1-2 around the track and slugged it out, and Moment Is Here hung around a lot longer than I thought he actually would. 7 Colors came calling, made that first move again into that pace, but it wasn't the winning move, because It's My Show definitely had a little something left, and we talked about that, how horses out of that elim may have had a little something left. Boy, Scotty Z definitely did. Had just enough to get the win, and Ken Hanover, who ran third in here, was a little bit of hard luck, had to wait for a little bit of racing room. Kicked on a little bit late, but I think the waiting around a little bit hurt his chances.
It's My Show, though. It's a horse that's well named. Definitely his show today. Wins the Little Brown Jug, and very smart move. Scott Zirin, as you mentioned, the driver. And you could see, as Jessica was touching on, not overly persevered with in that elimination round. And I think that that really made the key. He saved something for the big dance coming in to the final here. And none of the winners of the elimination rounds finished in the top 2.
Yeah, they weren't around at the end. And you know what? Everybody talks about, well, oh, It's My Show, he raced, but he's no bum. He won the Pepsi North America Cup, and he's been chasing Cannibal around the Red Mile, too. And he's been coming home in like 25-1. So 7 Colors beat him last time out when he spurted away. He turned the tables today. He didn't stop running last time. He didn't stop running today, and he took home the biggest purse in North America.
There he is. It's My Show. Victorious in the Little Brown Jug. You got to look at the jug itself. 78 runnings. It's been so fun to have the opportunity to see just what this day means, to see the excitement, to see the fans. I mean, look at everybody on the rail there getting a good look and up close and personal with the horses on the track.
And that's the coolest thing about it, when you can get up close and personal with the, horses or the jockeys or the drivers or the connections, and you're literally right there. I mean, it is wall-to-wall people rows deep when you look at that, and that's what it's all about.
Great shot, great opportunity as they head back over to the winner's circle. Fist bump from Scott Zirin, trained by Linda Toscano, who just got a chance to speak with earlier today. And I know that the connections were confident with this horse. And look, maybe he didn't win the elimination, but he won the big one, and that's what really matters the most here.
Yeah, and you know what? Third female to win the jug.
That's amazing.
Cassie Coleman was the last one, I believe, back in the mid-2010s. So I think that's great. And I think Scotty Z's got to be over the moon. I mean, look at him. Like, it's just been a really great year for him across the board at any venue he is driven at. And It's My Show knows that he got the job done and winning. He was kind of looking at the fans there, too, coming back and stuff. So
Linda giving him hugs and pats and celebrating with the horse. That it was really just one that put forth a tremendous performance today. Hugs with Scott as well. It means a lot. It's a big purse, of course, but as we've talked about today, and I think that's one of the importance of it, it's a really meaningful race as well. Let's go down to Jess with the winning rider.
Winning driver, Scott Zirin. Scotty, you take the jug out yesterday, you take the Little Brown Jug today. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling equally as good as Linda Toscano. She was a big part of why we're here, and obviously both horses race sensational.
And talk about the trip. I know you didn't win your elimination, but you come back with the final. I thought you had a really good elimination. You saved enough of your horse to finish second. To come back, you had been licking your chops at those fractions.
Yeah, honestly, in an elimination, if you don't win, it just feels like you got defeated. But he wasn't defeated. He raced great in that. And to have some horse finishing on the end in the elim only helped us in the final.
This guy's just taking you guys on quite the ride this year, hasn't he?
He is. This one was bone chilling down the lane. I was pretty excited.
Congratulations. Go enjoy it.
Thank you.
There you have it. Scotty Z takes the Little Brown Jug with It's My Show. And it was a good one. He come from off the pace. We'll send it back to you guys.
Jessica, thank you. And great pick, by the way. Jess was all over this one coming out of that elimination. And my mistake, winning driver, not rider. I spend too much time talking about the thoroughbred races, so I'm still in that zone. But winning driver, Scotty Zirin, all smiles and big celebrations as they come into the winner's circle for the Little Brown Jug.
I think Scotty will forgive you.
He just won the big race. I think he'll forget pretty much about everything.
He's a cool guy anyway.
Right now.
He's very personable, and he's been great this year, too, when we've had him on and everything, too. He's very personable. And I mean, look at that. I mean, both of them are just over the moon. This is a big win. This is a huge win, just not only for the connections, but just from the prestige standpoint and for the horse, too. Take nothing away from It's My Show in a couple of starts that he's had, because he is a champion.
It's My Show. It's interesting. Actually, 0 for 8 in 2022, but really made up for it this year, coming in 2023. Then 8 for 11, now 9 for 12, and winning the Little Brown Jug. I mean, what a turnaround. Oh, $16 winner, top pick by Jessica in the Little Brown Jug, and just really cool to see how this horse is flourishing this year.
Yeah, it took them some time to figure this horse out, and I know they had mentioned that they, you know, it was taking time for him to develop, but boy, 2023 came around and he grew up fast, and you know, now a Pepsi North America Cup winner, now a winner of the Little Brown Jug. So this is a very big deal. This is a very big deal, big connections.
Horsemanship on display. Big congratulations to Linda Toscano and the whole team with It's My Show in the Little Brown Jug. We're not done with harness racing for the week, though. Tomorrow night, we hope you'll join us on America's Day at the races for the Caesars Trotting Classic. It'll be Paul along with Greg Wolf covering that show tomorrow night. It's a 1-mile trot over at Hoosier Park, and a big field of 10 assembled.
Yeah, we get to go back to the big track tomorrow night, so you'll just be going 2 turns for this one. And a good field that is assembled here. I like a couple of horses in here, one being a long shot, and the 2 Kildare King went to the top in the Hill Memorial, which we saw on the show last time out, and got run down by a good horse in Incommunicado. So still think he's better with a helmet to follow, but we'll see what happens. And even the 3 Pretender. The 3 Pretender is a good horse. If you take into consideration last time, big effort last time out in that Invitational at Hoosier, it was a sharp effort. And the race in the Charlie Hill Memorial, you know, wasn't that great, made up for it here. So I think Pretender is a big contender tomorrow night as well.
And a lot of the drivers we've been talking about today will be part of the action at Hoosier Park tomorrow, and some big horses, some big names that we've talked about on the show previously, covering them. It's Academic, Venerate, Pretender, all horses that you mentioned, big players in the division.
Yeah, big players in the division, big racing, and it's funny that you mentioned a lot of the names that we covered. There's no rest for these guys.
Yeah.
They're going, you know, from Ohio out to Indiana. They'll come back, and some of them will end up at, you know, the Meadowlands, and they'll end up at Yonkers at the beginning of the week, so, or in Pennsylvania. So they get a lot of mileage.
There's that big blanket, the Little Brown Jug, as we see It's My Show victorious in the winner's circle. Very special day for these connections with a horse that's really flourished this year in 2023. So if you've come to love harness racing and enjoying it, you'll have more opportunity to follow the action tomorrow evening as well. That'll be 8 to 11 p.m. After our coverage of Belmont at the Big A in our regular time slot earlier in the day. But back to today, It's My Show. It really was his show as we head down to Jess, the winning trainer.
We've been here before, but this is great.
Thanks so much, Acacia. Winning trainer Linda Toscano. The Jugette, the Little Brown Jug, it's a pretty good week for you, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't suck. Yeah, I don't know what to say. This is a race, like I said to somebody else, that has eluded me, and it's probably the one that I've wanted the most for so long. So, I mean, just the fact that it worked out the way it was, I was disappointed in him in his first heat, and he rose to the occasion the second.
I was going to ask you that. You know, he finished second in his elimination, but Scotty said, you know, he felt really good going into the final. Things did have to work out his way, but, I mean, they were setting it up pretty nicely for him.
Yeah, and I've been saving something. I've been waiting and waiting and waiting to change his bridle. And when he kind of, I don't want to say he hung, but when he didn't go by in the first heat, I said, this is the week to do it. So I put the blind bridle on, and he went right by in the final.
That's why you're in the Hall of Fame.
Well, thank you.
Congratulations, Linda.
Thank you so much.
There you have it. It's My Show takes the Little Brown Jug final. And, hey, she took the Jugette yesterday with You Can Do a Blue Chip. Not a bad week in the Linda Toscano barn, is it? Back to you guys.
What a weekend, that's for sure. What a week, I should say, Jessica. Thank you so much. And as always, big thanks to Jessica Otten, who brought us some great insight and some wonderful interviews with today's coverage of the Little Brown Jug special, and getting a chance to feel that emotion from Linda, who won the Jugette and the Little Brown Jug. And I loved what she said, Paul, about how this was the race that had eluded her and that she really wanted, and a big, big, wonderful day.
Yeah, and it's got to be such satisfaction to get a race that you couldn't get for so long, and now you got it. And then also to win the Jugette, as she said, this week, did not suck.
Big congratulations to the whole team that makes it all possible and all of the work that goes into getting these horses ready for their big days on the track. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed getting a chance to cover the Little Brown Jug.
I did too. It's a great atmosphere. It's a great time. You saw some great stars out there, both, equine and driver as well out there. And credit goes to the horses too for, running twice in a day and actually being that, and to all the fans that came out and everybody that makes this game great, that supports it.
So many wonderful fans enjoying the day, enjoying the good food, enjoying the rides, and enjoying the great racing. Thanks so much for joining us for this edition of America's Day at the Races and our special coverage of the Little Brown Jug. We saw some great performances, both thoroughbred and standardbred today with the Pacers. We'll be back tomorrow. Earlier today, it was exact estimate in the feature, going 1 1/8 miles on the turf. He appreciated the distance and a quieter atmosphere here at Belmont at the Big A for trainer Chad Brown. And then it was all about It's My Show. First victory in the Little Brown Jug for trainer Linda Toscano, who swept the big events, winning the Jug at yesterday. Thanks everybody for joining us. We'll be back 1 to 5:30, then 8 to 11 tomorrow for America's Day at the Races. Thanks for joining us.